Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Oulton Park for what is going to be a thunderous day. Yes, we've got Jaguars, as you can see behind me. We've got the Super Tourers. You can probably hear them as well. We've got your classic cars. It is, of course, the classic touring cars. So what a feast of motorsport we've got for you. First up, though, we've got the Jaguars. And as you can see, I'm in front of Colin Philpott's car. Now, have a good look at this car. Okay, it's in good nick at the minute, isn't it? Because Colin has promised me one day that I can take it out for a spin, so it won't look like that after I've been behind the wheel. Let me grab Colin. Colin, let's just have a quick word of you. Qualifying has, of course, finished for the Jags. Qualifying went quite well, Colin.
Yeah, not bad. Not one of my best, but I had a bit of an off. Went a bit grass cutting. But yeah, it feels good, and I think we'll be in for a shout later on. I think we'll put a battle up.
You always do, you always do. Oulton Park, though, in a Jaguar, it's quite tight and twisty around here, hence the off.
Yeah, it's it looks sort of, I don't know, it sort of looks fast and wide, but when you're in one of these, it's not. It's quite tight, and yeah, it can get a little bit scary in places.
I can imagine. So probably best not the track for me to come drive it around there for you.
Oh yeah, we've still got to work on that one, haven't we? We've got to get you out in this car.
We will. Look, best of luck as well for the race. Thanks so much for talking to us. I'll see you out there. Thank you. Right, here we are with the pole man, Tom Robinson. Tom, once again, pole position again in this. Fingers crossed. What's it like taking this around Oulton Park? Because it can get quite nervy out there, can't it?
I think whatever car you're in is pretty crazy around here. I mean, it keeps you on your toes for sure. Obviously, being with a charge car, it's very twitchy, but no, it's good fun. Absolutely love it. We haven't been here for about 3 years. But I'm glad I got some testing in yesterday, put it that way, so I know which way it goes.
Now, for those watching, when this goes past me, my word, does it make a sound? Can you actually hear it behind the wheel? Yeah,
all you can hear is supercharger. You drive the whole car on the supercharger, no, you don't really hear any engine RPM, so it just whines, and the actual piping runs up into the bulkhead there, so it's pretty noisy. So I put earplugs in, otherwise you have a headache for the next couple of days. But yeah, no, it's an absolute mega car to drive, and that's part of the fun for me, rear-wheel drive. And being supercharged, got a fair bit of power, so it makes it good fun.
Now, looking at the qualifying times, you're out in front by a good second and a half or so. That would suggest, obviously, that you've got the pace, but it's not quite as simple as that, is it?
No, absolutely no. I don't think James tested yesterday, so that's always a little bit of time. I had 2 sessions yesterday, which I think helped for qualifying. And the biggest problem we have is trying to keep is tyre management. So if I can keep some tyres, we've got a good shot, but I don't think James will give it to me easy, and nor will Colin. So it should be good fun. And as you know, it's tight around here, so trying to make any manoeuvres you've got to be committed. So it's going to be good fun.
Just spoke to Colin, he's feeling quite punchy, so watch out.
He gave me a couple of threats yesterday, so he says he's coming back with vengeance, so I look forward to it.
So best of luck, thanks for talking to us, really appreciate it. It's now time for the first race of the day, and it is the Jaguar, so I'm going to hand over to the commentator to take you through the action.
Thanks very much, Ian. Good morning, race fans, and welcome to the beautiful Oulton Park circuit here in Cheshire, the home of motorsport in the northwest of England, for this race meeting promoted by the Northwest Centre of the British Automobile Racing Club, the BARC. Dave Goddard here taking you through the action as ever. We're on the long circuit, the international circuit here at Oulton Park today, and we have 11 races to present to you, promoted by the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, and we've also got the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Championship as well. So let's have a look how things are going to shape up here today then. First out on track, just coming out onto track now, we have the Jaguar Challenge, sponsored by Berkshire Jag Components. The big cats will go off first. That's followed by the awesome 1990s Super Touring cars. Yes, the Laser Tools Super Touring Revival Series is here, and they're racing combined with the pre-2003 touring cars. They'll be on the same grid but separated. The last race before lunch will be the big classic Thunder Saloons. Get ready to be thunderstruck by them. Supported by Edmondson Electrical, and the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series, Boss as it's known, for everything Ford mixed in with them. Then we've got the pre-66 classic touring cars coming up after lunch, then the combined grid of pre-83 and pre-93 cars racing in together. Slightly longer race, a single race today for the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship, a series where you can use just about anything you like. We'll see a big variety of saloon and sports cars in that one, and then the schedule for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club repeats with the Jaguars, followed by the Super Tourers, pre-03, then the Classic Thunder and Blue Oval Saloon cars, then the pre-66s and the pre-83 and pre-93 cars out for their second race to conclude the programme. So we're getting underway very shortly then with our first race of the day, which is for the big cats, the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. Saloon and GT cars out there for this one. Qualifying took place this morning, and it was number 4, Tom Robinson, in his XJR6 Saloon that took the pole position, nearly 2 seconds quicker than former champion James Ram in at number 99, his XJS. The second row, number 11, Michael Holt. He's in a Class C Jaguar X300. 4 classes, A through to D. Class A for the road standard cars, up to Class D for the full race modified cars. Michael Holt starting alongside Colin Philpott, number 67, who we just heard from. Row 3, the reigning champion, number 24, Mike Seaborn, alongside 156, a good effort by Andrew Harper in the turbo diesel-powered XJ, his best qualifying effort so far this year. Row 4, Rick Walker with his XJS, and Tim Morantz, the first of the Class A cars, with his Daimler Sovereign Series 1. On row 5, Tom Lenthal, number 77, alongside former champion 139 Chris Boone with his XK8. Jack Robinson, the younger brother of Tom, in number 14, will start his XJ40 from row 6 alongside number 17. Good to see Tom Barkley back in the championship, a Jaguar specialist from down in Buckinghamshire with his XJS. Row 7, number 58, Derek Pearce, one of the elder statesmen of the series, with his XK8 alongside Guy Connew in the number 44 XJS. Matthew Davis starts on row 8, number 50, with his XJR6 Saloon alongside number 40, Dean Sewell, with his Series 1 XJ6. Row 9 is number 97, Lawrence Kopok, alongside 45 of David Ringham. The 10th row is number 88 of Damien Gray, alongside 92, Michael Atkinson. Penultimate row, the XKR of Stephen Dowell, number 69, newcomer to racing this year, alongside number 31 of Simon Lewis. And rounding out the grid is Andrew Maynard, number 63, in I believe that's the car that Mike Seaborn won the title in last season, the XJ40. This will be a 15-minute race. The car's currently forming up on the grid. I think they'll go round for a green flag lap first of all. They've come out around the short circuits to the grid. Tom Robinson on pole position, the current points leader in the championship. He's some 16 points clear in his class of James Ram. The 2 Class D cars on the front of the grid. So we go around for the green flag lap just to get some heat into their tyres first of all. Listen for the whine of the supercharger in that pole-sitting car. You can hear it there as it goes around Old Hall Corner. Some iconic liveries out there. We've got the silk cut Jaguar liveried car. That's Andrew Harper's turbo diesel XJ. Beautiful looking, beautiful sounding cars, and the big cats, there's a couple of Castrol liveried cars out there as well. And James Ram in the colours of the Mottle XJSs that competed in the early 80s in the European Touring Car Championship run by Tom Walkinshaw. There's a great feature in this week's edition of Motorsport News, all about Jaguar in motorsports, and the XJSs from the ETCC in the 80s feature prominently in that, as of course do the Group C cars that were so successful at Le Mans. There's Michael Holt, third on the grid. Colin Philpott is next. And there's the reigning champion, number 24, Mike Seaborn, in his ex-Gale Hill XJS for this season. He put a great video up on social media this week showing how to repair and replace the inboard rear brakes on that car. It's not an easy job, I can tell you. Had to replace a cracked brake disc on that car in the run-up to this event. Do check out Mike Seaborn Racing on Facebook to see that video. There's Tim Morant, the Castrol liveried Daimler Sovereign. Derek Pearce in the grey XK8. A few XKs out in the series now. One of the XJ40s there in the colours of the Jaguar Formula One team of the early 2000s. That's Damien Gray's car, the Oxfordshire driver. Really is a stunning grid we have here today, this big grid of Jaguars, 23 of them out there. What will be a 15-minute race, first of 2 races today for the Jaguar Challenge. Class D, as we mentioned, and the overall championship led by Tom Robinson. Class C is led by Michael Holt in the points, the slightly less modified cars. Mike Seaborn leads the points in Class B rather, but he's only a point ahead of Derek Pearce. And Tim Morant is the points leader in Class A, 10 points ahead of Simone Dunford. She's not out this weekend, taking over the mantle of leading lady of Jaguar racing now that Gale Hill has moved on elsewhere, the former champion. There's Michael Atkinson, number 92, in Class B with his XJ300, effectively a Series 5 XJ6 Saloon. Damien Gray behind. round towards the grid, then up through the right-hander at Druids. It's a long lap here at the Oulton Park International Circuit. The fastest lap in qualifying, 1 minute 56.733 for Tom Robinson, 1.9 seconds faster than anyone else. Are we going to see that supercharged XJR6 fly off into the distance? Colin Philpott fourth on the grid. They come up towards the final corner at Lodge. Very undulating circuit in this one. Several drivers have said it reminds them of the famous Nürburgring Nordschleife in Germany, but shorter. There's Jack Robinson, second member of the family to go Jag racing in the XJ40. He's followed on the grid by Tom Barkley. Good to see him back out this year, number 17. Dean Sewell in the patriotically liveried Series 1 XJ. Marshall's pull them into line then, ready for the first race of the weekend. Oh, and somebody's pulling into the pits. That's Tom Barkley. Barkley's got a problem. I think I saw something hanging off underneath that car. So a last-minute hitch for the number 17. He may start from the pit lane. We hope he does get out to start this one. Slightly cool day here at Oulton Park as we get ready for our first race of the day, the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge, racing for 15 minutes around the Oulton Park International Circuit. The 5-second board is held aloft. We wait for the red lights to come on. They do so, wait for the lights to go out, and then it's time to go racing here at Oulton Park. The big cats are unleashed and we're underway. Down towards the first corner at Old Hall, a super start by James Ram. Not the best of getaways for Tom Robinson. Colin Philpott up alongside from the outside the front row. It's Ram who leads the way, the man from Essex in the XJS into the first corner. They swing their way through, somebody off onto the grass. That's Andrew Harper. As he saved it there, only just. That's a great save. The diesel-powered Jag. His good qualifying effort to get it onto the third row is wasted. He's dropped down the order. They swing through the left-hander at Cascades and run alongside the lake up towards the left-hander at Island Bend. Derek Pearce going side by side with Rick Walker, but it's Ram who leads from Robinson, Philpott, Michael Holt in fourth, Mike Seaborn is fifth. Tom Lenthal with a good start in the number 77. The grey XJS from the fifth row is up into sixth position already. Onto the brakes for the Shell Oils hairpin. Derek Pearce in the grey car, side by side with 54 Rick Walker in the lean green racing machine, as he calls his XJS. There's the diesel-powered car, the silk-cut Jaguar look-alike of Andrew Harper, has recovered from his off on the first corner. Britain chicane, swing their way through there. Walker's got ahead of Pearce. Over the top and down towards Knickerbrook, and it's James Ram from Tom Robinson. They pretty much divided up the overall wins in recent time in this championship. The two Class D runners. Colin Philpott up into third. He leads Class C. He's got ahead of Michael Holt off the line, number 11. Then leading Class B is Mike Seaborn. The brakes working okay, or maybe Derek Pearce's brakes aren't working okay. He's gone wide. He's going to spin out coming out of Knickerbrook off the grass over the circuit. Everybody else doing well to miss him. Derek Pearce, hopefully he can get the XK8 running again. Up Clay Hill and into Druids Bend, the right-hander. There's Harper closing up on Matthew Davis, the XJR Saloon. Car that's had a fire at Silverstone last year. Bit of diesel smoke there from Andrew Harper as they head under the bridge. That's the Warwick Bridge, named after Paul Warwick, who sadly lost his life here in the 1990s. Through Deer Leap and over the line for the first time. It's Ram from Philpott's showing in second place. Tom Robinson's transponder isn't working, I don't think, so he's showing as dropping down the order. Now he appears in second place. He's on the tail of James Ram, coming down into the left-hander at Cascade. James Ram bouncing around there. That XJS is certainly a tricky beast to tame, as is that supercharged XJR6, but he's pulling alongside here on the run up Lakeside towards the left at Island Bend. He's surely going to go through. Yes, he has. Tom Robinson takes the lead in car number 4. They pull clear of Philpott in third. Just listen to the supercharger scream in that number 4 of Tom Robinson, the Swallows Racing run car, as he comes out of Shell Oils. Through he goes. Philpott in third place, still ahead of Michael Holt. They're battling for the lead in Class C. It's number 14 of Jack Robinson, who has taken the lead in Class A. He's got ahead of Tim Morant on that last lap towards the end of the lap. Further back in the order there is Guy Connew, number 44. Good to see him back in the series after a few races absence. Readers head down into Knickerbrook for the second time. Here's the battles further back in the order. David Ringham, number 45, with his XJS. There's Dean Sewell in the Series 1. One of the oldest cars on this grid. Damien Gray behind in the green and white Jaguar F1 lookalike. Andrew Harper makes a move on Matt Davis into Knickerbrook. He goes through. David Ringham under fire. That's the number 31. That's Simon Lewis on his tail. I think that's Ian Drage's car that he's racing. We normally see Simon Lewis in a yellow and blue Series 1 XJ6, but he's in the XJS today. I'm fairly sure that's the number 31 of Ian Drage that he's borrowed for today. Here's the battle for the lead in Class A. Tim Morant fighting back on the outside in his Series 1 Daimler against the XJ40 of young Jack Robinson. There's a little bit of smoke there from Andrew Harper. Second lap completed, a little bit of a slide there into Old Hall for Tom Robinson. He leads by 1.5 seconds ahead of James Ram, having taken the lead into Island Bend on the previous lap. He's starting to pull away there as they go down the avenue towards Cascades. There is the newly liveried number 69 of Stephen Dowell in the Martini colours. I don't think we saw a Martini Jaguar race in years gone by. Wendy Lancia that's famous for using those colours, but it looks very impressive. Well, that livery looks impressive on any car. Here comes Damien Gray in the green and white Beck's beer liveried car. Sponsors of the Jaguar F1 team, likes of Eddie Irvine, Johnny Herbert, of course, raced for them. There's Lawrence Coppock, Jaguar veteran in the number 97. We've seen his son Richard race with him in the past as well. And is he slowing up there? Oh, we've got a spinner ahead. That's why they were slowing. Number 40, Dean Sewell, has spun coming out of Cascades. Hopefully he can get the Series 1 going again. Robinson leads from Ram, Philpott, Holt and Seaborn. Seaborn still leading Class B. Morant leads Class A. He's got back ahead of Jack Robinson. There's the number 31, driven by Simon Lewis today. He's got ahead of David Ringham in the number 45. Damien Gray dropping down the order a little. Tom Barkley sadly failed to take the start. We saw him pull into the pits. We've lost Chris Boone as well, the former champion, the yellow and blue XK8. He's pulled up somewhere around the circuit. Derek Pearce got going again at the back after his spin at Knickerbrook. Great to see a Martini liveried car out there. Here comes Damien Gray fighting back. He gets ahead of Simon Lewis. David Ringham had already gone through, coming out of Britain's chicane. First element of that chicane is known as Hislops, after the motorcycle great Steve Hislop. And through the second part of it, which is known as Knickerbrook. There is a great story behind allegedly how that corner got its name, but we'll maybe relate that to you later on. Through Druids they go. Eight and a half minutes just over to go in this Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge race. Here's Andrew Harper in his silk cut look-alike. Of course, the legendary cars that raced in the late 80s at Le Mans. It was 1988, it was known as the Day of the Jaguar. Jan Lammers was the hero for Jag on that occasion. They won it again 2 years later. I was very honoured to see a couple of the silk cut Jaguars racing at Donington recently at the Historic Festival. Here's a great battle coming out of Old Hall, and onto the grass goes Damien Gray. David Ringham's gone through there. Simon Lewis is behind them, and Lawrence Coppock says, I'll get involved in this as well. The Oxfordshire driver in the number 97. That's a Class D car, the full race modified machines. David Ringham, 45, is a Class A car, so that's a road standard XJS. He's doing well to hold off this little group. Up the inside goes Simon Lewis in the 31. They're being caught as well by Stephen Dowell, the man from Chard in Somerset. New to racing this year, and that's XKR's a new car of the championship. Been having transmission problems with that car. He's got Michael Atkinson in the bright green, number 92, closing up as well. This is the battle for 14th overall. Still the class leaders, Robinson, Philpott, Seaborn and Morant. They're all in the top 10 overall. Tom Robinson now leads by just over 2 seconds ahead of James Ram. There's Colin Philpott. He's about another 5 seconds back in third place in the Powerbell Services XJS. There's Michael Holt, number 11. He's having a good run. Man from Sandwich in Kent, runs an office furniture company. Listen to the whine of that supercharger. Tom Robinson's XJR6 featured a few months ago in Jaguar World magazine, showing how that car was built. So he's locked up there into Cascades. Bit of smoke there. I think that was just tyre smoke. I hope it was just tyre smoke anyway. The last thing we want to see is the leader break down. 6.5 minutes to go, so we're just over halfway through this first race of the weekend here at Oulton Park. Race 1 for the BARC Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. Philpott coming through in third place. You can see he's dropped back a bit. He's 5.5 seconds down on James Ram now. It's just between these two, I would say, for the overall victory, as it has been on many occasions. James Ram runs Comsec Investigations, based down in Essex. David Ringham still battling it out with Damien Gray. They're big cars, these Jaguars, but these drivers throwing them around like they're go-karts. Great to watch. Simon Lewis holding off an attack there from Lawrence Kopok coming out of Old Hall Corner, down in a cascade. You can see the incline there as they drop down into the left-hander. It's an undulating circuit, this one. Set in this beautiful Cheshire parkland, certainly one of the most scenic circuits in the UK. And now the number 69 of Dowell and Atkinson in the 92 starting to close as well. Andrew Harper's recovered well from his excursion at the start of the race. He nearly spun it coming out of Old Hall. He's back up into 9th place. Fastest lap of the race recorded by Tom Robinson, the race leader, 1 minute 58.303. It's a couple of seconds off his qualifying time, near enough. David Ringham still holding on. This is the battle for 12th. Top they come. David Ringham running third in Class A at the moment. Second is Jack Robinson in that category. Simon Lewis sends it up the inside into the right-hander at Hislops. Yes, he's through past Damien Gray. Simon Lewis fourth in Class A, so that's another road standard car. Damien Gray in Class B with the XJ40. See, he's got the novice cross on the back. It's his first season of racing. He's got Lawrence Kopok, a Jag veteran, behind him. He's fourth in Class D, which is being led by Robinson, Tom Robinson that is. Second in Class D is James Ram, and third in that category is Guy Connew, number 44, who's up ahead of this lot. Class C is being led by Colin Philpott in third as Damien Gray attacks back again, Simon Lewis defending the line. Philpott leads Class C, second is Michael Holt in fourth overall, third Class C car, that's Tom Lenthal, number 77, runs a Jaguar Land Rover Specialist Garage, Tom Lenthal, down in Hook in Hampshire. There goes our leader, we haven't forgotten about him. He's got 4 minutes to go, over Hilltop, down towards Hislops and Knickerbrook. James Ram just tracking his every move there in second place, but he just hasn't got the pace of this awesome Swallows racing car. There is a little bit of smoke there, coming from the back of the number 4. Don't tell me Tom Robinson's in trouble, he's sliding about there. I think that car's dropping a bit of oil. You can see him sliding, I think he's sliding on his own oil. So I think Tom Robinson's got a problem here. Yeah, there's definitely smoke there, and that looks like oil smoke to me. Tom Robinson's in trouble. He's going to try and keep going. He'll only have a couple of laps to go, but it's a long lap here at Oulton Park. We'll have a look at his lap time this time through, whether he's backed off because of what seems to be a slight oil leak. James Ram in second place, the former champion from Dunmow in Essex. He's keeping it going, Tom Robinson. He hasn't backed off because he's just at a 158.867. Oh, David Ringham pulling to one side there. He's losing places. Yeah, I think the 45's in trouble. Yes, he's slowing down. In fact, that lap I just told you about, the 158.867, was by James Ram because Tom Robinson's transponder didn't pick up that time through. Still leading from James Ram. So David Ringham appears to have a problem we saw further back. That's a shame after he'd held off that battle further down the order. There's Philpott in third. Can Tom Robinson hold off James Ram? He's definitely closing up there. You can see that bit of smoke from the back of the number 4. It's not getting any worse as they head towards the Britain chicane, but James Ram, he knows that car's dropping oil. He's locked up there into the chicane. Maybe he hit the oil. Sliding about all over the place, and that's dropped Ram back again. I saw a car pulled over at the side of the circuit there. That looks like Matthew Davis, number 50. Yes, the green flag is out, so there's yellow flags at Britain's. That may be why James Ram locked up. He was thinking about making a move, but then saw there was a yellow flag out because Matthew Davis has pulled over in the number 50 car there. Tom Robinson is all over the place. You can see the car sliding about there. There's oil getting onto the rear tyres, I think. Be a disappointment if he was to lose the victory on the last lap. There's Matthew Davis's car. That was the reason the yellow flag was out. He's pulled over. Still Robinson holds the lead ahead of Ram. Still Philpott third. There's somebody pulling into the pits as well. That's David Ringham. He's made it round to the pits to retire, sadly. We'll see him back out in race 2. The grid for race 2 is set by the results of this race. Just over a minute on the clock, so they'll be starting their final lap this time. And here's the battle further back that we pick up on. Simon Lewis now ahead of Damien Gray. This is the battle for 12th place. We've lost David Ringham, of course. Up on the curb there, Simon Lewis. And Lawrence Coppock. Stephen Dowell. Behind them, Michael Atkinson. There's Dean Sewell, recovering from a spin earlier on in the race. He's behind Derek Pearce, who's also recovering after spinning on the opening lap. There's 17th and 18th. Can Tom Robinson keep going in his slightly ailing XJR6 to take the win? There's the Martini liveried car of Stephen Dowell. Beautiful looking thing, isn't it? And there's number 63, that's Andrew Maynard. That's the car that Mike Seaborn won the title in last year, the Castrol XJ40. He's running towards the tail of the field, the newcomer to racing this year. There's the other Castrol car, Tim Morant, number 62. He's heading for another victory in Class A to extend his points lead in the class. He's well up as well in 8th overall. Michael Holt in 4th place. He's heading for 2nd in Class C behind Colin Philpott. And here are the leaders, and Ram's been able to close up again. That smoke is getting worse from Tom Robinson's car. Can he hold on for the last few corners? We're on the last lap of this race now for the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. James Ram, can he make a way through in the Motul European Touring Car lookalike XJS? He's sliding there. There's oil dropping everywhere from that leading car. Look at the wrestling of the wheel from James Ram there as they came out of Knickerbrook, trying to keep the car on even keel. They're not the easiest cars to handle, these Jags. I hope Tom Robinson's engine doesn't blow up. That would mean he'd have to miss race 2 as well, even if he wins this one. He's trying to hold it together there for his latest victory. They're coming up to lap Andrew Maynard in the number 63. Here they come towards Lodge Corner for the final time. Tom Robinson in his ailing at number 4 is just about, I think, going to struggle home. We got sideways there coming out into Deer Leap. Smoke everywhere. James Ram closes up, but Tom Robinson hangs on to take the win despite a lot of smoke from the back of his car. James Ram comes over in 2nd. Robinson, I think, more relieved than anything to take the victory. Colin Philpott comes in for 3rd position. 4th with Michael Holt, that's 1st and 2nd in Class C. And here's Mike Seaborn, the reigning champion. Well, the repairs to the brakes have clearly worked because he's coming in for 5th and to win Class B. There's Mike's old car, which has already taken the flag, I think. Did it get lapped there? No, I don't think it did. He's got to go round again, Andrew Maynard. Here's the battle between Stephen Dowell and Damien Gray. So Dowell's made up another place. The XKR finally running properly after those transmission problems earlier in the season. That's great to see. Great to see it in its new colours as well. Seaborn crosses the line 5th. 6th is Tom Lenthal. He takes Class C at 3rd place. Class A is won by Tim Morant in the Series 1 Daimler. The rest of the pack making their way home. This is the fight for 12th place, which is going to be won, I think, by Simon Lewis in the number 31. They make their way round on the slow down lap then through the Shell Oils hairpin, the winners. The winner Tom Robinson and the runner-up James Ram. And Dowell's got ahead of Damien Gray there. Powers the XKR over the line behind Lawrence Coppock. The battle for 12th place won by Simon Lewis. Flash of flame there from Michael Atkinson as he lifts off over the line. Last couple of cars to come home and then we'll confirm the results for you. There's Derek Pearce. He got going again after his spin. Likewise Dean Sewell, who spun at Cascades early on. One more car to come home, which is Andrew Maynard, as we saw. We'll confirm the provisional results for you. Tom Robinson hold on to take the win there, despite that problem. He was certainly spewing out oil for the last couple of laps, holding on ahead of James Ram to win by 1 1/4 seconds. 3rd place going to Colin Philpott. He wins Class C ahead of Michael Holt. Mike Seaborn 5th. He takes Class B. 6th going to Tom Lenthal. It was Rick Walker in 7th place, couple of seconds clear of the Class A winner, Tim Morant, in the Daimler. Andrew Harper recovered from his moment on the first corner to take 9th. Good result for him, and 3rd in class as well. And Jack Robinson completing the top 10 He finished runner-up in Class A. Guy Connew 11th, then the big battle in the midfield won by Simon Lewis in 12th, ahead of Lawrence Coppock, Stephen Dowell in the XKR, and Damien Gray completing the top 15. Beyond that, Michael Atkinson was 16th, ahead of Derek Pearce and Dean Sewell recovering from their spins. Andrew Maynard, the final finisher. We lost David Ringham into the pits. Matthew Davis pulled over at Britain's. Chris Boone pulled into the pits early on, and Tom Barkley, as we saw, didn't take the start. He pulled into the pits at the end of the green flag lap. Hopefully we'll see all the cars back out for the second race later on. That's race 7 on the programme, which is due off at 3:40 p.m. The cars are heading into Parc Fermé, and hopefully we will shortly hear from Ian Waterhouse, our interviewer, who will talk to our race winners in just a moment.
Welcome down to Parc Fermé, everybody. That was a very dramatic race. In fact, look, they've already got the bonnet off for Tom Robinson's car. Let's have a look. He did manage to hold on, but it was tight in the end, wasn't it? Let's just have a quick chat. Tom, I'll let you get your helmet off first. Obviously, the bonnet is up early doors, which is not usually a good sign, but you did manage to hold on in the end. What's the problem?
Not sure yet. I was just getting quite a lot of smoke in the car on like the final 2 or 3 laps, but the car still felt like it was good, so I carried on. But James was snapping at my heels for the last bit there.
Well, you got past him, didn't you? And it looked like actually you're going to pull away and it was going to be quite straightforward. But then obviously something happened and James was right in your tail.
Just started easing it off, and I thought, well, nothing's obviously, it's still driving normally, so I wanted to not damage anything. So I thought, well, if I can keep it consistent, we can bring it home, which we did. So, but I'm not sure what it is yet, but we'll find out. Fingers crossed.
Hopefully get it sorted for later as well. Congratulations, well done. Let's grab James over here as well. James. Oh, that was close, wasn't it? When he got past you early doors, I thought, okay, it looks like he might get away here, but you just wouldn't let him go, would you? And it came quite one more lap, maybe?
Yeah, I think the transition from 20-minute races to 15-minute races probably helps this car, because obviously as the longer races, the intake temps go up and it hurts the supercharger. So you never know. It's the old story, and it's just one more lap. But no, I enjoyed it, and well, I think it looked a bit daft without me, wouldn't he?
Well, yeah. Look, there's still another one to go, though. You're going to get him, right?
Oh, we can have a go, mate. Otherwise, it's what people want to watch.
Well done, James. Congratulations. Hey, Colin. There we go. Hey, congratulations. Just these two, a little bit too much pace.
Yeah, feeling a lot better that time. Picked up the pace a bit. I found a few extra seconds, I think. Well, not about seconds, but a few fractions. But yeah, I felt a lot better. I could see him in front of me. I kept thinking, oh, am I catching? Am I not? Am I not? But yeah, I'm not sure what Tom's got wrong with his, but yeah, chucking out a bit of smoke. You know, thinking, oh, maybe he won't finish and we'll be up there, but no, I kept it in there.
There's always another one to go in there. Let's have a look at that trophy. Look at that. There you go. Look at that. Beautiful.
Berkshire Jag Components trophy.
Yeah.
Good old boys.
Fantastic. Well done, Colin.
Thanks
Best of luck for the race too, of course. Right, there you go. That's your top 3 here for the Jaguars. There's going to be a quick turnover to a lot of races to get through, so I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to tell you what's coming up next.
Okay, thanks very much, Ian. Well, what's coming up next is a personal favourite category of mine, because it is the cars that I grew up watching in the 1990s, the Laser Tools Super Touring cars. We saw them at Silverstone earlier this year. We've got a good field of Super Tourers here, including a couple of the original drivers as well. The grid forms up as follows. Number 79, Mark Jones, is on pole in his ex-Jason Plato Renault Laguna. Starts alongside Richard Wheeler, number 8, in his Nissan Primera, the ex-David Leslie car. Second row is Anthony Reid, yes, the Anthony Reid. He's in a Nissan Primera as well. And number 98, John Cleland, 2-time British Touring Car Champion in his Vauxhall Vectra. Row 3 is Tony Absalom in the Mint Motorsports Vauxhall Cavalier. Starts alongside Jim Pocklington in one of the original Cavaliers from the very start of the Super Touring era in 1990. The fourth row, 33, Andrew Strachan. He's in a Ford Mondeo, one of the Andy Rouse-built cars. And alongside him, we should see number 7, Rob Salisbury with his Honda Accord. He qualified out of session, so he should be there at the back of the grid. We've also got the pre-03 touring cars sponsored by Bertie Haulage. We've got 6 cars out there for them. Reigning champion Gary Preble starts from their separate grid, number 191 in his Honda Civic. He'll start alongside 148 Don Hughes, winner at Brands Hatch early this season in his Peugeot 306. Then we've got 169 Ross Craig in his Honda Civic, 153 Simon Mann, he's in a BMW. And then Andy Abrams, very experienced saloon car racer, in 214, and number 114, Steve Barber, both in Honda Civics. Good to see Steve Barber back out after he blew his engine up in the previous round at Brands Hatch. The cars will be shortly released onto circuit, then it'll be a rolling start for this race. Earlier on, Ian Waterhouse caught up with a couple of the drivers down in the pit area.
Right, here we are in a rather loud pit lane, as you can see, for the Super Tours. I'm surrounded by Nissans, and of course, a wonderful chap. It's Richard Wheeler. Richard, qualifying's finished. How was it out there?
Surprising. I think it's probably the best way to put it. Yeah. No, I kept coming around and seeing P4, and I just wanted to make a slight improvement if I could. And then that last lap, I just nibbled a little bit out of every braking zone, and came in. And yeah, Anthony told me that I was P2 in front of him and Cleland, and you know, as a touring car fan, to come in qualifying in front of Reed and Cleland, it was just a bit confusing. You know, you just have that. I still can't quite wrap my head around it. You know, it's just a bit of a surprise. So,
is it still that feeling? Because I was at Silverstone for the first event, and there was that huge buzz around it. You know, with the star names we've got, of course. We're now at Oulton Park. Is it into the swing of things now, or is it still a bit pinch me moments?
to be honest, I don't think it's ever going to be in the swing of things. I mean, we tested here yesterday, and I've never actually raced here before, Oulton Park. I did a track day last week.
Very well,
yeah. I did a track day. I've never even been here prior to a week and a half ago. I came here a week and a half ago in our bath, effectively a Fiat 500, with Danny Harrison, who showed me the lines. And then we did a bit of testing yesterday, and I followed Anthony around a couple of laps. But you know, when you're in a Nissan Super Tourer following your teammate, and it's Anthony Reid, and you just kind of like, is this real? You know. So no, the novelty definitely, I don't think it's going to wear off all year, to be honest.
He showed you some pretty good lines then.
Well, I can't deny that, really, can I now? So no, I'm surprised where I am. I expected to be sort of P3, P4, but that last lap, sometimes it just goes right for you. You know, no traffic, just got the braking those bang on, and yeah, I mean, amazing. It's going to take me a while to actually realise, I think, that I'm on the front row of the grid now for a Super Tourer race. So.
Well, you haven't got too long, because it's not too long to get racing. Best of luck, Richard. Thank you so much for talking to us.
No worries.
Right, thank you. Right, stay with us. We're going to have a little walk round, because we have Richard's teammate Anthony Reid is over here. Let's see if we can have a quick word. I'll let you have some water first of all, Anthony. Now, last time I saw you, of course, we were at Silverstone, but Oulton Park throws up a few more challenges, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's changed the balance of the car. There's a lot more elevation here than there was at Silverstone last month. And we're battling to we're chasing rear grip. Yeah. The car's twitchy mid-corner. We've made some improvements yesterday and today. The confusing thing was that my lap timer, the in-car lap timer, wasn't working today. I put what I thought was a good lap in, and I was P1 at that point, so I came in after 4 laps. But it seems that these tyres take a number of laps to really come in, and all the quick laps came on the last lap after 7 laps. Richard went P1 with an incredible time of 48.5, but at the death, at the checkered flag, Jones just pipped him. But I'm happy because I made an adjustment on the in-lap and the car felt better. And I think we're in a really good situation. Second and third on the grid for the race this afternoon. Fantastic.
It's deceptively cold though, isn't it? Hence the reason why I guess it's taken a while to get the tyres warmed up.
Yeah, the temperature dropped. The sun kind of disappeared behind the clouds. And that made conditions a real challenge. Even my fronts, and you'd expect the fronts to come in really quickly, on lap 4, my last hot lap, were still, biting and losing grip, biting. They just weren't in. I should have stayed out to the end.
So the opening
I'll
few
know to
laps,
do that next time.
the opening few laps could be quite fun then.
Yeah. Well, I think the race will develop. You've got certainly 4 quick guys, including Cleland, in the top 4. And it could make for a really exciting race this afternoon.
It's going to be a cracker, isn't it? Anthony, thanks so much. Best of luck. Enjoy it, won't you? Right, almost time for the race. I better hand over to your commentator to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Cheers, Ian. Yes, that's perfect timing because the car's just moving away for the rolling starts. So let's have a look at some of these cars that are out there. What a fantastic field of super touring cars we've got out there. Mark Jones in pole position. in the Nescafe Blend 37 liveried Renault Laguna. That is one of the cars raced in 1999 in BTCC by Jason Plato, of course, still in the championship today. Cars from across the Super Touring era. Yes, Rob Salisbury is out there. That's the ex-Paula Cook Honda Accord from the end of the 90s. Never raced in the works Honda colours in period, but it's been finished in those colours now. This series kicked off at Silverstone at the end of March. One of the winners on that occasion was Anthony Reid, who we've just heard from, a race winner in the British Touring Car Championship on several occasions, reunited with the Nissan Primera. He never raced this actual chassis in period. I believe this is one of the cars that originally raced in Germany. It's owned by Richard Wheeler, the man he's starting behind. Richard in the ex-David Leslie car, of course. David, another regular race winner in British touring cars over the years, but sadly never won the title. He did win the Toka Shootout, though, on one occasion. We mustn't forget the pre-03 touring cars as well. This is a bit like the early 2000s BTCC, about the year 2000, when you had the production class involved as well. There's the pre-03s, headed by their reigning champion, Gary Preble, known as the King of Castle Combe. I think he's had more wins at that Wiltshire circuit than anybody else. We've even got a retro-style BTCC livery on Steve Barber's car, the Lego Star Wars colours. They were racing about 2005 by Tom Chilton. I did warn you I'd get very nerdy during this race. 1990s BTCC is a specialist era of mine. John Cleland out there as well. What can you say about the living legend that is John Cleland? 1989 British Touring Car Champion in a Vauxhall Astra GTE then. 95 champion in a Cavalier. Similar to the one that Tony Absalom is racing. And the car he's racing today is the Vectra built by 888 Race Engineering. It was actually raced in period by Derek Warwick, who was teammate to John Cleland. It was driven in the Bathurst 1000, this car, by Warwick and no less a person than Peter Brock, the greatest Bathurst driver of all time. Now owned by John Cleland. It was raced it in historic Super Touring events ever since. It'll be a rolling start for this race, the BMW M240 X-Drive. Safety car leading them round, ex-Saloon Car racer Gareth Newton at the wheel. Tony Absalom in the Mint Motorsports Cavalier. Raced in period by the likes of Richard Kay and Jamie Wall. It was built as a test car in 1995 for the Works Vauxhall team. Great to see the Mondeo out there as well, by Andrew Strachan in the old Valvoline colours from 1995, although that's not one of the original team cars. Give you more facts and figures on these cars when I get a chance as the race goes on. Reid and Cleland together on the second row of a race here at Oulton Park. The pace car has pulled into pit lane, so it's Mark Jones and Richard Wheeler who will lead them up towards the rolling start for a 15-minute race as we go. Super Touring Car racing here at Oulton Park. We are underway, the grid is unleashed, and what a sight they make. Further back of the pre-03s as well. Mark Jones and Richard Wheeler go toe-to-toe into Old Hall for the first time. David Leslie, aka Richard Wheeler, up alongside Jason Plato, aka Mark Jones, in the Renault, and it's the Nissan that will move ahead on the inside line into Cascades for the first time. Could almost be 1999, couldn't it? They're going to party like it's 1999 out there here at Oulton Park today. Third place is Anthony Reid, and John Cleland in fourth as they head up towards Island Bend for the first time. Tony Absalom in the Mint Motorsport car is fifth, then Jim Pocklington in the oldest car on the grid here. It's one of the very first Super Touring cars to be built for the 1990 season when the 2-litre rules first came in British Touring Car Championship. There's Pocklington with Strachan behind him in the Mondeo. Rob Salisbury, the ex-BMW racer, is next in the Honda Accord. 5 cars line astern as they go through Britons for the first time. John Cleland in there in the Vectra, the 888 Race Engineering built car. Here comes Mark Jones trying to make a move down the inside. It is Richard Wheeler who holds him off, the boss of Brisky Racing. Has run cars in various Saloon Car series over the years. Tony Absalom a bit wide there coming out of his lops. And the pre-03s are up with Rob Salisbury in the Honda. He had a few problems in qualifying, had to qualify out of session, which is why he started from the back. Gary Preble leads in the Honda Civic. Second, Don Hughes in the yellow Peugeot 306. Anthony Reid attacking for second place. He's raced touring cars all over the world. He contested the South African Championship. He raced Super Tourers in Japan as well, in an HKS-tuned Vauxhall Cavalier, or Opel Vectra, of course, as it was known outside the UK. Jones a bit slow off the corner there through Lodge. He's going to lose out to Reid, and Cleland could get through here as well in the Vectra. on the inside. Oh, Richard Wheeler's lost it coming into Old Hall. Goodness me, what happened there? Completely sideways. I thought he was going to go into the tyre wall. That was a lucky escape for Richard Wheeler. He's pulled up on the grass there on the outside, and so the complexion of the race changes at the front. It's going to be Anthony Reid, and Andrew Strachan's off. Strachan in the tyre wall. Now, where is that? He's gone straight on into the tyre wall. Something's broken there. You can see bodywork on the grass. It's at Druids. He's gone straight on the entry to Druids. The Mondeo is in the tyre wall, but Andrew is moving around in the car. Looks like he's getting out. Yeah, good to see he's okay. That's a great shame. The beautiful Valvoline Mondeo. Here's a replay of Richard Wheeler. Did he have something wrong with the brakes there? He just suddenly locked up going into Old Hall Corner, sliding off to the inside, takes out a marker post. He was lucky the chasing pack wasn't closer to him there, else he could have been hit. Anthony Reid going through to take the lead of the race. Meanwhile, up at Druids, Andrew Strachan walks away in the Mondeo. He's just gone straight on there. He's gone off to the left of the circuit, looking straight on into the tyre wall. Safety car standing by, as I expected, with those with that car off at Druids. We haven't had notification on the timing screen that the safety car is out, but the yellow flags will be out. Yes, now we go yellow flags around the circuit, and the cars will form up behind the safety car. I think we've lost Steve Barber as well in his Honda Civic, who started at the back. So we'll pick up on the race order very shortly then. It is this man, Anthony Reid, who has got the lead in the Primera. A chance to tell you a bit more background info on these Super Touring cars. Our thanks to the Super Touring Register website for some of the info. It's believed to have been one of the cars run by Team Rosberg in Germany in 1998, the car that Anthony Reid is driving. Gary Woodcock then bought it and ran it in the Formula Saloon Championship. It then went to a buyer in Spain and competed in hill climbs before passing to the Dodd family. Graham and James Dodd raced it in the UK. It's Gareth Newton leading the race now. He's at the wheel of the BMW M240 safety car. Mark Jones in second in the ex-Jason Plato Renault Laguna. That car went back to the Williams touring car engineering team at the end of 1999. Was kept in storage for several years. The Williams reserve collection was then bought by an anonymous buyer until eventually that car made its way to Serbia, of all places, and competed in racing there. Mark Jones has owned that car for nearly 10 years then. Meanwhile, the Pre-03s, we can't forget them. Gary Preble is leading their field. So we've lost Richard Wheeler. Has he got going? Ah, there he is. So Wheeler's got the ex-David Leslie Nissan going again. Car that later went to Sweden and was raced by Tommy Rustad in the championship over there. So Reid ahead of Jones. Lights flashing atop the safety car. John Cleland in third. Tony Absalom in fourth place. Gary Preble's up to fifth overall with one or two Super Tourers hitting trouble. There's Andy Abrams. He's had a moment somewhere in his Honda Civic as well. He's raced saloon cars in various guises for many years. Gary Preble sixth overall, I should say. Jim Pocklington is still there. He's owned that Cavalier for a number of years now. It was the car that was originally built as a rear-wheel drive experiment by the Vauxhall team. Chris Hodgins was the first man to race it in period. Briefly ran as four-wheel drive and then to front drive. John Cleland raced it in period in 1991 alongside Jeff Allen. That's the Mobile 1 liveried car we can see there. Then it passed to Ian Ashley, who raced it in Demon Tweaks colours for 1 year in 1993. Andy Clarkin then raced it in Thunder Saloons in a blue livery, then in Formula Saloons. And then Jim Pocklington has raced it for many years as well, now back in its period livery. Lights still on atop the BMW, so it looks like we're going to get another lap in under safety car conditions. As one of our commenters has said on YouTube, a shame that the Volvo is not here. Yeah, Jason Minshaw owns the ex-Rickard Rydell Volvo that won the 1998 BTCC. Jason is racing elsewhere this weekend. I think he's racing at the Historic Festival at Brands Hatch. We have a red flag, meanwhile, so the race is being stopped. Presumably that's because of damage to the tyre wall up at Druids. So the race brought to a temporary halt. We've got 8 minutes 21 seconds left on the clock. That's not yet halfway, so I'm sure we'll see a restart here. Cars being brought to a halt on the grid. The marshals will head out to inform the drivers what's going on. Thanks as always to the Orange family, our volunteer marshals. We could not go racing without them. And they head out onto the grid, just informing the drivers what's going to happen here. Should get a restart, I would imagine, over a slightly reduced distance. But the race stopped, presumably because of damage to the tyre wall after Andrew Strachan crashed out in the Mondeo. That Mondeo, not one of the cars that took part in the BTCC in 1995, although it is in those colours. It was built by Andy Rouse Engineering, but originally had a 4-cylinder engine as opposed to the Ford V6s normally seen in the Mondeo Super Touring cars. It was going to be run in the 1996 BTCC, but then Andy Rouse lost the contract with Ford, and it passed to West Surrey Racing. So they abandoned the idea of using the 4-cylinder engines. It was converted back to 95 spec with its V6 engine and went to race in the Czech Republic. Josef Kopečky raced it over there. The only time he's been seen on the wider Super Touring front was the World Cup in 1995 at Paul Ricard, when the Czech Republic entered a couple of teams. This car then went to France, was used in hill climbs, where a lot of Super Touring cars ended up in hill climb competition. Alan Strachan eventually bought it in 2014. Alan worked for Andy Rouse in period in his BTCC team. His company AWS Engineering have rebuilt this Mondeo. Alan raced it for a few years, and it's now Andrew Strachan at the wheel, although sadly no longer in this race with the incident here at Druids. You can see the damage to the front of the car. Whether something broke there we didn't see on the run up to Druids, but he's run wide onto the grass and then into that tyre wall. We're going to wait to see if there's going to be a restart here. They only completed 2 laps. It's Anthony Reid in the lead ahead of Mark Jones and John Cleland. There's some of the cars further down the order in the pre-03s. The BMW there of Simon Mann from Staplehurst in Kent, newcomer this year. I think he'd only done track days before heading into racing this season. He's in Class A of the pre-03s, the only entry in Class A. The only Class C entry is Steve Barber. We didn't see what happened to him. He disappeared at the start of the race. That car repaired after it blew its engine up at Brands Hatch, as we mentioned. That's the Lego Star Wars Honda. Andy Abrams is there. He's been able to catch up after a moment earlier on. Ah, there's Steve Barber, aka Tom Chilton. I'm not sure if he headed into the pits at the end of the rolling lap. He's got one of the recovery vehicles following him there, so maybe he's just heading back in to retire. Not sure if he's going to rejoin the race or not, so I don't know what the problem was there for Steve Barber. He's raced cars as diverse as a Renault Clio and a Ford Anglia with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club in the past. The other pre-03s have got Ross Craig in his Honda, number 169. His father Ian racing his BMW in Classic Thunder later on as well. Don Hughes in the Peugeot. He's what I call a freelance club racer. He races that Peugeot wherever it's eligible in various different events. We've seen him with the Track Attack Race Club in the past in their Tricolore Trophy Series for French cars. And of course Gary Preble, who's raced pretty much everything in saloon cars over the years, particularly at Castle Combe. Okay, still waiting to see what's going to happen here with this Laser Tools Super Touring Car and Bertie Haulage Pre-03 Touring Car race. They're forming up on the grid, so we are going to get a restart. Wait to see when and how long it is going to be, what duration it's going to be. There's the Mondeo on the back of the flatbed. Hopefully we'll see that damage repaired for race 2. Thanks for all your comments on the YouTube feed so far. Got fans watching from as far afield as South Africa and Australia, so hello to you. Hope you're all enjoying these Super Touring cars. It's really great to see them racing again. Elusive 7 on YouTube says that 306 reminds me of the one that ran in the second class all those years ago. Yeah, the super production class. I'm trying to think if that actually is one of those cars. I know a few of them still exist. Okay, the cars are going to be gridded up for the restart. We don't know what the duration of the restart is going to be, but they are going to be moved into grid order. Looks like the damage is largely superficial on that Mondeo. Elusive 7 has also mentioned the Alfa Romeos that raced in period in British touring cars. Yes, the controversial 1994 season. Yeah, it says about the wing and splitter that Alfa added to the road car so the race car could use the parts. Well, the story behind that is they had to homologate the aero parts. They had to make a certain number of road cars. It was 2,500 if I remember rightly. So Alfa Romeo created the 155 Silverstone so they could race them in BTCC. But the reason the other teams objected is that the road cars were sold, but with the parts not attached. They were sold as a kit that the owner could then install themselves, and they said that's not quite within the spirit of the regulations. But eventually, they were cleared to race. Alfa Romeo, of course, won the title that year. It was 1994 with Gabriele Tarquini. Renault and BMW followed suit with aero packages later in the year, and the rest was history, because then everyone did it. Told you I was a nerd when it came to super touring cars. I think for the moment, you've probably had enough of my geekery for now, so we're going to head down to Ian Waterhouse in a moment in the pits.
Everybody, welcome to the track. Here we are. As you can see, the car's just been pulled. This is Anthony Reid, of course, a red flag, unfortunately, stopping the race early, as you can see. Let's keep walking up, shall we? See if we can grab a word with some of the drivers. What they're doing is they're just re-gridding up. So we've got a brand new sheet. They are going to go racing again. And we've got Anthony Reid here. We've got Jones over here in the Renault. So what happened is we were chatting to some of the teams, actually, and the marshals here. And they were going to push, the marshals were going to push the cars back to their grid slots. However, the teams actually said, no, can we do it? Because the cars are very sensitive. There are certain places that you don't want to touch the car. And of course, they've got to get them all started up again. We've got John Cleland here. Let's see if we can have a quick word with him. John, how are you doing? It's good to see you again.
Thank you.
Quite a dramatic start so far.
Yeah, it was interesting. I think Richard just had cold rear tyres, and it just caught him out, I think, going down here. But already there was a yellow flag out, so I backed off to let Mark come back alongside, because I had him on the straight here, and then the yellow was out, so I thought, nah, I'll just give him the space.
Well, it's still a long way to go, of course. Best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. I really do appreciate it. Do you want this closed? Or?
No, it's all right.
You're right. Oh, there you go. Let's go see if we can grab a word with Jones as well, shall we? Up here. I wonder if he's happy to have a very quick word with us. All right. Here he is. Well, that was dramatic, wasn't it?
It was quite a busy start, yeah.
I mean, look, you got prime position, though. Off the start, it looked like it was Anthony had a good start, did he?
I don't. It was Anthony or his teammate. To be honest.
It was Richard, wasn't it? Yes.
Yeah. But he just, I think, cold rear tyres got the better of him.
Yeah. I mean, when I did speak to Anthony earlier, and he said it's taken about 4 or 5 laps for the tyres to get heated up. Are you finding that as well?
Yeah, probably a good 3 laps in qualifying, just before the back end gets some grip.
Right, look, thanks for talking to us. We really appreciate it. Do you want this shut?
No.
It's quite. I can feel the heat coming off these cars. Let's go for a walk. It's not often, is it? You actually get onto the track with these cars. They're absolutely beautiful. Let's just have a little walk by. The Honda is a particular favourite of mine. Oh, we're going to have to go now. Actually, we've been told to get off, so the race is going to get started very soon. So I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, who's going to talk you through the action. Enjoy.
Yes, thanks, Ian. We've just had notification come through that it'll be a 5-minute sprint on this restart, so only chance for a couple of laps, but at least we're going to see some more racing laps from these cars, and they've got another race later on this afternoon, of course. Getting them into position. And we just had a little update anyway on the Jaguars, on Tom Barclay, thanks to Tom Butterfield, who's got in touch. It's Tom Butterfield's car that Tom Barclay's racing today. The problem in race 1 was a radius arm bolt that sheared. I thought I could see something hanging off underneath the car, so that'll be repaired for race 2. Hello to Lewis Clark Bull as well, up-and-coming motorsport photographer, just like his famous father, Matthew Bull. Hi to Staffordshire Dashcam as well, as says, I was the Park Farm A Marshal and a start line marshal for the 1994 FIA Touring Car World Cup at Donington. I'm very jealous. I remember going to see the BTCC at Donington that year, watching from the Craner curves. Didn't go to the World Cup though, won by Paul Radicic in the Mondeo. The car that Paul Radicic won the World Cup in, I think it was the 93 car, still exists. The blue Mondeo. It was raced for many years by Alvin Powell down at Pembrey in the Welsh Sports and Saloons. There was another Super Touring revival race recently up at Knock Hill as well, at the David Leslie Trophy meeting. David Leslie's old Nissan Primera is here today. Of course, David sadly losing his life a few years ago tragically in a plane crash, along with his team manager and ex-racer Richard Lloyd as well, very sadly. So we're rolling once again behind the safety car. There's the Mondeo. Hopefully they can get that fixed for race 2. Hopefully we'll see Andrew Strachan back out. Thanks again for all your comments. I'm sorry that we can't read all of them out. So it's a 5-minute restart then, to be a rolling restart. It was cold tyres that caught out Richard Wheeler by the look of things. It's not the warmest day here at Oulton Park, has to be said. The track temperature quite low. There's Andy Abrahams and Simon Mann in the BMW at the back of the field. The yellow flag at Old Hall that John Cleland mentioned there, I presume must have been for Steve Barber's Honda Civic. I would imagine he pulled over there because he didn't complete a lap on the first start. So a 5-minute sprint then. It's even becoming like a BTCC weekend with this restart, isn't it? We've got a sprint race and a feature race. No pit stops in race 2 though, hopefully. There's the Prio 3s headed by Preble, Hughes, Ross Craig in the Dazzle camouflage liveried car. It's Anthony Reid leads them round. Will we see Reid v Cleland for the win here, if he can get through past the second place car of Mark Jones, aka Jason Plato? Pace starting to quicken. And leading the independents class, we've got Mint Motorsports Cavalier. Well, it would have been Imperial, of course. There it is, the Fujifilm sponsored car. Tony Absalom at the wheel, ex-classic VW racer. Jim Pocklington behind in the Mobile 1 car as the lights go out and we're back underway. 5-minute sprint for the Super Tourers and the Prio 3s who are further back. John Cleland already on the attack on the back of Jason Plato, aka Mark Jones. Fourth place, number 67, Tony Absalom, but it is Anthony Reid who leads the way. A legend of British motorsport. He's raced and won in a massive variety of categories. A touring car specialist. There go the Prio 3s. They're already strung out. Andy Abrams holding off Simon Mann there as they go down the avenue towards Cascades. Super Tourers heading up towards Island Bend. And Richard Wheeler's already recovering. He's past Rob Salisbury's Honda Accord and Jim Pocklington in the Cavalier built at the end of 1989. I think that might possibly have been one of the very, very first Super Touring rules cars ever built. Really is quite a museum piece, but Jim Pocklington has owned it for a number of years now and loves to race it in anger. Oh, up on the curb there, Mark Jones, trying to challenge for the lead held by Anthony Reid. A little bit of a lock-up from Pocklington as well. Here come the Prio 3s, Gary Preble ahead of Don Hughes. Jones has a look into the right-hander at Hislop, so it's Knickerbrook. Rob Salisbury all over the back of Jim Pocklington, so getting the Honda Accord wound up. A flash of flame from the side exit exhaust. Look at that from John Cleland, the John Cleland liveried number 50, driven by Jim Pocklington. We can't have two John Clelands race. Oh, Salisbury's lost it. Spectator's curse there for Rob Salisbury, unfortunately. The ex-Paula Cook Honda Accord spins off. Now, he'd gone onto the gravel there, but he hadn't dug in, so hopefully he can back that out and keep going. Fourth place battle's dropping away slightly now from the leaders, with Tony Absalom, aka Richard Kay, coming under fire. Oh, and Richard Wheeler in trouble again. There's something wrong with the left rear corner of that car, I think. Is the brake grabbing, I wonder? We thought it was cold tyres earlier on, but that's exactly the same as it did earlier on into Old Hall. I hope he's not going to do so again. The leaders go through: Reed, Jones, Cleland. Just under 3 minutes left on the clock. Yeah, they've got through for fourth and fifth. Okay, they're Absalom and Wheeler. Next through it's Pocklington, and then we've got the pre-03s headed by Gary Preble, 2.5 seconds ahead of Don Hughes. Ross Craig is third of them. Then we have got, we should have Andy Abrams come through next ahead of Simon Mann. Barber and Strachan both out of the race, of course. There's yellow flags waving, I can see there in the background. Are we going safety car again? If we are, it'll be for Rob Salisbury's car. Yep, safety car's coming out again. It'll be for Rob Salisbury, who's stuck at Knickerbrook. So I imagine, with only just over 2 minutes left on the clock, that's going to bring an early end to this race, which is a shame, but at least they get another race later on. There's Salisbury walking away, the ex-BMW racer, in the car raced in period by Paula Cook in the colours of DC Cook Motorsports in the 1999 season. We'll see it again here. Is it cold tyres catching him out again? Just swings it out of Knickerbrook. The back end comes around on him. He just catches the edge of the gravel and beaches the front wheels. The Honda, which didn't race in Works livery in period, raced in the DC Cook colours, as we say, but it remained unused for a number of years. Ian Goff bought it in 2013, and Rob Salisbury bought it 2 years ago and has restored it into the factory colours. They're heading back towards the line here, with the Nissan still ahead of the Renault and the Vauxhall, but there's only 1 minute left on the clock, and if the safety car picks them up here, they'll only get one lap behind the safety car before the clock goes down to 0, so this is effectively end of race, which is a bit unfortunate, but we will see them back out later on. But safety first, of course, in motorsport with a stranded car to allow the marshals to recover it. There's Simon Mann in his, well, I was going to call that colour scheme Dairy Milk Purple. He's running Cadbury sponsorship. Should get that car on display at Cadbury's World in Birmingham. Be chocolates all round if he gets a win here. He's going to win his class because he's the only Class A car out there. Andy Abrams ahead of him, running in Class D, as are Preble, Hughes and Craig further ahead. The only Class C car, Steve Barber, out of the race. So the race effectively coming to an early conclusion then, behind the safety car. It's going to be a win for Anthony Reid in our first Super Touring race of the day, sponsored by Laser Tools. Mark Jones, his first appearance of the year with the Renault Laguna, will take second, and it will be John Cleland in third place in the 888 Vectra. Raced in period by Derek Warwick. Raced all over the globe, that Vectra has. We say it competed at Bathurst in the hands of Derek Warwick and a certain Peter Brock. Some would say one of the greatest touring car racers of all time. The Aussie won Bathurst 9 times. It then went to Sweden, that Vectra, and was raced by Jan Brunstedt, a racer and airline pilot, if I remember correctly. It then went to race in Norway, and then came back to race in the Euro Saloon Championship. Alex Schoolidge raced it in that series. And then raced it at the Silverstone Classic in the Super Touring Revival race there in 2012, before John Cleland purchased it. There we saw a glimpse of Rob Salisbury's stranded car, the reason for this effectively early conclusion to this race. So they're coming up to take the checkered flag now behind the safety car. Gareth Newton at the wheel of the Safety cars, raced a few different Saloon series himself. I remember seeing him in a Mitsubishi Mirage a few years ago with the CSCC tin tops, among other things. The wheel of that very impressive BMW M240X drive, a new safety car for this season at Oulton Park. Well, we come to an early conclusion then. They're going to come up to take the checkered flag this time behind the safety car in our Laser Tools Super Touring race. There is the checkered flag. Reed the winner ahead of Jones. Cleland will take third place. Well, he's not showing as having crossed the line. His transponders stopped working again. Tony Absalom will take fourth ahead of Richard Wheeler, recovering from that spin in the Nissan. Jim Pocklington sixth, and then the Pre-03 touring cars won by the reigning champion Gary Preble in number 191. He takes seventh overall. Eighth place for Don Hughes in the Peugeot 306. Ninth, Ross Craig in his Honda. Andy Abrams completing the top 10. They're all in Class D of the Pre-03s. Class A runner Simon Mann, fifth overall. We lost Rob Salisbury into the gravel at Knickerbrook. We lost Andrew Strachan into the tyre wall at Druids, bringing out the red flag. And Steve Barber sadly never really got going in his Honda Civic, but they'll all get a chance to repair their cars and get back out for the second race later on. Race 2 for the Super Tourers and Pre-03s due off at 4:10. Race 8 on the programme. So I'll wait for the safety car to lead the cars back into Parc Ferme then, and then we'll hopefully hear from some of our competitors. As we say, no Jason Minshaw here today with the ex-Ricard Rydell Volvo. He had a win at Silverstone in the season opener for these cars. Yes, he's racing down at Brands Hatch this weekend at the Masters Historic Festival. He was out earlier today in a Jaguar E-Type, of all things. The Minshaw family, based near Oulton Park, they do a lot of historic racing. Family behind the Demon Tweaks business. Jason sharing Martin Melling's Jaguar E-Type this weekend among several other cars he's driving down there. Hopefully we'll see the Volvo back out soon then. Gary Preble celebrates his victory in the Pre-03, sponsored by Bertie Haulage, a new sponsor for this season. As they go up Clay Hill, under the bridge. See just what a beautiful setting Oulton Park is in. Definitely for me the most scenic circuit in the UK. Although Anglesey would probably contest that as well on the North Wales coast. There's Ross Craig, waving to the marshals and the crowd. See the orange heart symbol in recognition of the Orange family on the side of the car. Well, the car's heading out of Lodge Corner and through Deer Leap for the final time. They'll be led into the pits by the safety car. And down in the pit area is Ian Waterhouse, and he is waiting to greet them in just a moment.
Well, everybody, welcome down to Parc Ferme, and unfortunately we're not going to get a chance to chat to them because there you can see him. They've decided not to come into Parc Ferme and absolutely go the other way, which is a shame. However, we will catch up with them a little bit later as well. There you go, Anthony Reid, of course, picking up the win. A real shame, isn't it? Hard to get into that rhythm. However, stay with us whilst you're down here because we do have Strachan's car here as well. Unfortunately, sadly had to retire from the race, as you can see, damage there. It looks quite severe, doesn't it? I wonder if they're going to be able to get back out for race 2. But yeah, as you can see, quite a bit of damage there. Congratulations, though, to Anthony Reid picking up the race win. Mark Jones, of course, in second place. John Cleland in third. We must mention Gary Preble as well for picking up the Pre-03. We will catch up with the drivers a little bit later. I'm sorry, actually, that we don't get a chance to speak to them. We were expecting them to come in. We were told they were going to come in here, but unfortunately they've gone straight down the pit lane. So it's going to be a quick turnaround, though, for the next race, so don't worry. So I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, who's going to tell you what's coming up next.
OK, thank you very much, Ian. Well, what's coming up next is we're about to be thunderstruck. The Edmondson Electrical Classic and Historic Thunder Saloons, and they run combined with the Burton Power Products Blue Oval Saloon Series, or BOSS for short. Blue Oval Saloon Series is for everything Ford, of course. We will have a look at the grid in just a second for the combined Classic Thunder and Blue Oval Saloon race. And it is the man behind CNC Heads, who's got a couple of cars here this weekend. He's out in his series that he sponsors, the Northwest Sports and Saloons, later on. But in this race, he is in pole position with his Holden Commodore V8 supercar from Australia. Rick Wood on pole alongside Kevin Clark, number 771. He's in a BMW M3 CSL. The second row, number 74, running in the historic Thunder Saloons class, Neil Philpotts with his Mitsubishi Starion, alongside James Janicki, and he's in his awesome Nissan Skyline, number 19. Incidentally, we did see somebody asking in the YouTube comments earlier about the Calsonic Skyline. It is here. That's going in the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons later on, so you will see it out. That's Rick Wood's other car. James Janicki in his Skyline on the second row here. Row 3, Bradley Gelman. He's in a Ford Sierra Cosworth alongside Piers Grange. He's the quickest by far of the Blue Oval Saloon Series runners, the former champion in that series in his very modified Mark II Escort, 2.5 litre engine in that car. Row 4 is Nick Vaughan, Vaughan the Prawn as he's known, in his Audi A3, starting alongside 155 Jason Davies. The Welshman had a couple of wins in the Classic Thunder Saloons at Silverstone at the start of the season in his Ford Sapphire Cosworth. Row 5 is Dave Griffin, the Australian, at the wheel of his BMW M3. He'll start alongside Colin Voice, number 21, in his Escort Mark 1. Row 6 is Fraser Huntley, all the way from Aberdeenshire, in his Super Touring Nissan Primera. More info on that car hopefully a little later on. Starting alongside Ian Craig, we saw his son Ross out in the previous race. Father Ian out in his BMW M3 here. Row 7 is AJ Owen, the former Pre-03 Touring Car Champion with his Honda Civic, alongside Simon Collier in number 224. He's in a space frame Vauxhall Tigra hot rod style car. Row 8 is Mike Manning, the veteran Welshman. He's the second of the Blue Oval Saloon Series cars in his beautiful Texaco liveried Ford Cosworth RS500, alongside Martin Reynolds, the reigning Blue Oval Saloon Series champion, in his Ford Anglia. Row 9 is James Dunkley. He's in a Ford Fiesta XR2. XMG midget racer James Dunkley alongside number 2 Sam Daffin in his Ford Fiesta. Then back onto row 10 of the grid, we have William Hunt, number 70. He's in a Fiesta as well, alongside Michael Rudge in 75, another Fiesta pilot. The final row of the grid, number 86, Colin Claxton. He's in his very smartly turned out Ford Escort. And Tim Mizzen at number 10 in a Fiesta completes the grid. So we should see 22 cars out there. It will be a rolling start, 15-minute race. The cars will be released very shortly, but we caught up with some of the drivers a little earlier on down in the paddock.
Right, here we are in the paddock at Oulton Park. I've come down to see a good friend of ours. It is, of course, Colin Voice. Colin, qualifying, how was it out there?
You have to really concentrate on this track. It's been years since I've been here, and to be honest, it made me go a bit wobbly on some corners. If you don't get them right, you're off.
Now, a question actually for you, because we go all over with the classic touring cars, don't we? Is it more enjoyable a track like Oulton Park where it's twisty, the corners come at you quick, or do you just like to get the power down at a track like Silverstone?
Well, this is just an ordinary natural aspirated engine. It's not a turbo where you love long straights. You know, you need the bends, especially like Brands Hatch.
You come into your own here then?
I come up into my own because power really don't, you just pull it through the gears and really get into the bends and off you go. It's like this track. Good God, when I first went out in, testing earlier this morning, I think it's been like 13 years since I was last here, and I thought, oh my God, what am I in for?
I find it incredible. Like, it's been so long, because you do a lot of racing, don't you? Just never come back.
No, I left it alone for quite a while. I did, and then 2019 I thought, well, I'll get the old girl back out again, and done a lot of work on it, because everything in racing now is moved on. Everything is so fast, suspension, tyres, setup, and everyone's going for these big horsepower engines now, and this is still a little Duratec, as I call it, but I give them a fair bit of pressure.
Oh, you give them a bit of welly, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Now, what you don't know as well, just have a look at Colin's hair. It looks very nice, doesn't it? He did ask me just before coming on, do you have a hairbrush here? And I was like, what do you think?
Well, you've made me feel a lot better. It looks like we've just come off a motorbike, doesn't it?
It looks like, yeah, take the roof off, and we've been driving like that. The best of luck, Colin. Thanks so much for talking to us. Enjoy it. I'll see you later, no doubt.
See you later. Yeah, thank you ever so much.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Right, here we are with James Janicki. Now, James, quite exciting out there in qualifying. We were just chatting, actually. Sounds quite cold today, though, isn't it?
Yeah, circuit was quite tricky this morning. Took a couple of laps for the tyres to come in. But other than that, it felt nice. Nice to be here again.
What's it like driving a Skyline? It's got to be something else, isn't it?
Yeah, it's leery. In rear-wheel drive, it's leery.
It can be quite temperamental, can't it?
It can be. That's why I took sort of last year out a bit, just to sort of try to improve the car a little bit more and get a bit more reliability into it.
Now, I'm right in thinking, and watch this as well, this car does spit some flames, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Can you give us a show when you're out on track later?
I try to, if I can remember. Yeah.
How was qualifying? Are you happy with qualifying?
Yeah, 4th place, not too bad. It felt a little bit loose towards the end, so just have to see if we can improve it a little bit in the race.
Fantastic, James. Best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Enjoy it, won't you? And don't forget, flames out the back for us, please.
Will do, thank you.
Good man. Right, it's time for the race. So I'm going to hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action. Watch it for the back of this car. It's going to be worth it.
Okay, thanks Ian. Yes, cars on their way out, and a very impressive sight they make on their way to the grid for this first Edmondson Electrical Classic Thunder Saloon Series race, and the Blue Oval Saloon Series in action as well. Said we'd give you a bit of info on that Nissan Primera of Fraser Huntley for the Super Touring fans. There it is. It's in the colours of Team Dynamics, the Primera. Waiting to get some info up on that one, which we will do as soon as we can. There's Vaughan the Prawn going through with the black Audi A3 rather further up. There's Colin Claxton in beautiful Marlborough liveried Escort at the back of the field, the Mark II RS 1800. Yeah, the Fraser Huntley Primera was built by the Janspeed organisation owned by Jan O'Dor and used by Team Rosberg as a test car out in Germany. It was originally a show car put together in the Team Dynamics livery to celebrate Matt Neal's first race win. It was a non-running example for many years. And I believe it now runs with a Honda engine because Fraser Huntley didn't have a Nissan engine available. So not quite an original Super Tourer, but good to see it here anyway. But in pole position, it is that awesome Holden Racing Team Commodore of Rick Wood, the owner of CNC Heads, the engine tuning specialist. Oh, there's one car a little late to the grid. Tim Mizzen at the wheel of his very brightly coloured Ford Fiesta. We won't miss that one, will we? I believe the car of Rick Wood is an ex-Garth Tander car, if memory serves me correctly, that raced in V8 supercars in Australia. Starting alongside Kevin Clark in his BMW M3 CSL, the black car with the orange stripe. The second row of the grid, a rare car indeed, Neil Philpotts, the Merseysider, in his very impressive Mitsubishi Starion. That car always quick in qualifying, but has proven unreliable, so hopefully he can get a decent finish here. Starting alongside James Janicki, the man from Essex, in his lovely Nissan Skyline. We want flames from that car, as we just said. It's the blue car there on the right, on the as you look at it on the second row. Row 3, we have got Bradley Gelman in his black Sierra Cosworth, starting alongside Piers Grange, by far the quickest of the Blue Oval Saloon Series cars. Doubling up this weekend, he's in the pre-66 Classic Touring cars as well, with his Ford Mustang in the Mark II Escort here. The other blue car we can see on the right of your screen there is Simon Collier, ex-Bangor racer, raced at Hensford Hills Raceway for many years, liked his Ford Granadas, but he's in that Vauxhall Tigra-shaped silhouette hot rod here. 2-litre race-tuned engine, carbon fibre and Kevlar body shell, painted in the colours of his old Bangor racing team, the Barton Boys, from Barton under Needwood in Staffordshire. Okay, ready for a rolling start then. Pace car leads them off. If only you could play music over the PA system here at Oulton Park. We should be hearing Thunderstruck right now, shouldn't we? There's the Audi A3 of Nick Vaughan. Jason Davies could be one to watch in the Sapphire Cosworth. There's Ian Craig in his BMW CSL. AJ Owen, it's pre-03 touring car champion in the red Honda there. And there's the black and red Texaco livery of Mike Manning, a veteran of over 40 years of motorsport, the Welshman. Looking very similar to the car Steve Soper raced in the late 80s. Mike Manning, a rallycross driver as well. He's done motocross, autograss, he's raced everything over the years. There's the Starion, driven by Neil Philpotts. Colin Voice, the Castrol liveried Mark 1 Escort. Big rear wings seem to be a theme in this series, and there's the Starion. That's got the wing on the back. I think the biggest wings on James Janicki's Skyline there, and on Jason Davies there is the Sapphire Cosworth. Simon Collier, the Tigra. Now Martin Reynolds, there the number 27. He's not in his Ford Anglia. He's down as a Ford Anglia on the entry list. He's actually in his Mark II Escort, by the look of things. He's the reigning Blue Oval Saloon Series champion. The Classic Thunder points leader is not here. That's Ryan Steele in the Pocket Rocket Citroen Saxo. He's not out this weekend. Nor is the Class A points leader Andy Wilson with the big Holden Monaro. He's not here. Class B is led by Ian Craig in the points. Class C by Ryan Steele, and he leads overall. Simon Collier is joint leader with Jason Waterman. There is Collier in the Tigra. He's joint leader in Class S, so he'll take the lead of the championship with some points here. And the historic classes, Class H1 is led by Paul Eaton with his Holden Commodore. He's not out. Colin Voice is the leader of Class H3. He's here. Neil Philpotts in Class H2. We haven't had any entries in Class H2 so far this year. As for the Blue Oval Saloon Series cars, well, their points leader is Malcolm Harding, Class S, and Malcolm not here with his Escort this weekend. So James Dunkley with some good results here. He's second in the points and leader of Class D. Could take the lead of the championship here. Sam Daffin leads the points in Class C. Tom Abbott with his Capri in Class B. We only saw him out at the opening round at Silverstone. And it's Alan Breck who leads Class A. He's also not present this weekend. The drivers who are present are ready to get underway though. This will be a 15-minute race. Ready for a rolling start. Rick Wood and Kevin Clark on the front row of the grid. Ready to rumble with the Edmondson Electrical Classic Thunder Saloons and the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series for everything Ford. Pace begins to rise then, they're up towards the line. The red lights are on at the moment, they go out now and they thunder their way down towards Old Hall for the first time. Rick Wood, an Oulton Park specialist, takes the lead in the Holden Commodore. Kevin Clark slots in a second. Look at the flames out of the back of the Holden. Never mind the Skyline of James Janicki. There's going to be flames everywhere in this race, I reckon. It's the V8 supercar. Look at the grunt of that Aussie beast as it heads down into Cascades. Pulls away from Clark in second. It's Philpotts in third place in the Japanese machine, the Mitsubishi Starion. Now, where's James Janicki's Skyline got to? It was on the outside, coming out of Old Hall. Well, it's Bradley Gelman's Sierra in fourth place. There's the Skyline, side by side with Jason Davies in his Sapphire Cosworth. There's Martin Reynolds, the yellow, blue and white Escort. Well, a lock up there from Kevin Clark, side by side. I thought he was going to clip the back of Neil Philpotts there in the Starion. They've all made it round the Shell Oils hairpin, this banked right-hander so far. Philpotts up alongside Bradley Gelman in the Sierra Cosworth, the black machine there. Philpotts stays ahead in third place, Gelman fourth, Davies fifth, Janicki down to sixth. Nick Vaughan in the Audi is in seventh place, a new car to the championship this season. It'll be Piers Grange leading the Blue Oval Saloon Series cars, I think. Here comes Jason Davies on the inside into Hislops, past Bradley Gelman, and up into fourth place. Said if you want to watch here, Jason Davies, regular in the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship down at Pembrey. There's Piers Grange, the grey Escort, and his products will have transported many of the race cars to Oulton Park today. He's the boss of PRG Trailers, specialists in race car transporters. Up towards Druids they go. There's Janicki in the Skyline. No flames as yet, just a little bit of smoke there. And the outside, Jason Davies attacking Kevin Clark for second position. Gelman fourth, Philpotts down to fifth in the Mitsubishi. Smoke out of the back of Jason Davies' car there as he powers his way up through Deer Leap. So we've seen a fair few bits of smoke so far, but we haven't seen any flames. Mike Manning a bit crossed up there in the Sierra as Davies goes through into second place past Kevin Clark. It's Rick Wood away and gone. He's already leading by nearly 5 seconds. He's gone out of sight, Rick Wood. We've only done one lap. Nobody going to catch the Holden. Oh, AJ Owen a bit wide over the curbs there. Flashing the lights there was Colin Voice. I think Colin may have a problem with the Escort, in fact. He seems to have slowed. Yes, Colin Voice in trouble, I think, with the Mark 1 Escorts. So it's Wood that leads by a clear margin already. Rick Wood's first lap of this race was 5 seconds quicker than anybody else's. Incredible. In qualifying, he was 1.6 seconds quicker than anyone else. Here's Ian Craig, father of Ross, who we saw in his Honda in the pre-03s, chasing Mike Manning's Sierra Cosworth, the RS500. James Janicki under fire from Nick Vaughan in the Audi A3. He normally gets quite a bit of support in our YouTube comments. It is the ex-Garth Tander car that's leading the race. I've had that confirmed. Here's Fraser Huntley, the Scotsman, in the Matt Neal lookalike Primera, chasing Piers Grange, who's leading the Blue Oval Saloon Series. Certainly bossing it in this one. He was a long way clear during qualifying in that very modified Mark II Escort. He's raced this car for many years. He's won the boss title several times. Was concentrating on pre-66 with his Mustang this year, bringing the Escort back out for this round. We want flames, says one of our YouTube commenters. We haven't seen many flames yet. Although a little bit at the start of the race from the Holden Commodore, but look at the way Jason Davies is going. He's just done the fastest lap of the race, 1:46.421, and he is closing on Rick Wood. So, well, Rick Wood escaped at the start, but he is going to be caught by the look of it here. There's the number 2 Fiesta of Sam Daffin in the famous Gulf colours, the blue and orange. He's the only entry in Class C of the Blue Oval Saloons. Somebody's kicked up a bit of dust there at Cascades. Fraser Huntley is going to go past Piers Grange. Piers won't mind. Oh, there's the car that's kicked up some dust. Neil Philpott's had an off in the Starion. He'll drop back down the order as a result. He's had a spin there at Cascades. Just saying there, Piers Grange won't mind that Fraser Huntley's gone through. They're not only in different classes, they're in different championships. Thunder Saloon getting past the Blue Oval Saloon Series leader. Huntley's next target is Nick Vaughan in the Audi, and he's on the tail of Bradley Gelman in the Sierra Cosworth. I thought Colin Voice had a problem. Yeah, he's pulling the Voice Tune Escort into the pit lane. He doesn't want to stop there. He's right in the pit lane entrance. So it's Wood that leads from Davies. We'll see what the gap is this time through as Nick Vaughan battles it out. There's a bit of flame from the back of Bradley Gelman's Sierra. They're fighting for what is now 4th place because, of course, the car that was 4th, Philpotts, has had a spin. And Huntley, Grange, Mike Manning should be through next in his Sierra Cosworth, the Steve Soper Eggenberger Texaco lookalike. Puff of smoke there from Gelman. The lead gap has come down a bit, 3.461 seconds. New fastest lap for Jason Davies, 1:45.737. He's going like a Boeing 737 at the moment. He's charging down Rick Wood, the Oulton Park specialist, in his Holden Commodore. Rick Wood, a collector of the saloons. Oh, and Mike Manning isn't going to be through next. He's had a spin. That is at Britain's, I think. Or it may be through Knickerbrook coming down over the hill. One of the 2 chicanes there. Here's Nick Vaughan. He's got the Audi ahead of Bradley Gelman now. This is the fight for 4th place. Various subclasses all the way down the field. We've lost James Janicki, unfortunately. The Skyline, fast but fragile, that car. He's pulled into the pits. A couple of other cars we lost. David Griffin, I don't think, took the start of the race. The Diet Coke BMW, maybe saving his car for the pre-93 championship later on. Bit of damage on the front of Philpotts as a result of that off. We saw the bumper askew there. One car that we were hoping to see in this race, but withdrew after some throttle problems when he was trying it out yesterday. Clive Hainsford in the modified Mazda RX-8, the rotary engine car, sadly unable to race due to a few problems with its fly-by-wire throttle, he was telling us yesterday. David Griffin didn't take the start. We've lost Colin Boyce and we've lost James Janicki as well. As Fraser Huntley, this Primera going well. Closing up on Bradley Gelman. This is the fight for 4th, 5th and 6th place. It's Nick Vaughan. Had some problems with the Audi earlier this season at Silverstone. His clutch exploded in the first race. It's nice to see the A3 running properly now. Certainly a different car for the Thunder Saloons. There goes Rick Ward. What's the lead gap this time? It's back up to 4.1 seconds, so he's pulled away again from Jason Davies. They lap Tim Mizzen. Look at the speed difference there down the avenue. That's Tim Mizzen in his Fiesta from the back of the field. Blue Oval Saloon Series open to any Ford. Anything with the Blue Oval badge on it can race in it. As Wood charges clear again, the ex-Garth Tander Holden, one of many cars in Rick Wood's extensive collection of classic touring cars. Have a look at the class leaders in the meantime. Wood leads Class A, B is Jason Davies in 2nd overall. Class C is being led by Fraser Huntley. There's Neil Philpotts on the recovery drive, he's battered Mitsubishi. The Class H2 for the Classic Thunder Saloons is being led by the Starayan, the historic class. Class S by Simon Collier. No runners left in Class H3 because Colin Boyce has retired the Escort. And in the Blue Oval Saloons, Piers Grange in the Class B car leads overall. Class C is Sam Daffin, the only entry in Class C. Class D for the Blue Oval Saloons. We'll have to look a bit further down the order for that one. It's being led by James Dunkley's Fiesta, so he's going to take the lead of the championship if it stays like this. And Class S is being led by Mike Manning. Meanwhile, Fraser Huntley is on the tail of Bradley Gelman now. Ford against Nissan. And the Nissan, bit of Morse code on the rear bumper there of the Sierra. Get off, says Bradley Gelman. Blows some smoke into Fraser Huntley's windscreen there. 6 minutes of this race to go. 3.8 seconds is the lead gap now between Wood and Davies. Can the Ford catch the Holden? We're used to seeing Ford v Holden in Australia, but it's Ford Falcons and Mustangs down there, not the Sapphire Cosworth. There we saw a burst of flame from Bradley Gelman, but I think he's about to lose out to Fraser Huntley. Yes, the Scotsman goes through at Lodge Corner and up into 5th position. Coming up on Tim Mizzen in the Fiesta. Nick Vaughan out ahead of them in the Audi, and Gelman fighting back, using the grunt of the Sierra Cosworth, and retakes 5th place. They've dropped Piers Grange, who's down in 7th, still leading the Blue Oval Saloon Series though. There he is, the Escorts. Here's the fight for 5th position into Cascades. Sierra holds it ahead of the Primera. Or does he? Because Huntley trying to move up alongside there. Kevin Clark still in a rather lonely 3rd place. He's about 17 seconds down on Jason Davies now, the BMW CSL. And he's 7.5 seconds ahead of this fight for 4th. Grange down to 7th overall. Phil Potts has fought his way back up into 8th after his off. That's Mitsubishi going well. Ian Craig and AJ Owen rounding up the top 10 overall. There's Mike Manning in the RS500. There's Jason Davies in the background. He's chasing down the Holden. Ex-Garth Tander V8 supercar. There's the Sapphire with that huge spoiler on the back. Double winner at Silverstone earlier this year. Series then went to Brands Hatch, where it was Andy Wilson on top in the Holden Monaro. So sadly we didn't see a double Holden. We've actually had 3 Holdens race in the series now, the other one being Paul Eaton in the historic class with his ex-Peter Brock car. Just the 1 Holden here today. Another driver we've not seen for a couple of rounds is Andy Robinson with his awesome Ford Falcon V8 supercar. Not supercars, because he owns 2 of them. There's Will Hunt at the wheel of the number 70 Fiesta ST, further back in the pack. He's running down 16th at the moment. 3.5 minutes to go in the sunshine of Oulton Park. Conditions certainly brightening up here, but not for Colin Claxton. His Escort pulling over, that's at the Avenue, running down into Cascades. Pulled up by the Marshalls post there. Problems with the Marlboro lookalike Mark II Escort RS 1800. Front bumper still hanging on in there on Neil Philpotts' Mitsubishi, but it must be affecting the handling. 4 seconds still in it for the lead. That break at the start, the first lap being 5 seconds quicker than everybody else's, is the break that Rick Wood needed. He'll be out in his Calsonic Skyline later on in the CNC Heads Sports and Saloons race, series that he sponsors through his business, CNC Cylinder Heads. There's Simon Collier in the Tigra. Looks like a national hot rod from the short ovals. So the Super Silhouette series runs cars like that. Will Hunt has been lapped in the Fiesta. Hunt currently running second in Class D behind James Dunkley in the Blue Oval Saloons. It's going to be a Holden defeating all the Fords today. There's a yellow flag out on the exit of Old Hall because there's Colin Claxton's stranded car. Came close to winning the Blue Oval Saloon Series last year with his Mark 1 Escort. Martin Reynolds overhauled him. Martin was in his Anglia then, in his Escort today. He's still running in 13th overall, second in class. Tim Mizzen being caught by Collier. Ex-Barton Boys banger racer. Remember seeing him in action at Hensford Hills Raceway in Staffordshire in the 90s. Here's a battle in the Blue Oval Saloons. Sam Daffin, and there's James Dunkley, number 22. The classic Mark II Fiesta XR2. He's about to be lapped. So all set to take the lead in the Blue Oval Saloon Series. Here's Kevin Clark. We haven't seen much of him. He's in third place overall. Second in Class B behind Jason Davies in the Thunder Saloons, lapping Michael Rudge in his Mark II Fiesta there, the man from London. Kevin Clark, seen him in the British Endurance Championship this year with the BMW Z4, the ING Sports team. Trying a BMW with a difference today. Kevin, another short oval man, used to race in the Eurocar series among others for Space Frame Ford Mondeos. But here's Rick Wood, less than a minute on the clock now, so he's coming in to start what will be his final lap. He's pulled away from Jason Davies now to the tune of nearly 7 seconds. We'll see what the gap is as they come through this time. It's going to be more than 7 seconds, I can tell you that. 7.8 seconds. A fairly straightforward drive in this race. We'll see if Rick Wood can make it a double in his Skyline later on, but he's got a lot of lightweight sports cars up against him in the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship. Lapping Martin Reynolds in the Escort, a collector of classic Fords based in Norfolk. Rick Wood, also a classic saloon car collector. Specialist in Ford Capris over the years, as well as his Skyline. He's got some Super Tourers in his collection. Of course, this amazing Holden. Tim Mizzen about to go 2 laps down. Here's the battling pair of Nissan and Ford. Bradley Gelman still chasing Fraser Huntley. This is for 5th place overall. Nick Vaughan's pulled away from them now in the Audi. He's had a good run. It's going to be a 9-lap race. It'll be checkered flag this time for the Edmondson Electrical Classic and Historic Thunder Saloon Series and the Burton Power Boss Blue Oval Saloon Series. That's going to be won by Piers Grange. He's still in 7th overall. The leaders in the last half a lap of the race now. Can Fraser Huntley hang on for 5th ahead of Bradley Gelman? He's going to win his class, but this man's going to win the race. The ex-Garth Tander Holden of Rick Wood up over Deerleap for the final time and up towards the checkered flag. A pretty dominant drive in the end for Rick Wood. The Oulton Park specialist takes the win. Still side by side here, Gelman and Huntley. It's going to be a fight right to the line for 5th position overall. Bradley Gelman will finish 4th in Class B of the Thunder Saloons. So Rick Wood has taken the checkered flag. Jason Davies with a problem on the last lap. I thought he hadn't seen him come in. He's trickling over the line. He will still get 2nd place. He's clear of Kevin Clark. But problems on the last lap for Davies. He will take 2nd. And the gap ends up being 23 seconds. 3rd place is going to go to Kevin Clark. Nick Vaughan will take 4th place. But who is going to be in 5th position. Here's the Audi of Nick Vaughan home in 4th. The white flag out for slow-moving car on the circuit. That's the Sierra of Davies. Who's going to be 5th? Is it going to be the red Nissan or the black Sierra? It's the Nissan of Fraser Huntley. He takes 5th. Great fight between those two. 6th goes to Bradley Gelman. Just had notification of a penalty further back in the pack. AJ Owen, number 123, has been given a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits too many times. The Blue Oval Saloon Series is won by Piers Grange. He comes over the line in the Escort, 7th overall. Well clear of the next Blue Oval Series car, which is Mike Manning. But it's Rick Wood with an overall win, eventually by 23 seconds, but that does not really reflect fairly the effort put in by Jason Davies, who had the gap down to less than 4 seconds at one point, but the Sierra letting him down on the last lap and he had to crawl home for second. Kevin Clark in his BMW completes the podium. AJ Owen, despite the 5-second penalty, will take 10th place behind Neil Philpotts and Ian Craig. And there's Jason Davies. He's not going to make it back to Parc Fermé. The car only just making it over the line. He stopped at the pit lane exit. Confirm the full result then. Rick Wood taking the win ahead of Jason Davies, with Kevin Clark in 3rd and Nick Vaughan in the Audi, a good result in 4th position. Fraser Huntley tops his battle with Bradley Gelman. Fraser Huntley the winner of Class C. It was Davies who took Class B despite those problems on the last lap. 7th overall was the Blue Oval Saloon winner Piers Grange. Neil Philpotts the winner of the historic Thunder Saloon class in 8th position. Ian Craig's BMW 9th, and AJ Owen, despite that 5-second penalty, takes 10th. 11th goes to Mike Manning, 2nd of the Blue Oval cars, and he wins Class S. 12th behind him was Simon Collier, winning Class S of the Thunder Saloons in the Tigra. A lap down in 13th was Martin Reynolds, then class winners Sam Daffin and James Dunkley in their Fiestas. 14th and 15th, that will put James Dunkley, I think, into the lead of the Blue Oval Saloon Series with Malcolm Harding absent. Behind them, 16th place went to Will Hunt's Fiesta. Mike Rudge's Fiesta was 17th, and Tim Mizzen's green and yellow Fiesta a couple of laps down in 18th. We lost Colin Claxton's Escort, of course. James Janicki and Colin Voice also pulled into the pits to retire during that race. We can now go down to Ian in Parc Fermé. He'll be able to talk to some of our top drivers from that combined race for the Thunder Saloons and the Blue Oval Saloon Series.
Right, here we are in Parc Fermé this time. I'm delighted to say the cars are coming in this time as well. Here comes your overall race winner, Richard Wood. We must give a huge congratulations to Piers Grange as well for winning the Boss category. They're going to go all the way over there, so we're going to go all the way over there and have a word as well with Mr. Wood for picking up the win. Once he got away, he kind of really carried on, and there was no catching this Holden, was there? Look at it, an absolute beauty, but of course a lot of drama going on out the back. Gelman and Huntley really going toe-to-toe throughout that race. It was fascinating to watch, wasn't it? Let's go jump in here and have a word with Richard. We'll let him get his helmet and stuff off first. Here we go. I'll let you get your hair. Can I jump in? I'll let you get your helmet off first. Eh? I tell you, I can feel the heat. These cars get so hot. It's absolutely roasty, toasty. Conditions a little bit nippier this morning, but now, God, the heat coming off. It's hot in here, isn't it? Blimey.
Oh, I tell you, yeah, until you've sat in it with your 3-layer overalls in, you don't quite appreciate how warm it is.
I know, I was just saying that. I've just got my T-shirt on. Then we've got, look, there's James Dunkley as well. I wonder if James will give us a little wave. We'll catch up with you shortly, James. Don't you worry about that. And here we go. Let's grab our overall race winner, the Thunder champion, Rick Wood. Good stuff indeed. We'll have a little look, see who else is about to. 10 seconds.
7 seconds, isn't it?
That was about that's about 2 minutes. That I think, Rick. Here he comes. Here we go. Our race winner. We made it.
Pardon me, look.
I tell you, you're a lot quicker on track.
Thanks. Yeah.
What was it like? I mean, when you got the lead, you kind of just carried on and pulled a bit of a gap.
Well, this car's sort of built to do Bathurst 1000, so you know it takes a few laps to warm up. That's why I'm quite aggressive in the first few, you know, in warm up, and then it's just beautiful to drive, and it just feels amazing. It just gets better and better. Tyres
have been a bit of an issue. People saying getting heat into tyres. Have you had a problem with that?
Yeah, getting heat into tyres. That's why I was really struggling. Does seem a bit slippy out there, but you know,
it's Oulton Park, isn't it?
Yeah, everyone's got the same problem. So
Fantastic.
But yeah, love it.
Congratulations. Of course, you've got to do it all again a little bit later too. Well
Thank
done.
you.
Congratulations. Let's keep going down, have a little look. I think we've got a bit of time now, actually, because we're heading in to the lunch break. I did really want to find Piers Grange if I could, because in fact, let's go have a little chat with Mr. Gentleman up here, because he was having a fantastic. Don't go too far. Don't go too far. My word, you were having a good battle out there with Huntley, weren't you?
Which one's Huntley?
The Primera.
Oh yeah, very good. Yeah. The car's always been a bit skittish yesterday and today. I'm struggling to find a good balance on the car, so I'm being a bit cautious on the brakes. That car is quick driver, and I'm just struggling to sort of keep the pace. Put 1 or 2 good laps in, but then the tyres get hot, starts to slide, and
it was great. You were great viewing, by the way. Make sure you watch back. Thank you so much for that. Let's grab a quick word of Mr. Huntley down here as well. Just chat to your rival up there. You two were having a great ding dong, weren't you?
It was good, wasn't it? It was really good. Probably one of the best races I've had, though. That was great fun.
It was fascinating to watch as well. No time to think, is there, around here? You just, the corners come at you like that, don't they?
You can't see half the corners. I can't, anyway.
Not that short.
No, it's just behind the blocks. Try to get them out my way.
Look, thank you so much for giving us great entertainment. Fantastic race. Right, I think we might be heading towards the lunch break. It might be shortened. We're not too sure. I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, because there's still a lot of action to come today here at Oulton Park.
Yep, thanks very much indeed, Ian. Well done to the Classic Thunder Saloons and Blue Oval Saloon Series. As you can see, we'll see them back out later on. We're going to take a lunch break of about half an hour now before the oldest cars here today, the Pre-66 Classic and Historic Touring cars are out on track. There's a huge grid of them. Then the Pre-83 and Pre-93 touring cars from a combined grid. A single race over 23 minutes for the CNC Heads Sports and Saloon Car Championship. And then we repeat the touring car races. Jaguars, followed by the Super Tourers and Pre-03s, Classic Thunder and Blue Oval Saloons, then Pre-66, and finally the Pre-83 and 93 cars. Thanks for all your comments so far. There's currently a bit of a debate going on the YouTube comments as to how the Mitsubishi model is pronounced. Is it Starion or Starion? We're not sure. Nobody's sure, I don't think. We'll hopefully see Neil Philpotts repair that damage and back out later on anyway. Liam Price, hello to you, has asked what's going to be shown during the lunch break. Well, we're going to have some action for you from earlier in the season from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. We're going to take about half an hour's lunch break now. We'll be back in action at 2 p.m. We're going to show you some action from earlier this season for Classic Touring Cars when they race down at Brands Hatch. We'll join you again in about half an hour's time. Take you through the grid. It's the two drivers you just heard from on the front row. The grid based on the race yesterday. So Piers Grange in his Ford Mustang starts on pole, yesterday's winner, alongside Alan Greenall in the Ford Falcon. Fascinating to hear the history of such a remarkable car. The second row, Barry Syme from Scotland in his Mini starts alongside Robin Slater. He's in a Ford Anglia. Row 3, a pair of Lotus Cortinas, Pat Keneally and Nigel Cox. They had a good battle yesterday. They actually finished 6th and 7th. There was another car 5th, but more on that when we get down the grid. The fourth row, the reigning champion, number 1, James Ibbotson, with his Hillman Imp, starts alongside number 24, Rob Kirkhoven. He's in a Lotus Cortina. Row 5, Jake Swan, making his racing debut this weekend in a Ford Anglia. His father, Kevin's Ford Anglia. He raced at Silverstone. Jake on his debut here. Starting alongside David Heel, down as Douglas Heel for some reason on the entry list, but it's David Heel at the wheel of the Hillman Imp on row 5. Row 6, Kevin Bottomley Mini, Michael Sheraton Anglia. Row 7, Nathan Beresford, he's in a BMW 1800, alongside Andy Mesham, the Mini racing veteran. Row 8, Michael Loveland, Hillman Imp, Luke Wilson, Austin A40. Row 9, Patrick Harris in the lone Morris Minor. And it should be Keith Wright in his new Lotus Cortina alongside him, but I can't see him on the grid, unfortunately. The 10th row, we're then to the cars that retired from yesterday's race. Now, Eric Walker pulled up on the first lap in his Ford Anglia yesterday. I don't think he's there, nor is James Burrows' Mini. That broke down in qualifying yesterday. Likewise, Martin Reynolds' Ford Anglia and Freddie Brown's Hillman Imp. They're not there at the back of the grid, but the other two cars, I think, are Mike Davies' Mini. That's actually being driven by Mike. Mike finished 5th yesterday. His twin brother John has taken over the car for today's race, so he has to start from the back as they've changed drivers. Likewise, Brian Bedford's car is now being driven by Steve Evans. That's the Austin A40. As they've changed drivers, it has to start from the back of the grid. This will be a 15-minute race, and look at the difference in size. The two big Yank tanks out in front, and then Barry Syme in his little Mini, all the way from Glasgow to race, well, near Glasgow to race here today. It's father Jimmy shares that car with him on occasions as well. They've raced it at Goodwood among many other events over the years. Good to see Jake Swan's made it out in Father Kevin's Ford Anglia. We saw that car being towed in after the race yesterday. He got it back into the pits, but then the brakes jammed on. They've been looking for some brake shoes for that car overnight, so they clearly found some and have been able to fit them. The Swan family have moved into circuit racing from Bangor Racing over the last couple of years. Jake giving a good account of himself on his debut yesterday, finishing in 10th place. Up to the grid they come then, just warming their tyres. Evoking memories of the British Saloon Car Championship in the late 50s, early 60s. No less a person than Jim Clark won the British Saloon Car title in the Lotus Cortina, one of the greatest racing drivers ever. There's John Davies in the Mini that's been in the Davies family since it was new back in the 60s. Steve Evans at the back in the Austin A40. So missing a few cars, Freddie Brown, Martin Reynolds and James Burrows, they all had problems in qualifying yesterday. And Eric Walker's Ford Anglia not out either. That broke down at the start of yesterday's race. Up to the grid then, the Pultec Pre-66 Classic and Historic Touring cars. Two big American machines on the front row. Piers Grange, the former Blue Oval Saloon champion in the Ford Mustang, alongside Alan Greenall in the fascinating Ford Falcon. A little Mini behind them, that's Barry Syme, the first of the Minis, alongside Robin Slater in the Anglia. Then the Lotus Cortinas, Pat Keneally alongside Nigel Cox. And watch for James Ibbotson as well, the reigning overall champion in his little Hillman Imp. There's a gap appeared a little further back. Kevin Bottomley's Mini is not there, so he's a non-starter. So we're missing one or two cars. This will be a 15-minute race, about to get underway when those red lights go out. A little bit of creeping, but we're underway. Good start by Robin Slater. Watch the Anglia down the outside. He's going to try and outpace the big beasts into Paddock Hill Bend. Now the power of the V8s comes on, and Piers Grange will have the lead into paddock. Robin Slater had a win at Mallory Park last season, up into second place in the Ford Anglia, and a flying start by Michael Sheraton. His Anglia's breezed around the outside of all the Lotus Cortina. He's up into about 6th place. Alan Greenall, using the power of the Falcon, moves up the inside back into second position. They're all through Druids okay for the first time. Steve Evans at the back in the A40. But it's the Americana that leads the way then. Grange, the boss of PRG Trailers, his products will have brought most of the race cars here this weekend, leads Alan Greenall. Somebody onto the grass there, one of the Lotus Cortinas doing a bit of rally crossing. And Greenall attacking into Surtees, trying to take the lead away. He does so. Michael Sheraton over the curbs there, battling the Lotus Cortinas. Just how John Fitzpatrick would drive a Ford Anglia. Pat Keneally and Rob Kirkhoven behind him, the leading Lotus Cortinas. They run in their own subclass in this championship. It's Falcon, Mustang, Anglia as they cross the stripe for the first time. It's Alan Greenall who leads the way. You can see a bit of damage to the rear light on the Ford Falcon there. There's a bit of contact between him and Grange that we referred to when we spoke to them pre-race. Grange is not holding back here, tries to get the Mustang up the outside into Druids. Robin Slater holding third ahead of Barry Syme in the Mini. Two Class A cars ahead of the two Class C cars. Classes arranged on engine size. So the big American beasts running in Class A out in front. We had hoped to have another Mustang here, David Rahal, the West Midlander, but sadly he's not out. Michael Sheraton got an absolute flyer at the start. He's up there in 5th position in his Anglia. That's a street legal car as well. Several of these cars do get driven on the road as well. Pat Keneally's Lotus Cortina. There's the reigning champion, number 1, James Ibbotson in the Hillman Imp. Bill McGovern, who was the big star in the late 60s, early 70s in the British Saloon Car Championship in Hillman Imps, tuned by George Bevan. We had hoped to have the Fraser Imp replica of Freddie Brown out there as well. That broke down in qualifying. Look at the way that Jake Swan's going. I think James Ibbotson may have a problem. That Imp seems to be slowing down because Nathan Beresford's BMW has gone through. David Heel in his Imp as well. And up from the back, John Davies in the Mini. So I think, I don't know whether he missed a gear there coming out of Clearways or whether that Imp's got a problem. Alan Greenall escaping in the lead slightly now. There's young Jake Swan with the Anglia. Nathan Beresford's BMW. That used to be a rally car, that BMW, believe it or not. John Davies in the Mini trying to make a move on James Ibbotson. He does so. Yes, Ibbotson is struggling. Behind them was Andy Mesham in his red Mini. It looks straight out of the Italian job, doesn't it? Barry Syme in his family Mini. car from the 60s. The family have owned it for many decades now. It's raced at Goodwood events celebrating the 60th anniversary of the Mini, among other things, in the hands of Barry Syme, the ex-single-seater racer. His claim to fame is he once beat a certain Lewis Hamilton in Formula Renault. James Iverson has brought his imp into the pits, sadly, a rare retirement for him. Robin Slater still up there in third place in the Ford Anglia. Piers Grange in second place. Mustang won the British Saloon Car title in the 60s in the hands of Roy Pierpoint. It's Frank Gardner that did the majority of the winning in the Ford Falcon. Of course, replaced the Ford Galaxy, the ex-NASCAR machine in British Saloon Cars, which was driven by Jack Sears. Pat Keneally leads the Lotus Cortinas. He's in sixth place overall. There's Nigel Cox and Rob.
Well, hello everybody, welcome down to the assembly area for the Classic Touring Cars pre-66s, and what a wonderful place it is to be, especially with the sun shining now. Now, I've got a little treat for you because I have a mighty story for you. This is car number 83. Tim Dodwell is behind the wheel. Let's have a chat with Tim because there's a wonderful story. Tim, we've just been catching up, haven't we? And I understand you have owned this car from day one.
Yep, bought it brand new, £540.
£540?
Yeah, 10% discount for cash.
Can I ask what year?
1966.
Oh, good year, 1966, World Cup. Now, am I right in also thinking you actually drive it to the circuit as well?
Yep, do indeed.
Now, I don't know if we can bring the camera in here because the pedals are tiny, aren't they? They're absolutely tiny. I don't know if you can have a little look at that. Look how small the accelerator pedal is. They're tiny, aren't they? Say again, sorry, Tim?
Same with all Minis, they've got tiny little pedals.
I mean, that wooden panelling as well on the dashboard is something else, isn't it?
Yeah, that came from Wolsey Hornet or I think Wolsey Hornets, I think it was.
Now, of course, we were chatting, and as you said before, you can still find some people to have a good dicey race with, can't you?
Always do, yeah. I mean, it's obviously not got, because it's a road car, I mean, it's got less than 100 brake horsepower. All the other Minis have got 140. So
that doesn't matter.
And they weigh a hell of a lot less. This has got everything on it, carpets, you know.
It's beautiful.
Even got hydroelastic suspension, from the same one it was built with.
My word. You feel everything then, right?
But as I say, you can have somebody. There's always somebody to dice with at the back, and that's what you go racing for.
Absolutely, Tim. Couldn't have said it better myself.
Yeah.
Thanks so much. We really appreciate it. Keep an eye out for this car. Let's stick with us a little bit. I think they're due to go racing. They're going to get called out at about 5:02 is my understanding. So we're just going to take a little walk around, have a little look at some of the cars, shall we? Chat to some of the drivers whilst we're here. We've got Alan Greenhall down here, number 77. Let's go have a chat with Alan. He's always usually up for a little bit of a chin wag. So let's head on down. He knows I'm coming as well. Hello, Alan.
Hello.
It's good to see you again.
Here comes trouble.
Here comes trouble, yeah. The best intro there ever. Qualifying. Happy?
Yes, absolutely. I'm here on my own this weekend. Also, luckily, all I had to do was check the tyre pressures, and that's it. So,
stress-free weekend, is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
Is there such a thing?
But, yeah, so I haven't looked at it too hard. So, but the four wheels are still on, so that's all you need, really.
What's it like taking this round Oulton then? Because it's a twisty circuit, isn't it? It's a big car.
Well, it's much it's a little bit more relaxed than Brands Hatch Oval, because as you know there are no straights at Brands Hatch, but at least here you get a little chance to just admire the countryside. But,
not much time, though.
Not much time, no. These cars were built to go fast in a straight line, but it's the corners are quite exciting. But no, it's nice to be able to flex the elbows a bit.
Well, the best of luck, and thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Talking about the scenery here, actually. Those of you who don't know, there used to be a building just over the other side there, a house. It burnt down, which was a real shame. But actually, when you were driving around, you could actually see the remains of the cellars that were there. How cool was that? And in the infield here at Oulton Park, years and years and years ago, there was actually a cricket pitch. So they used to play cricket whilst the cars were going around too. There you go, a bit of local knowledge for you. Let's keep going for a walk. Hello, and chat to some more of the drivers as we make our way up, shall we? We've got a few revving, bit of revving going on over here. Let's make sure everything's okay, shall we? How you doing, mate? You're all right. It's good to see you. Everything all right with it?
Yeah,
giving it a bit of beans there.
Yeah, just warming it up. Yeah. So.
How was qualifying out there?
It was actually really good. We qualified P6, which is a bit mental to be honest in a 1 litre car. But I mean, these are normally quite good off the line, so hopefully we'll get a good launch off the line and try and make up a few places, but we'll see.
It's perfect conditions now, isn't it? It was a bit nippy this morning, but right on it now.
We want the rain.
Do you want rain?
Yeah, we want the rain.
You're the only person who wants rain.
Well, no, I like the rain. These do quite well because they've got the traction, but yeah, so we'll see.
Look, thanks for talking to us, mate. Best
Cheers,
of luck
thank
as
you.
well. Thank you so much. Number one on the bonnet there, look, as well. Let's keep going. I think we've got a bit of time, actually, to stick around with us. Like I said, I think they're going to go out on track at about 5:02. So we've got 6 or 7 minutes or so. So let's grab another word. We've got Mr. Swan up here. Let's go have a chat here. Make this the last one, I think, before handing back to Dave. How you doing, buddy? You all right?
Yeah,
Are you good?
Not bad.
Qualifying, how was it out there?
Good. I've sort of first time here, really. I was sort of a long while ago since I was last here, and it's all brand new. I couldn't remember a thing, but yeah. Hopefully go faster during the day. That's what it's all about, isn't it?
So if you haven't been here for so long, I'm interested to find out, did you do any research in the lead up to it, or did you just not bother?
YouTube. Yeah. We got stuck in traffic on the way in. Was that late here? We sort of didn't really have a look at the track, not until this morning. So yeah, but a bit of YouTube, a bit of watching that, and a map on my phone when I got a spare minute looking at that. So.
There you go. That's how the pros do it. Right?
Yeah. All you Formula One drivers take note. Yeah. None of this driver training, just a bit of YouTube.
Yeah, look, best of luck for the race. Thanks for talking to us. Really do appreciate it. Not too long to go now before this race gets underway. The pre-66s for the classic touring cars. The sun is shining now at Oulton Park. It's going to be a wonderful afternoon of action. So I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to take you through the action.
Okay, thanks very much, Ian. Yes, good afternoon, race fans. Welcome back to Oulton Park. The sun is out, and we are shortly going to go racing. The cars will be out on track in just a few minutes' time. A short lunch break there. Next up, it will be the Pultec Classic Race Engines Pre-66 Classic Saloons and Historic Touring Cars. They'll be signalled out of assembly very shortly. The oldest cars that we will see on the grid today, as we've already seen, quite a variety of cars in this field. Just getting my paperwork into order here at the moment. Try and find the points chart for you. So the pre-66s, as we saw, will be followed by the pre-83s and 93s. Then the CNC Heads Championship will have a 20-minute plus 1 lap race, so a slight change to the timetable there. I thought 23 minutes was a bit of an unusual duration, so it's 20 minutes plus 1 lap. Their single race today. Back to the pre-66s anyway, and the championship is currently led by Luke Wilson in his Austin A40, which runs in Class D. The class is based on engine size for these cars. It's the big American beasts in Class A. Class B for the slightly smaller cars. We've got 2 of them here this weekend, a BMW 1800 Ti and a Triumph Vitesse. Class C is mainly minis, plus Ford Anglias in there, and the Cortina GT of Paul Cooper as well, because the Lotus Cortinas have their own separate class. They're in Class F. Class D is for the Austin A40s and the Morris Minors, the 1300cc engines, and the smaller engine cars, which are the Hillman Imps, go in Class E. 4 Hillman Imps we've got here this weekend, including the reigning champion, James Ibbotson, who we heard from a moment ago. Only a young gun. His first car, that Hillman Imp, and he won the title in it last season. Marshall's heading back to their post then. Our thanks again to the Orange family. The recovery crew's getting back into place as well. We've just had a bulletin come through regarding the also regarding the CNC Head Sports and Saloons. It's a bit of unfortunate news for fans of the Calsonic Skyline. I believe Rick Wood is not bringing that out. I think he's going to race his Holden Commodore in the CNC Head Sports and Saloons race as well. So I think the Skyline, unfortunately, may have had a problem in qualifying. That's a great shame. It's an iconic car, that one. Gran Turismo players will know it well. Such a tranquil setting here at Oulton Park. But soon the tranquility is going to be shattered as we bring out the pre-66 classic touring cars. I'll take you through the grid in just a moment. It will be the man we just heard from a few moments ago, Alan Greenall, in pole position with his Ford Falcon. It's going to be little and large on the front row because Scotsman Barry Syme in his Mini has qualified alongside. It was also great to catch up with Tim Dodwell. He really is an unsung hero of UK club racing. He's raced for over 50 years, as we've heard, has owned his Mini since 1966, since it was new, has barely done any modification to it except for the safety modifications mandatory for racing, and he even drives it on the road to every event. Wonderful gentleman is Tim. He's raced for all that time, not only in his Mini, but also in a Mark 1 VW Scirocco as well over the years. We've seen that out on occasions. Meantime, let's have a look at the grid then. Pole position is Alan Greenall in the Falcon, Barry Syme in the Mini, alongside a little and large front row. Second row, Roger Stanford. He's the first of the Lotus Cortinas, number 111. And Piers Grange, we've already seen him in his Mark II Escort. He's now in his Ford Mustang on row 2. Row 3 is another Ford Falcon. Tim Scott Andrews starts alongside James Ibbotson, the reigning champion, in his Hillman Imp, little and large again on row 3. On row 4, it's Nigel Cox. He's in the Lotus Cortina, and is the man alongside him, John McGurk. Row 5 is Robin Slater in his Ford Anglia, and Ben Truslove in the number 24 Lotus Cortina. He'll drive in race 1. John Truslove, I believe is Ben's father, takes over for race 2. Pat Keneally's Lotus Cortina on row 6 alongside Douglas Hill's Hillman Imp. Row 7, Nathan Williams, he's in a Mini alongside Mike Davies, the Davies twins sharing a Mini. John Davies will take over for race 2. Kevin Swan in his Ford Anglia is on row 8. We saw his son Jake race that car at Brands Hatch. Starting alongside Kevin is Michael Loveland in another of the Hillman Imps. Row 9, Eric Ez Walker in his Ford Anglia, and Andy Mesham, Mini veteran, in car number 5. The 10th row of the grid. It's a big grid, this one. We should see almost 30 cars out there. Nathan Beresford, he's in the BMW 1800 Ti, alongside the championship leader, Luke Wilson, currently unbeaten in Class D with his Austin A40. Another A40 is next. Steve Evans will drive the car in this race. Brian Bedford will take over that car for race 2, alongside Freddie Brown. We've not seen Freddie out yet in his Fraser Imp replica, the Hillman Imp on row 11. Row 12, Patrick Harris in a Morris Minor, and Paul Cooper in the Cortina GT. Row 13 is Michael Foley. He's also in a Morris Minor. Starts alongside... No, he's not actually. He's in a Lotus Cortina. I apologise. Ex-Morris Minor racer Michael Foley. He's in a Lotus Cortina alongside Stuart Radford in the Triumph Vitesse. Penultimate row, Keith Wright. He's back in his Morris Minor this weekend. We've seen him in a Lotus Cortina earlier this year. There's a different one to that of Michael Foley. They're not swapping cars. They are different machines that they race. And Tim Dodwell, number 83, in his Mini, who we just heard from. Anthony Warnes starts at the back of the grid. Now, he's previously raced a Wolseley 1500 in this championship. He's now in an Austin A40. So we should see 29 cars, one of the biggest grids of the day, here at Oulton Park for the Pultec Classic Race Engines Pre-66 touring cars. This will be a 15-minute race. It'll be a standing start. The cars should be on their way any moment now from the assembly area. Of course, our next action on BARC TV comes up next weekend. We'll be in action at Silverstone, home of British Motorsport, our second visit to Silverstone of the 2022 season. On the national circuit this time, it will be the Britcar Trophy, I should say. Praga Cup, Junior Saloon Cars, and lots more in Silverstone over the Jubilee weekend. Catch all the action live here on BARC TV. So I've got somebody looking on by helicopter there over the circuit. Cars out on track then, they're taken round the short circuits to the grid, then it will be a green flag lap and the race will get underway. It's time to go racing here again at Oulton Park. Then there's Freddie Brown in the Fraser Imp replica. First time we've seen that car on track this year. Had a few problems with it earlier this season. Keith Wright in the red Morris Minor. Tried out a Lotus Cortina at Brands Hatch, but preferring the Morris. There's Tim Dodwell. Real unsung hero of British motorsports in the Mini zone since it was new. Of course, he can't make any racing modifications to it because it has to be a road legal car. Every event he's done, he's driven to. He's been in all sorts of other events over the years. He's all in this car, has done auto tests, rallies, autocross, sprints, hill climbs and racing. 77 years young and still going strong. Though he's not the oldest competitor here today. More on that a little later on. Quite a long drive to Oulton Park as well. Tim lives in Wellington in Somerset. His two sons compete in hill climbs as well with the Mini. Here we go then, it is Alan Greenall in pole position with his fabulous Falcon. We've seen that take a lot of wins in pre-66 over the last couple of years. His big rival is Piers Grange in the red Ford Mustang, but there's an interloper up at the front. Barry Syme, the Scotsman, in his bright blue Mini. That car with a long heritage as well with the Syme family. Barry's father Jimmy has raced that car for a lot of years as well. Look out for Tim Scott Andrews in the light blue at Ford Falcon. His father Tony was a very successful saloon car racer. Tony also a motorsport lawyer and race official. Tim has previously raced in BMWs among other things. Roger Stanford in there as well in the green and yellow Lotus Cortina, the colours of Team Lotus of course, rather than the traditional Cortina livery, the creamy white colour with the green stripe. Roger, again, a prolific saloon car racer. He's raced BMWs very successfully with his son Jack. Roger has raced this Lotus Cortina for many, many years as well. James Ibbotson in among the bigger cars, I should say, at the front of the field. James Ibbotson certainly quick, the reigning champion. He's the navy blue Hillman Imp. Brilliant effort up there in 6th position. But the smaller cars were probably hoping for slightly more damp conditions so they can keep up with the power of the big beasts. Green flag lap gets underway then. The first of the Lotus Cortinas is Roger Stanford. Second of them is Nigel Cox on row 4. Starting alongside John McGurk. Ben Truslove in race 1 and John Truslove in race 2. That's the 24 car. Starting alongside Robin Slater. One of a couple of Ford Anglias on this grid. A magnificent mixture of cars. There's Andy Mesham, number 5, mini racing veteran. The maroon A40 there, that's the championship leader, Luke Wilson, unbeaten in Class D. Stuart Radford with the Triumph Vitesse, the blue and orange car. Good to see the number 66 of Anthony Warnes back out there. We've not seen him in the championship for a while. So what is going to prevail then? The power of the big American V8s, or the more nimble handling Minis and Imps, or maybe a Cortina, which is somewhere in between the two. You'll see them pretty sideways. Nice to see some classic cars on the infield. There's always a lot of classic car owners make the pilgrimage to Oulton Park. I can see in the background there a Vauxhall Firenze, a Mustang, an E30 BMW, an old Saab as well on the very left of the picture there, the orange car. Of course, the big weekend at Oulton Park every year is the Gold Cup, where the entire infield is taken over by historic car clubs. I think you need a week to see everything at that event. It's Kevin Swan with his Anglia, the white car. Ez Walker used to race Grand Prix midget cars on the short ovals many years ago in the 43 Anglia. Robin Slater, the quickest of the Anglias, number 73. He had a win with that car at Mallory Park last year in the wet. But now the sun is out here at Oulton, a drive alongside the lake. Back towards the trees again as they head up out of Knickerbrook. Such a tranquil place to go motor racing. Britain chicane, then up over Hilltop and down towards Hislops and Knickerbrook. What a contrast at the front of the field, the big Falcon and the Mini of Barry Syme. Barry Syme's claim to fame is in his days in single-seaters in a Formula Renault race. He once beat somebody called Lewis Hamilton. Whatever happened to him? He, of course, is down in Monaco this weekend. Mentioning the Nürburgring Nordschleife as we did earlier, it's the Nürburgring 24 hours this weekend as well on the Nordschleife. You get about 200 cars compete in that. There's historic races there as well. Up towards the grid they come then, the Pultec Classic Race engines, pre-66 touring cars. One or two new faces on the grid, including Tim Scott Andrews with that beautiful pale blue Ford Falcon. It's going to be a mixture of nimble handling Cortinas, Minis and Imps, and the brute power of the big V8s. Alan Greenall in pole position, Barry Syme in the Mini alongside him. Roger Stanford in the Cortina, Piers Grange in the Mustang. We saw a bit of a rivalry between Grange and Greenall at Brands Hatch in round 2. It's Greenall who currently leads the Class A points. Class B is led by Nathan Beresford. Barry Syme at the top of Class C. Luke Wilson Class D, and the overall title lead Class E is led by Douglas Heel in his Hillman Imp. James Ibbotson having had a few problems at Brands Hatch in the second race. Pat Keneally leads the Lotus Cortina category. Okay, here we go then. 15 minutes of classic racing coming up. The last couple of cars into line at the back of the grid. Tim Dodwell and Anthony Warnes. 5-second board is held aloft from the marshal on the pit wall, waiting for the red lights to come on. When they go out, we'll be underway. Revs rise, and off they go. 366 touring cars underway. Wheel spinning start there from Alan Greenall. He's sliding about all over the place. Roger Stanford has a look up the inside, but Greenall, that car's so big it can easily hold the inside line. Barry Syme side by side with Roger Stanford as they charge their way through Old Hall. One of the Cortinas running wide in there. Somebody else running wide, I think it was Luke Wilson, the championship leader further back. Tim Scott Andrews is out dragged down the avenue into Cascades. Barry Syme still second in the Mini. Third is Roger Stanford. Then it's Piers Grange. He's got ahead of Scott Andrews in that beautiful Falcon in 5th position. James Ibbotson in the little Imp up there in 6th place. They go along the straight towards the left-hander at Island Bend, then the Shell hairpin. What a magnificent sight. Could be 1966 all over again, couldn't it? The British Saloon Car Championship as it was known then. Head up into Shell Oil's hairpin for the first time. The big Falcon of Alan Greenall has got the Mini buzzing around on its tail. Barry Syme, the Scotsman. Roger Stanford up there in 3rd position, the man from East Yorkshire. One car showing as having not come through so far, Kevin Swan in the Anglia. We'll have to wait to see if he is there or whether that's a timing error. The leaders head up over the top for the first time. Down the other side of Hilltop towards Knickerbrook for the first time. And Alan Greenall using the power of the big V8 Falcon to go clear. Is he heading for another victory here at Oulton Park? James Ibbotson under fire from the Lotus Cortina of Nigel Cox, number 47. He's got Robin Slater in the Ford Anglia in behind him. One of the Cortinas sliding wide there. That was Pat Keneally, I think, number 201. 24 is the Truslove family car. Ben at the wheel for this one, and Kevin Swan is there. He's behind him in the 63 Anglia. As they race their way up towards the completion of the first lap. Car number 111 has been given a penalty, a 10-second penalty for a false start. That's Roger Stanford in the Cortina. So Roger Stanford guilty of jumping the start, and he's going to be given a penalty, unfortunately. That will probably be applied after the race. So the leaders head round to the conclusion of the opening lap, and it is Alan Greenall who leads in the Falcon. 1 3/4 seconds clear. He's gone of Barry Syme in the Mini up there in second place. Rumble of that V8 as they head through. There's the next of the V8s, Grange and Scott Andrews 4th and 5th. There's Paul Cooper, the Cortina GT, retired chartered surveyor from Yorkshire, battling away with the Austin A40s further back in the order. Of course, that Cortina a Class C car. Plenty of laps to go yet, though. Plenty of time to go. Greenall charging clear of Syme. Third is Stanford, then Piers Grange in the Mustang. It's on the Blue Oval Saloon race already today. Scott Andrews is 5th, then James Ibbotson being chased by Cox, Slater, Keneally. And rounding out the top 10 is this battle between Douglas Heal's Imp and Nathan Williams in his Mini. Well, we variously see the name of the number 97 as Douglas Heel or David Heel, but it's Douglas on the entry list, so that's what I'm going to go with for today. Apologies if I do get it wrong. We've lost one car into the pits. The Mini of Mike Davies, number 21, has pulled up at the end of the opening lap. That puts that car to the back of the grid for the second race when his twin brother John takes over. Midfield battle heads through. There's Kevin Swan, the former Bangor racer, getting his Anglia sideways. Son Jake raced it impressively in the weekend at Brands Hatch when the touring cars raced alongside the British Truck Racing Championship. There's Nathan Williams, second of the Minis at the moment. Lotus Cortinas up behind him there. Pat Keneally in the chase in the number 201, leading the Lotus Cortina category in the championship at the moment. Here's the tail end of the field. Steve Evans in one of the A40s chasing the 66 of Anthony Warnes. Beautiful looking cars, the A40 Farina, named after the designers of these cars, one of the first ever hatchback designs sold in the UK. There's the Morris Minor of Keith Wrights, plumber and heating engineer from Bedfordshire, chasing Triumph specialist Stuart Radford. He used to race a Triumph 2000 Mark 1 in this series before switching to the smaller Vitesse Coupe, effectively a coupe version of the Triumph Herald. There go the leaders, Greenall, Syme and Stanford. We know Stanford is going to get that 10-second penalty for jumping the start, unfortunately. Barry Syme throws the Mini through Cascades. He's just done the fastest lap of the race, 0.4 of a second quicker than Alan Greenall on that last lap. 4th is Piers Grange, then Tim Scott Andrews in the big Falcon. 6th is James Ibbotson in the Imp. Nigel Cox is next in his Lotus Cortina. There's Freddie Brown, first appearance of the season for him in his Imp. He's had a few problems with that car so far this year. I'm talking of problems, there's an Imp slowing. I think that's Michael Loveland. Yeah, the number 22 is in trouble. That's a great shame. One of the Class E Hillman Imps is out of it. That class currently led by James Ibbotson up in 6th overall. Have a look at the class leaders. Class A is being led by Greenall, Class C by Syme, Class F by Roger Stanford. Coming up to lap 1 of the Minis there. The Mini takes to the escape road. Is that the Davies car? Has it joined in from the pits? Yes, it's back out there, having been into the pits. Mike Davies, that was who was moving out of the way there. Class E is being led by Ibbotson. Class B by Nathan Beresford, who's the only entry in that category. Class D by Patrick Harris, the former champion in the number 90 at Morris Minor. That's a maroon car, second in this group behind Freddie Brown in his Imp. Luke Wilson behind in number 69. Now he wants to get past Patrick Harris to keep up his run of class wins this year. He's unbeaten in Class D. He's won the championship in the past as well, looking for title number 2. They've got Paul Cooper up behind him in the Cortina GT. There's Mike Davies' Mini. It's pulled over, so the problem not rectified by the pit stop. And the Davies family Mini, which has been owned by the family virtually since new, I believe, is out of the race. Here come the leaders. Greenall, 1.26 ahead of Syme, who took another 10th out of him on that last lap. On the inside there, that's Ben Truslove in the Lotus Cortina getting past Nathan Williams in the Mini. Here comes Kevin Swan as well in the Anglia. Shades of the early 60s British Saloon Car Championship, definitely. Mike Davies walks away. He's okay, but he's out of the race. Swan up the inside, takes the Mini. I wonder if Nathan Williams has perhaps got a problem here, because he seems to be losing places. This is a battle a little further down the order for 11th position. Greenall leading from Syme, but the big V8s on a course such as this do tend to wear out their tyres and brakes fairly quickly. So the Mini could be in with a chance here. Here's a battle further down the top 10. This is for 6th place. Nigel Cox has got the Lotus Cortina through into 6th. James Ibbotson won't mind because he's in a different category. He's got Robin Slater's Anglia on his tail. Robin Slater had an outright win last season at Mallory Park. It was in wet conditions. We saw James Ibbotson loving the wet conditions last year. He was sliding the imp around like a rallycross car on his way to his first title. His first full season of racing with the CTCRC, the Classic Touring Car Racing Club as well. Trying to keep up with the Lotus Cortina of Nigel Cox here. This is the battle for 6th position. Just under 7 minutes of the race to go. Behind them it is Pat Kenneally. He's the current highest scoring Lotus Cortina in the championship. 43 points. Nigel Cox is on 36. Here's a battle at the back. Steve Evans, Keith Wright and Anthony Warnes. They're chasing Stuart Radford. But Wright trying to make a move there. He had a shunt in this Morris Minor towards the end of last year at Cadwell Park. Damaged the front end. He tried out a Lotus Cortina at Brands Hatch. Very beautiful looking car as well in a blue livery. But clearly hasn't gelled with it because he's back in his favoured Morris Minor. Morris Minors took a number of titles. Patrick Harris has won one, and the late Tony Preston was a regular title winner in this series as well. Passed away sadly a couple of years ago. Behind them is Tim Dodwell. There he is, the number 83. Some 55 years of motorsports Tim has under his belt. Drives, as we said, to the circuit in the race car. Every event he's ever contested. He's never brought the car on a transporter. James Ibbotson has lost out to Robin Slater. Again, he won't mind too much. They're in different classes. He just wants to beat the other Hillman Imps. Challenge Douglas Heel for the championship lead in Class E. In fact, I think we've lost the 97 car. Yes, Heel is out of the race, so we've also lost Mark Loveland as the leader goes wide there, coming through Knickerbrook. Now, Alan Greenall. Are his tyres beginning to go off, I wonder, or maybe his brakes, because Barry Syme is keeping him honest here. Greenall has done the fastest lap of the race now, 2:06.347. Stanford in 3rd place, but we know he's got that penalty to be added on. Then Tim Scott Andrews has got ahead of Piers Grange in the battle of the V8s for 4th. There's battles everywhere you look, and these two are going to be lapped shortly. As Tim Dodwell's famous Mini gets ahead of Anthony Warnes. He's said in the build-up to the race, there's always somebody to race with down at the back. Race is purely for fun, does Tim. He's enjoying his drive out here at Oulton Park, so getting ahead of Anthony Warnes in the A40. Here come the leaders in the background. Greenall's got his headlights on to warn the back markers he's coming. And he'll need to work through them quickly because he's got Barry Syme chasing him down. Syme took about half a second out of him on that last lap in the Mini. Anthony Warnes moves aside at Cascades. So does Tim Dodwell. Next to be lapped will be Keith Wright in the Moggy Minor. The speed differential there as the big Falcon monsters pass. Looks like a scene from Le Mans, doesn't it? The 24 Hours, the prototype slapping the slower GTs. Greenall's been able to pull away a bit from Barry Syme in the Mini. Slides it into the Shell hairpin. Here's a couple of Lotus Cortinas. Number 201 of Pat Kenneally. He's got John McGurk, number 13, behind him. They're fighting for 9th overall and 3rd in class. As we said, the Lotus Cortinas run in their own class. With Roger Stanford's penalty applied, I think he will still win the Lotus Cortina class as things stand at the moment. Still 3 minutes of the race to go. Here comes the fourth place battle. Piers Grange has got back ahead. In fact, they both got ahead of Roger Stanford, so this is for third place now. That must have been in the back marker traffic there coming through Britons. And Grange is now third, Scott Andrews fourth. Roger Stanford is down to fifth. They're monstering up on Keith Wright's Morris Minor there. He moves to the right, lets them through. We'll see again what happened here. Oh, Stanford locked up. Ah, he's gone through the escape road. So things are going from bad to worse for Stanford. He went through the escape road there and he slowed to avoid gaining an advantage, and the two big V8s got past. Grange in the Mustang, Scott Andrews in that stunningly painted Ford Falcon. Past Steve Evans, sharing that car with Brian Bedford this weekend, the Austin A40. Sort of grey-green coloured car, not sure what you call that colour. A couple of minutes to go now. And it's full-tech pre-66 touring car race. Alan Greenall looking good out in front. Can he hold off the Mini of Barry Syme? Lives near Glasgow. Alan Greenall from New Malden in the southeast of England. Here's Robin Slater. He's going well in seventh place. Oh, if he was going well, he's locked up there. I thought he was going off at Cascades. Good save by the Anglia pilot. Just how John Fitzpatrick would drive one. Or maybe George Polly on the short ovals. He was the great in Anglias in hot rods, of course. There's James Ibbotson still leading the Hillman Imp category. A couple of his rivals have dropped out though. Michael Loveland and Douglas Heel out of the race. Here are the Lotus Cortinas, and John McGurk's got ahead of Pat Keneally. The place is changing everywhere you look. Can Alan Greenall hold on? He's pulled out the lead to just over 2.5 seconds ahead of Barry Syme in the Mini now. As the Cortinas battle out. This is for third place in the Lotus Cortina category behind Stanford and Cox. But last time through, Cox was only 7.75 seconds behind Roger Stanford, so when that penalty is applied to Roger Stanford for jumping the start, then it looks like Nigel Cox is going to inherit the Lotus Cortina class win. But he's got his hands full and his mirrors full at the moment, because there's the Anglia of Slater behind him. Meanwhile, here comes Greenall. I think it might be checkered flag this time. We're going to wait to see. There's only a few seconds left on the clock. Is it going to be checkered this time? No, it's not. We've got one more lap out of this. He was, he was 1 second too early there at the line. And the last lap board is out for Alan Greenall. He's now 2.7 seconds ahead of Barry Syme. There's Douglas Heel's Imp. You can just see it on the right of your screen there, under the bridge. He's pulled over. James Ibbotson has got his mirrors full of Cortina, as John McGurk has caught him. But he can let the quicker cars go because they're not in the same class as him as Pat Keneally. Nearly a bit of rally crossing there. That's how Jim Clark would drive one. Robin Slater's on the grass as well. That Anglia's maybe having braking problems, I think, because we've seen him run wide at Cascades last time through. And he lost out on that lap to Nigel Cox. Here come the leaders. Out of Shell, up towards Britain's chicane. They've got a Lotus Cortina ahead of them. That's Michael Foley, the ex-Morris Minor racer. Greenall will get by no problem on the run down to Knickerbrook. I don't think Barry Syme has quite got the power in the Mini to catch him, unless Greenall makes a mistake in the last few turns. There's the Lotus Cortina battle. They've got James Ibbotson with them now, so still a fight going on further down the order. This is for 8th position. Plenty of fights everywhere you look for the pre-66 touring cars today. Greenall and Syme well clear of Piers Grange in the Mustang in third place. Through Druids they go for the final time. Under the Warwick Bridge. It's up to the right-hander at Lodge. The bounce through Deer Leap Barry Syme closing, but it's going to be too late. He's not going to catch the big Falcon. It's been the little and large show once again at the front of the field in the Pultec Pre-66 touring cars, and the large car is going to prevail. Alan Greenall takes his latest victory. Second goes to Barry Syme, a hard charge in the Mini. Got the gap down to just under 2 seconds at the flag. Here's a fight still going on. Roger Stanford on the tail of Tim Scott Andrews. It's going to be third place for Piers Grange. Stanford up alongside the Ford Falcon, which will simply put pedal to the metal over the line. And he's going to hold on to take the place, but see where Stanford ends up with that penalty applied as well. Robin Slater takes 7th in the Anglia, and still this battle towards the tail of the pack. Nathan Williams just lapping them. Here's Tim Dodwell, staying ahead of Keith Wright in the Morris Minor, and Anthony Warnes as well. He's driven well today, has the veteran. Another race, of course, coming up later for these cars. Nathan Williams in the Mini is lapping this little group. He'll finish down in about 13th place. Good to see Keith Wright's Old Faithful Morris Minor back out. Rest of the pack taking the checkered flag. Nathan Williams side by side, although a lap apart in terms of classification with the other Mini of Dodwell. I can tell you that penalty for Roger Stanford has now been applied, and he finished on track just behind Tim Scott Andrews, but had been penalised to 6th place for jumping the start. I'll give you the provisional results in a few moments' time. Alan Greenall, who takes another win in the big Ford Falcon. He wins by 1.9 seconds at the flag. Barry Syme second in the Mini. Piers Grange completing the podium ahead of Tim Scott Andrews. Nigel Cox inherits the win in the Lotus Cortina class because of Roger Stanford's penalty. Robin Slater in 7th, then John McGurk, Pat Keneally and James Ibbotson. He may have lost out to the more powerful Cortinas, but he does win his category. Ben Truslove was next ahead of Kevin Swan, then Nathan Williams 13th, Ez Walker's Anglia 14th, and Nathan Beresford wins Class B, 15th place overall in the BMW. Behind them we had Andy Mesham's Mini. Luke Wilson wins Class D in the Austin A40. That continues his unbeaten run this year and keeps him in the lead of the championship. Behind him was Patrick Harris, then Freddie Brown in his Imp, Paul Cooper in the Cortina GT, then Michael Foley, Stuart Radford, Steve Evans, Tim Dodwell, who topped his battle with Keith Wright and Anthony Warnes. We lost Michael Loveland, Douglas Heel and Mike Davies. Well, another race for the Pultec Pre-66 touring cars coming up a little later on. We can now hand down to our interviewer Ian Waterhouse down in Parc Fermé. He can talk to a few of the drivers.
Well, welcome down to Parc Fermé, everybody. Actually, it's a little bit quiet at the minute, but the cars are coming in. Whilst they're down, let's have a little look at the trophies, shall we? So you run away, Sonia. Don't you worry about that. Here we are. Look. There's the 3rd place trophy there. Told me to turn it the other way round. Yeah. There we go. The Pultec, the training specialist, Pre-66 Classic Historic Touring Cars, Oulton Park 2022, 3rd overall race 1. And just as I speak, perfect timing, isn't it? In come the cars as well. Alan Greenall, your race winner. There he is too. And in he comes. Look, we spoke to Alan Greenall a little bit earlier, didn't we? He's going to come up. Let's have a quick chat with him. Barry Syme was putting him under a lot of pressure, though, in that Mini, wasn't he? That was a great race. It really, really was. We'll grab a chat with Barry as well shortly. Let's hear from the man himself, though. Alan, you had that Mini all over you, didn't you?
I did, yeah. I couldn't relax for a moment.
I tell you what, it looks quite a sight. Yeah. This old beast and that Mini going toe to toe. It's wonderful stuff.
Less of the old beast, thank you very much. You talking about the driver or the car?
Talk about myself, actually. But yeah.
Yes, no, he's very quick, Barry. You know, you cannot afford to relax for a nanosecond because he'll be up the inside. So, yes, now I'm very pleased that I've managed to focus.
Good. Well, you've got to do it all again later as well, Alan.
Yeah, I don't mind. If I'm starting at the front, it's a lot easier than somewhere down the pack.
Absolutely. Well done, Alan. Congratulations. Great racing. Let's have a chat with Barry here, shall we? Barry, all I can say is it makes incredible watching you in this Mini going toe to toe with Alan there.
Yeah, it's great fun. I'm sure it must be fun to watch, but it's very exciting to be in there. Obviously Alan's just got the legs on the straights, but we keep him honest in the corners as ever.
I bet this car is made for Oulton Park, isn't it?
Yeah, we've won round here before, so in the dry. Not Alan wasn't here, mind you, but so we're doing a bit of rain dance for later on, and hopefully a well-timed sprinkling of rain will just level the playing field and just give her the edge. But Alan's
I'm sure you're going to get it today, but you never know.
Don't think so, but we come from Scotland, so we're used to the rain, so we brought some in the van.
Well, it could come any moment, and if you cut down from Scotland, any minute.
Yeah, but no, terrific. Big thanks to the whole team. My dad, who does most of the preparation, and Jonathan here mechanicking for us, and yeah, great. And Swift did a great job in the engine again. So as you can see, up against the big V8. So yeah, bring it on for race 2.
Always do it again in race 2. Well done, congratulations. I just want to show you on the camera. If you look at the back of Alan's car, you see that number plate. Ali G. There we go. Let's have a quick chat with Piers as well. Piers, it's good to see you again. How are you doing?
All right, thank you.
Congratulations. How was it out there for you?
Yeah, it was good. I just made one mistake. I just released the pedal on the brake pedal just a little split second too soon. I just ran wide, ran off, lost the place, and I lost the gap for these guys as well, because I was gaining on them at one point. I was trying. I pulled the gap closer, and I thought, right, I'm going to be on them.
You know, that's going to make an interesting race too, then.
Yeah, it certainly is. Hopefully, have a good start.
Well done, anyway. Thanks for chatting to us. Lovely stuff, Piers Granger. Right, it's time for the next race. The action comes thick and fast this afternoon here at Oulton Park. So I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to tell you what's coming up next.
Thanks, sorry, I was just having a quick cup of tea there. As we get ready for our next race, which is a combined grid. The Orange Aero Pre-83 touring cars and the Laser Tools Pre-93 touring car championship races. We can give you the grid fairly shortly, but earlier on today Ian caught up with a few of the drivers down in the paddock.
Right, here we are, as you can see, in Park Family. Qualifying has just finished for the Pre-93, Pre-83s. We're going to chat with that man over there in a minute, very shortly, Dave Griffin, because he's on pole position by some margin. But somebody I wanted to chat to is this man. Let me have a quick... Stuart, can I just grab you for a second? It's good to see you. How are you?
All right,
yeah, I'm very well. How's qualifying?
Went quite well, I thought. Yeah. Just, pleased with it. Yeah.
It's good to see you again, back racing with the Tomcats.
Been out of it for a little while, so I thought, why not? Give it another go.
It'd be nice to dust the old cobwebs off, is it?
Yeah. I'm hoping my grandkids are watching this now at the moment, by the way, so
well, I'm
hello to them.
Sure they will. Say hello. Yeah, there they are. There is. What are you expecting from the race, Stuart?
Don't really know, because I've not raced with this series for a long time, so anything above halfway would do me. I'm out for a bit of fun,
Out for a bit, until the lights go out, and it's all right. That's it. I'm going for it.
Yeah.
It's great to see you, mate. Best of luck. Thanks for talking to us as well. It's great to see you too. G'day, mate. Qualifying went pretty well, didn't it?
Yeah.
You've got some serious pace today, haven't you?
Yeah, it was nice and smooth, and the guys led us through to get a clear lap at the end there. So
that was nice of them, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was nice.
I would do that.
Always the flaggies help with the blue flags. It makes a massive difference. If you're not sure if they've seen you coming out Oulton Park, it's a bit of a drama. So no, it's good fun.
We know traffic could be a problem here, but it's the long circuit, so maybe not such a worry.
Yeah, it's just narrow. And there's a couple of really fast blind crests that you're kind of guessing on the way in whether people see you or not. But it's part of the fun.
Are you going to try and win the race by the biggest margin possible, or is it just a case of no? It's going to be harder. It's certainly going to be a lot tougher out there.
Last two cars I've been in, I've broken, so we're going to be trying to win it, but trying to win it without breaking things.
Third time lucky, huh? Yeah. Not my fault if it doesn't work out. Let's just have a look at some of these cars, shall we, whilst we head off. I can tell you as well, just over here, car number 13, Smith Senior. This man is going to be 81 in 2 weeks' time. How cool is that? That is insane, isn't it? We'll catch up with him a little bit later, but it is almost time for the race. So I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Thanks, Ian. See, I said Tim Dodwell wasn't the oldest driver here this weekend. The older statesman is Andy Smith in his Honda Civic. Let's have a look at the grid then. Dave Griffin in the BMW, who we just heard from, is on pole in a lap in qualifying 9 seconds quicker than everyone else. I'm not quite sure how he's done that. I've never seen a qualifying margin that big before. Alongside him is the reigning pre-83 touring car champion Stephen Primet in his Mark 1 Escort. Second row, Stuart Tranter with the Rover Tomcat Turbo. Rare car these days, alongside 179 Mark Spence in his beautiful Mazda RX-7. Row 3, a familiar face from earlier on, Mike Seaborn in his Jaguar XJS. He's doing the pre-93 touring cars as well this weekend, lining up alongside Sam Goodwin-Laidler at the wheel of his Vauxhall Astra GTE. Great variety on this grid. Row 4 is Andy Sheraton, number 56, with his BMW E30, the Laser Tools livery car, alongside number 81 Mark Chollerton with a Mark II Escort RS2000. Row 5 is another Escort, that's of Jason Christie, number 10, alongside number 9 Graham Myers. He's in pre-93 with a BMW M3. On the 6th row, 117 Will Davison. He's in an E30 BMW. That car's running in the pre-83 touring cars. The grid's mixed in together. Alongside him is Mark Osborne at the wheel of his Triumph Dolomite Sprint. It's Mark Osborne, not David Osborne. Error on our entry list there, sorry about that. He's in a Triumph Dolly Sprint. Row 7 is Mostin Rutter, he's in a Vauxhall Firenze, alongside Jake Margulies, driving the Alfa Romeo GTV6. I believe he's now driving in both races. It was meant to be his dad David taking over for race 2, but Jake will now drive in both races with the Alfa. It's an Andy Rouse lookalike car, that one. Row 8 is number 13, Andrew Smith, 80 years young, at the wheel of his Honda Civic. And Gary Fletcher alongside him in the second of the Vauxhall Firenzes. Row 9 is number 6, Anton Martin. He's at the wheel of a Ford Escort Mark III RS 1600i. And alongside him will be number 51, Jason Andrews, sharing that BMW with Josh Smith this weekend. Josh will drive in race 2. And at the back of the field, we will have Peter Millington. He's at the wheel of a Hillman Avenger. We may well see Byron Aldous in his VW Corrado as well. He missed qualifying. We'll have to wait to see whether he's rectified his problems and can make it out to make up the grid to 20 cars. A couple of cars that have had to withdraw with late problems this weekend. We haven't got the Mark 1 Golf of Duncan Leftley. Jonathan Corker's little Datsun 510 is not here. Winner at Brands Hatch early this season. Also, Age Harvey with his Mark 1 Escort. He was one of several of these cars that appeared last weekend down at Goodwood at the Retro Rides Gathering, along with a whole variety of other classic and modified cars. Great to see the Classic Touring Car Racing Club represented at Retro Rides 2022 down at Goodwood. Other cars, late withdrawals, Ian Bauer, the reigning pre-93 champion, sadly not here with his BMW. James Everard with the ex-Jack Stanford BMW E30 M3. Shame that car's not out. And also Dave Nixon, who was hoping to be here with a second Rover Tomcat in the entry, but he's had to cancel due to illness. So get well soon, Dave. We'll be getting underway very shortly then. 1 or 2 cars being recovered from the previous race. I think Mike Loveland and Douglas Heels, Hillman Imps, are just being recovered from out on the circuit in the pre-66 race. And then we'll be underway with this combined grid for the Laser Tools Pre-93 Championship and the Orange Aero Pre-83 Group 1 Touring Car Championship very shortly. See the cars taking a slightly different route to the grid through the short circuit here at Oulton Park. David Griffin in the Diet Coke BMW on pole. Now, we've seen a pattern from David this year. He always qualifies well, but then struggles to get off the line well. So he might make a slow start here and then have to fight his way back through. Maybe he's more used to rolling starts in the BMW. Got Escorts, BMWs. There's the Triumph of Mark Osborne. A couple of Vauxhall Firenzes. There's that lovely blue and white ICS Alfa Romeo of Jake Margulies. Andy Smith in the Honda Civic. Gary Fletcher's car in the colours of dealer team Vauxhall. Ah, Byron Aldous is there. There's the Corrado. So after his problems in qualifying, he didn't manage to do a lap, but the man who's returned to racing after some 20 years away, the man from Kent, is there with the VW Corrado at the back of the grid. Are we missing any cars? I didn't see Peter Millington, the Hillman Avenger, I don't think is there. So it looks like we could be down to 19 cars. There is Stephen Primet, the white Escort, multiple Pre-83 and Group 1 touring car champion with that car. Just beat Mark Lucock's Escort to the title last year. We went into the last race at Mallory Park equal on points, and then a problem for Lucock dropped him out of the race. But it's David Griffin on pole. Racing in Class B of the Pre-93 touring cars. Interestingly, he doesn't appear on my points chart. Andy Cripps leading the points, so it says here, in Class B. He's not out this weekend. Class C is led by Ian Knight in his VW Golf. He's not here. So Sam Goodwin-Laidler has a chance to take the points lead in Class C. Andy Sheraton leads Class D and is third overall in the championship, a point behind Mike Dugdale, another BMW pilot. He's not here either. Jake Margulies is on top in Class E. But that Alfa Romeo is not in Class E, it's in Class C. In the Pre-83 touring cars, meanwhile, the championship there is led, no surprise, by Stephen Primet. He's clear in Class C. Class D is led by Anton Martin in his Escort. Class B, well, their points leader Nick Strong in his Ford Capri was a late withdrawal from the entry, so no Class B or Class A cars here this weekend. Green flag waves, then it'll be one more lap. Chance to have a closer look at some of these cars. David Griffin, the Diet Coke car replica of the Australian Touring Car Championship BMWs of the 1990s. Great to see a Rover Tomcat Turbo out there. There was a one-make series for them in the 90s. Behind him, the gorgeous Mazda RX-7, the rotary engine car of Mark Spence. Of course, raced to great success in the early 80s by the legendary Wyn Percy. I mentioned that feature on Jaguar in Motorsport News this week. There's a great interview with Wyn Percy in there about his days with Jaguar and much more besides about his illustrious career. Speaking of Jaguars, there's one there in fifth on the grid, Mike Seaborn, with the XJS. Works as a railwayman based in Wiltshire. And hoping that XJS corner's on rails here. Interesting to see what happens off the line between the two front row men, the two pace setters in their championships. Sam Goodwin-Laidler, the Lastra. Mark Cholerton, raced that Escort for many, many years. Jason Christie's Mark 1 Escort. And the Mark 3 version of Anton Martin, the ex-Bangor racer in number 6. Who's appeared in a BMW in recent times as well. Just warming themselves up, ready for our next race here on the fast swoops of Oulton Park. See how Andy Smith gets on in the Honda Civic. Very smartly turned out BMW there towards the back of the grid as well for Jason Andrews. Sadly, we're missing Peter Millington, the Hillman Avenger, not there. Hillman Avenger, of course, won the British Saloon Car title a couple of times in the early 70s. Bernard Units was the driver on that occasion. Mark 1 Escorts won the title much earlier. Frank Gardner, the Australian, driving for Alan Mann Racing, red and gold cars. The Escort's probably more famous in the wider world of motorsport as rally cars. There's Will Davison. He had began his career by winning the Junior Saloon Car Championship, if I remember rightly, several years ago. There's Jake Margulies and that beautiful Lavance Garage run Alfa Romeo, based down near Goodwood. It'll be a standing start. This will be a 15-minute race. This meeting organised today by the BARC's Northwest Centre, based here at Oulton Park. Keep an eye on Mark Osborne at the wheel of that Triumph Dolomite Sprint. He's had a relatively quiet season so far. There's Byron Aldous at the back in the VW Corrado, a rare car these days. Now, David Griffin, 9 seconds quicker than anyone else in qualifying. Can he translate that pace into the race? First of all, he's got to make a good start. Something which he admits he sometimes struggles to do with the rear-wheel drive BMW. Are we going to see Stephen Primmett blast into the overall lead in the Mark 1 Escort? There's Gary Fletcher. Shades of Jerry Marshall there, the colours of dealer team Vauxhall on the Firenze. Most famous car was Baby Bertha, of course, with the Holden V8 engine. It still exists today, still racing. Last couple of cars into position. We'll see a green flag go up from the marshal at the back to signal everything is ready. And then the 5-second board will be held aloft from the pit wall. Support vehicles into line at the back. Green flag is waved at the back of the grid. 5-second board is held aloft, waiting for the red lights to come on. Pre-83 and pre-93 touring cars. Combined grid, the red lights are on. Quite a long hold on the red lights, but we get underway. Now, what sort of start is David Griffin going to make from pole position in the BMW? He's made a fairly decent one. Look at Mark Spence coming up on the outside in the Mazda RX-7. Stephen Primmett moves across to take the line. Griffin and Primmett together into the first corner. They're already clear of the field. Oh, Spence ploughs off in the RX-7 onto the grass. That's a great shame. He manages to rejoin without spinning, but he's lost a few places down towards the back of the field. Mike Seaborn's got away well, so has Sam Goodwin-Laidler in the Astra. It's Griffin who leads. Second place is the Escort of Stephen Primmett. Stuart Tranter in the Rover is up there in third position as they stream their way out towards the back of the circuit, out into the country. Goodwin-Laidler's up to fourth in the Astra. Mike Seaborn in the big Jag is in fifth position. That's where he finished in the Jaguar Challenge race earlier on today. Jason Christie's made a good start. The Mark 1 Escort up there, passing Mark Osborne's Triumph. Then we've got Mark Chollerton and Graham Myers. So they all filter their way out of the shell hairpin. A bit sideways there for Will Davison in his BMW. Last couple of cars make their way through. They slow for the chicane at Britain's. The left, the right, then the left again. Will Davison side by side with a similar E30. He passes Andy Sheraton. Lives just down the road from the Cadwell Park circuit in Lincolnshire, the owner of that Laser Tools BMW. Mark Spence fighting back up the outside there in the RX-7, using the power of the rotary engine to get through. Great to see a Rover Tomcat out there. We should have seen two, as we said, but owing to illness, David Nixon having to cancel his entry. There's Graham Myers with his E36 BMW. Charge their way up the hill towards the right-hander and Druids. Griffin leads, Primmett second, both leading their respective championships. A lot of different subclasses down the field, which we'll pick up on later on. Mark Chollerton in the 81 Escort there, clear of Graham Myers. Chollerton, a builder based over in Norfolk. Jason Christie running well here in the number 10, snaking a little bit under braking there for the right-hander at Lodge. Myers under fire from Spence. Had that off at the start. Griffin leads from Primmett by 1.2 seconds, just under, at the end of the opening lap. Tranter third, then Goodwin-Laidler. Seaborn fifth in the Jaguar. Then Jason Christie in a rather tail-happy Mark 1 Escort is in sixth position. He's gained 3 places around that first lap. Mark Osborne's gained 5 places after a relatively lacklustre qualifying for the black Triumph. He's just behind. Big loser on that first lap, of course, was Mark Spence after that grassy moment coming out of Old Hall. No problem for David Griffin, though. He's finally got the start right. Here comes Osborne, side by side with Christie. Chollerton, Myers and Spence. Challenge on for third place. Sam Goodwin later. I don't think he'll get the Astra around the outside of Stuart Tranter on the Shell hairpin, but he could fall victim here to Mike Seaborn in the big Jaguar XJS. He's having a look on the inside there, going towards the Britain chicane. Is he going to get the Jag ahead? Yes, he has. Good move by Mike Seaborn around the outside of the first element of the chicane there, the left-hander. Then made it stick as they swung back to the right. There is Mark Spence in the colours of the Akai Hi-Fi livery. Very much a Win Percy lookalike, that car. Here comes Mark Osborne. Jason Christie turns in, trying to hold the place. He does so. Sliding the escort about there, Mark Chollerton getting aboard as well in the number 81. Osborne tries again. The Triumph Dolomite Sprint pulls alongside the escort. This time he's going to go through. Up the hill towards Druids, and the Welshman moves ahead, and here comes Chollerton as well. Graham Myers behind them. Still David Griffin who leads the way. Let's see what his lap pace is compared with these rivals after that extraordinary effort to go 9 seconds clear of everybody else in qualifying. Mark Chollerton to the inside. Christie's losing place. He seems to be struggling a bit with the handling of his Mark 1 Escort. You see it slide out again there. Chollerton goes through. Mike Seaborn, meanwhile, is all over the back of Stuart Tranter for third place. Griffin leads by just over a second. Fastest lap of the race by Stephen Primet in the Escort. That time through, 2:02.119. Here comes the 24, the Seaborn XJS, trying to go around the outside at Cascade. Something flew off. I think that might have been one of the wing mirrors there. And Seaborn moves ahead, the power of the Jag telling there. Ex-Gale Hill XJS. Here's a battle towards the back. Jake Margulies, ex-Ford Escort racer, fighting it out with Byron Aldous. Midfield battle goes through there. Is Seaborn now up into third place. And Jason Christie all trying too hard there at Island Bend. He's lost it onto the grass. Now, whether that's his handling problem returning, or whether he's just a bit over-exuberant around the outside at Island Bend there. At least he didn't reach the tyre wall. He's got the car stopped. And we'll try to rejoin. Now here comes Sam Goodwin-Laidler, the Vauxhall Astra GTE, closing up on Stuart Tranter. Tranter in one of the, I think that's one of the original cars from the One Make series, the Tomcat Turbo Cup back in the 90s. There was a One Make series for 216 GTIs as well. Through Knickerbrook they go. Of course, the Vauxhall Astra Mark II, the car that Sir John Cleland won his first BTCC title in back in 1989, before Vauxhall switched to the Cavalier the following year. Tony Lanfranchi, the great club saloon racer, was a leading exponent in Astras as well. On the back of the Rover Tomcat here, here's the battle between the Andy Rouse lookalike Alfa Romeo of Jake Margulies and the Corrado of Byron Aldous. This is at the back of the field. It's 1983 when Andy Rouse drove a GTV Alfa Romeo to the BTCC title, denying Steve Soper in the Rover SD1 Vitesse. Slip and slide there, squeal of tyres as they come through Druids Bend. Gary Fletcher behind this pairing. A few names towards the bottom of the list on the left of your screen did not start this race, incidentally. They are slightly down on drivers. Hopefully we'll see some more out for race 2. Here comes Byron Aldous up the inside, takes the Alfa Romeo into Old Hall. Meanwhile, the lead gap is up to 1.5 seconds between Griffin and Primet. It's still Seaborn third, ahead of Tranter. Then Goodwin-Laidler in the Astron, Tranter's tail. Here they are through the Shell Oils hairpin. 6th behind them is Osborne in the Triumph. 7th is Mark Chollerton. Graham Myers now up to 8th, and Mark Spence recovering to 9th in the RX-7. Completing the top 10 is Andy Sheraton's BMW. Of course, Jason Christie out of the equation now after spinning off. He has rejoined down in about 12th position. David Griffin continues to lead, chased by Stephen Primet. They are well clear of everybody else, some 6 seconds up on the rest of the field. Here's a fight between Andy Smith, soon to turn 81 years young, in his Honda Civic, the VTEC Direct run car, chased by Anton Martin in his menacing black Mark III Escort RS 1600. Used to race at Kings Lynn mainly in the bangers. Anton Martin, before switching to circuit racing, likes his classic Fords and also his BMWs. This guy likes his BMWs. Dave Griffin. He's pulling away slightly now from Stephen Primet in the Mark 1 Escort. Only slightly though. Fastest lap of the race though for the BMW, 2 minutes 2.002 that time through. This livery made famous in Australia by the likes of Paul Morris, Jeff Brabham, David Brabham as well. The Brabham boys shared the Bathurst 1000 when that was run to Super Touring rules after their teammates Paul Morris and Craig Baird got disqualified because Craig Baird spent too long in the car. There are rules over how long one driver can drive in the Bathurst 1000. They fell foul of it. But the other BMW also was in there and won the race. Here's the battle at the back between Andy Smith and Anton Martin. This is for 17th place. One car back behind them, the number 51, Jason Andrews in his very smart BMW E30. Gary Fletcher ahead of them in the Group Snoot, as it's known, the Vauxhall Firenze. One of those cars I noticed in the spectator area today as well. Here's the midfield battle in the top 10. Mark Chullerton in 7th place, chasing Osborne's Triumph. Behind them, Graham Myers BMW. Still can't get past Stuart Tranter in the Rover Tomcat for 4th place. Swing their way out of Knickerbrook, the Escort a bit sideways on the exit. That's a little bit of smoke I see from Mark Chullerton's car. He has had a few problems with this car this year. It's dropped back just a little from Mark Osborne now in the Triumph. Triumph Dolomite Sprints, a car that was very successful in British saloon car racing in the early 80s. Likes of Tony Dron and a young Andy Rouse were stars in those cars. David Griffin continues to lead, 1.5 seconds up on Stephen Primet. They're both leading their respective championships. Class leaders further back, Mike Seaborn leads Pre-93 Class A. Pre-93 Class C is led by Stuart Tranter. Change for 4th place there, Mark Osborne's got ahead of Sam Goodwin-Laidler in the Astra. Here comes Mark Chullerton, he's going to go through as well. I wonder if that Astra's running into problems. He's lost 2 places in quick succession there, Sam Goodwin-Laidler. Tranter leads Pre-93 Class C. Looking at the other class leaders, Pre-93 Class D is Andy Sheraton's BMW. And Class E is led by Andy Smith in the Honda Civic. It's the Pre-83 touring cars with only classes C and D running today. Mostyn Rutter, veteran campaigner in his Firenze Group Snoot, has caught Jake Margulies. Byron Aldous having already gone through. Mark Spence closing back up. Beautiful 179 Mazda RX-7, run by the Racing Beat sponsored team. They had hoped to have Clive Hainsford's RX-8 out in Classic Thunder this weekend, but a few problems found on that car, not able to race. I'm sure Clive is looking on there. Look at that flash of flame out of the big exhaust on the back of the RX-7 of Mark Spence. There's a pair of E30 BMWs, Will Davison and Andy Sheraton battling it out. Seems to be a bit of smoke from the back of the Triumph Dolomite as well, you can see there as it goes up towards the bridge. This is the battle for 4th place. Tranter, Osborne, Chullerton. There's the 2 BMWs. That's the fight for 10th overall. They're in, well, in different classes, they're in different championships. 2 E30s. There's Sam Goodwin-Laidler. Yes, he's being caught by Myers and Spence. Oh, Spence has a look there, nearly clips the side of Graham Myers. Yeah, there's definitely something amiss, I would say, with that Astra, and through goes Mark Osborne. He's got the Triumph Dolomite through into fourth place now, I should say, past the Rover of Stuart Tranter. 2 minutes left on the clock. This combined race for the Orange Aero Pre-83 touring cars and Laser Tools Pre-93 touring cars. There goes our third place man. Now, is Mark Osborne going to be able to catch Mike Seaborn? Lead gap is 1.6 seconds. David Griffin's just done a new fastest lap, 2:01.913. Primet is lapping just about on the same pace. Mark Chollerton has now got past Stuart Tranter. He's starting to slip back. Here are the two leaders. Through Nickerbrook. Stephen Primet can just play it safe in second overall. He knows he's going to win the Pre-83 split of this race. Just has to keep going around the final lap. It will be last lap this time. Long gap back to the third place man, which should be Mike Seaborn. Yes, there's the Jag. He's currently over 11 seconds down on the two leaders as they come up to start their final lap. Well, Sam Goodwin-Laidler fights back. Excuse me, he says to Stuart Tranter. Yeah, Tranter's got a problem with the Rover. He's slowing down. Yeah, just bounced off each other there coming through. That's damaged the mirror on the Astra. And Stuart Tranter, I fear, will be heading into the pits unless he can soldier on for one more lap. Problems for the Tomcats. Great shame, he was going well up in third earlier on. Third place now is this man, Mike Seaborn in the Jag. Pre-93 Class A leader. He's the only runner in Class A. It's a busy day for Mike today, the reigning Jaguar champion, racing in the Jaguar Challenge and the Pre-93 touring cars. Two leaders heading into Shell Hairpin. And yes, the Rover has headed into the pits. We heard the pits klaxon go off in the background. Griffin's actually pulled away a little bit on that last lap from the Escort. But the two championships much more evenly matched here. We normally see the Pre-93s run away with it when they race together. It's going to be another win for Dave Griffin. Diet Cokes all round in the paddock, I'm sure. Weather warms up anymore, there might be a chance for an Australian barbecue. Not yet though, there's another race to run. The first two well clear of the rest. Dave Griffin brings the BMW through the right-hander at Druids. Tricky double apex corner. Under the bridge, up towards Lodge Corner, coming up to lap the BMW with Jason Andrews. Through towards the checkered flag, up out of Deer Leap. He got the start absolutely right this time in a dominant drive by David Griffin. He takes the win. Second will go to Stephen Primet. 2.3 seconds the gap at the flag, so Griffin pulling away a bit on that final lap. Pre-83 success goes to the champion Stephen Primet. Well done to Mark Spence fighting back up the order after that's off on the first corner. There is the beautiful RX-7. It's got ahead of Sam Goodwin-Laidler. That Astra struggling a bit in the last couple of laps. Third goes to Mike Seaborn in the Jaguar. It's Mark Osborne fourth, then Chollerton, Myers, Spence, Goodwin-Laidler, Davison and Sheraton. Well done Will Davison fighting off Andy Sheraton there, the battle of the E30s. This battle's going to go all the way to the line as well. Anton Martin and Andy Smith. And they're still on the lead lap, so this is going to go to the line. The Escort pulling away a bit. Just one car lapped during that race. It's interesting to see with it being such a long circuit lap here. That was the Andrews BMW. Here's a replay of earlier on, and Anton Martin tried to go around the outside and ended up returning to his roots in autograss, quite literally. There's Gary Fletcher coming through towards the finish, and Martin still ahead of Smith. But we saw that replay there. Did he take the lead on the grass? That may be looked into after the end of the race, but so we'll confirm the results as soon as we can. Just the one retirement from this race, incidentally. That was Stuart Tranter's Rover. So the last two cars come in to finish. Oh, he's off again. Anton Martin, he's all over the place. Stays ahead of Andy Smith, though. And they make it over the line. Martin ahead of Smith at the line by half a second. And we'll confirm the provisional results in just a moment. Well done to David Griffin taking the win. Plenty of battles all the way down the order there. Griffin the winner ahead of Primet by 2.3 seconds. Primet wins the pre-83 splits. Mike Seaborn third, and he wins his class in the pre-93 touring cars in the Jag. Mark Osborne takes fourth in the Triumph ahead of Mark Chullerton and Graham Myers. Seventh goes to Mark Spence in the RX-7, and eighth place and a Class C win in pre-93 goes to Sam Goodwin-Laidler's Astra. Ninth place goes to Will Davison in the BMW, battling with Andy Sheraton. He wins pre-93 Class D. Jason Christie recovered from his spin at Island Bend to take 11th in the Escort Mostin Rutter's Vauxhall Firenze. Jake Margulies was 13th. Byron Aldous from the back of the grid takes 14th ahead of Gary Fletcher in his Firenze. And the two cars we saw battling right to the end both won their classes. Anton Martin 16th and Andy Smith in 17th. We lost Stuart Tranter into the pits. The only other finisher was Jason Andrews, a lap down in his BMW. There he is, just behind our race winner, as they head towards the pit lane and Parc Fermé. We've heard plenty of interviews with David Griffin this year. We're going to hear from him again shortly, having taken another win here at Oulton Park. This time, he got the start right. Normally seems to struggle off the line a bit, but no problem at all this time for Dave Griffin. And we can hear from him shortly because Ian Waterhouse will be down in Parc Fermé.
Welcome down to Parc Fermé. It's arms aloft because it's this man, Dave Griffin, who gets the win. Let's get his helmet off. Look at the livery, by the way. Diet Coke, absolutely wonderful, isn't it? Of course, other soft drinks are available too. There we go. David, wasn't as easy as we thought it might have been.
No, it's a bit greasy out there actually, and there was a bit of fluid around. So we've been a little bit careful. I was conscious if I'm the first one to find that fluid or whatever and put it into the fence.
I suppose that's the perils of being a pole, isn't it? So if there's anything out there that nobody knows about, you're the first to hit it.
Yeah, exactly right. It's so much fun driving around that track. I used to watch it when I was a kid in Australia, British superbikes, British touring cars, and it looks so amazing. So just driving it, I'm so glad CTCRC bring us here and Laser Tools put on this for us. It's been brilliant.
Fantastic, congratulations. We speak to you a lot, don't we,
Thanks,
David? But that's what happens when you win all the time. Congratulations, Stephen Primet as well. Stephen, congratulations. I tell you what, you didn't let him get away, did you?
I think he was driving at half throttle, to be quite fair.
He was saying it was quite slippy out there, a bit greasy at places. So I think he might have been a bit tentative.
I really don't think so.
What was it like for you? I mean, picking up the win, obviously, in class?
Yeah. Well, yeah, a bit lonely, a bit like a track day, but it's quite nice. I think he's just watching me and thinking, I'll just make it look nice for the TV.
No way. Of course, race 2 as well. So great to see you. Congratulations as well. We have to talk to Mike again as well. I was actually joking, Mike, with Sonia beforehand. I talk to you a lot because we're not the tallest, you and I, are we?
No.
But you're actually shorter than me. So, and not many people are shorter than me.
I
So
don't know about that. I think I've got a couple inches on you, definitely.
Okay. Well, congratulations anyway, third on track. You must be delighted.
Yeah, loving that. I would have loved to have really given the lead into a good chase, but I've got the second Jag races. I think it's only half an hour or so.
Yeah,
yeah, so I was really managing temperatures towards the end just to make sure I've kind of got a half raceable car for that.
It's quite hectic for you then. How do you sort of manage that? Because it's all in one day today. There's no rest for you, is there?
Yeah, it's been actually all right. More smooth than I would have thought. The problem I've got is just getting temperature out of the car because it finishes a race so hot and the brakes just aren't prepared then to go and run again. So that's the real challenge. So my braking distance is towards the end of that. We're about twice the distance they were at the start, just trying to preserve them.
We need to get you a giant ice cube, don't we? Right, congratulations, mate. Great to see you. Well done. Congratulations. Right, bit of a quick changeover, as we heard. Still a lot of racing action to come here at Oulton Park. So I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to tell you what is coming up next. Enjoy.
Thanks very much, Ian. Now we break away next from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club action to focus on the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship. That's a 20-minute race plus 1 lap, just one race for them today, and then more racing from the Classic Touring Cars coming up after that. The Jaguar Challenge will be next up. After that, then the Super Tourers with the Pre-03s, Classic Thunder and Blue Oval Saloons, Pre-66 and finally Pre-83 and Pre-93 to round off the day. Well, next up it is the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship, promoted by BARC's Northwestern Centre. And we now can go down to the paddock area, where earlier today Ian caught up with some of the drivers.
Right, here we are in Park Funner. Qualifying has actually just finished for the CNC Heads. This man here, John Wolfett, he's on pole position. Let's have a quick word of him. John, this is an absolute fine-looking car. What is it like to drive?
Oh, it's fantastic. I love driving it. Yeah, it's a really well-made car. Yeah, I really like it.
It looks like it's pretty nippy around the corners as well. Perfect for Oulton Park.
Yeah. I didn't know if the circuit was a bit slippy out this morning, or I've got an old set of tyres on as well, so I was having understeer and oversteer. So
it's quite nippy, isn't it? Everybody told me it's going to be baking hot today, but it was quite cold this morning.
This afternoon, I think it's going to get a bit warmer, so it should be better.
Pole position, going to take it home?
Always take pole position every time it comes. You've got to take them when they come.
That's all we like, a bit of confidence. Best of luck, mate. Thanks for talking to us. Stay with us, because what I want to do is just have a little walk down and around. Look at the mix of cars. We've got the Citroen Zara there. We've got, oh, look at this. We've got the Caterham here. Let's have a quick chat. Oh, these are fun, aren't they, to drive, especially around here?
Yeah, they're very good.
How was qualifying for you?
All right. Not as quick as I've been, but it would have been if we hadn't got a red flag, I think.
Yeah. So it destroys the rhythm a bit, I guess.
Yeah. But it doesn't take much to destroy my rhythm.
You said it, I didn't say it. The best of luck for the race. Thanks so much for talking to us, really appreciate it. Look at this, we've got a Vectra here as well. What a wonderful mix of cars. Just admiring the Vectra. What's it like to drive around here?
Oh, it's a beast, really. My tyres are finished, unfortunately, for this meeting, but I had a lot of trouble just getting here. My gearbox went last time out at Cadwell Park. Got a gearbox late Thursday, fitted it very late into the night, and then Friday morning got a call from the race builder saying that he left the seal out. So we had to take it out yesterday, put the seal in, get it back in, working on the floor, and then we just managed to make it here in time for the race. So.
I was going to say, because you just made it in time. Well, actually, you had to stay behind, didn't you, for the briefing earlier?
I did indeed, yeah. I was one of the latecomers, unfortunately. But, yeah, she's running really well, the Vectra. 009, the challenge car, still going. So it's a real pleasure to drive, yeah.
Superb. You're here now. That's the most important thing.
That's it, yeah.
Thanks so much for talking to us. Best of luck. So, look, we've even got a Ford Puma too. Right, it is now time for the CNC race at 1 to get underway. So I'm going to hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Thanks, Ian. Yes, the cars will be on their way to the grid very shortly. This really varied grid of cars running on a variety of different classes within the championship, sponsored by CNC Heads and also by Car Service Packs, performance engine and gear oil specialists. Pole position is a man we've just heard from, John Wolfett from Yorkshire, in his Spire GTR Sports Racer, alongside number 13, the former champion Paul Dobson, in his low-cost 7, a low-cost chassis with a Mazda RX-7 rotary engine in it. Second row, Andy Southcott. He won when we were last here with this championship at Oulton Park with his Millington 2.7 litre MG Midget mod sports car. Unfortunately, that car won't be starting. Oil pressure problems have put him out after qualifying, so there'll be a blank space on row 2. Guy Carter will be there, though, the man from Warrington, in his awesome TVR Tuscan. Remember the TVR Tuscan Challenge back in the 90s and early 2000s? Well, there's one of those out there today. Guy Carter on the grid with that car. Row 3, Richard Hall, number 23, with his Caterham. And alongside him, Paul Rotherow from the West Midlands in his modified Citroen Zara VTS, built up from a track day car. Row 4 is the man in the Vectra we just heard from, Marshall Groves, in the Vauxhall Vectra Challenge car. And alongside him, Mark Primet. Don't think he's any relation to Stephen, who we saw in the last race. He's in a Banks Lotus Europa. Lotus-based special, that car. Row 5 is Pat Smythe, number 81. Real veteran at the wheel of his Lotus Elan Mod Sports car. Mod Sports class, of course, back in the 70s and 80s was certainly a favourite. Alongside him is Ben Roberts, number 16. He's in a BMW E30. Row 7 is the reigning, row 6 rather, is the reigning two-time champion Jamie Cryer, going for a third consecutive title this year in his Ginetta, starting alongside Conor Modrow in number 7. He's in a Ginetta G40, a more powerful Ginetta. Used to race a Ford Focus in this series. Row 7 is Ian Bamber, number 56. He's at the wheel of a Ginetta G20, starting alongside Bod Buckby in his Caterham 310R. Row 8 is former Caterham champion Graham Smith. He's in a Mazda MX-5 alongside Peter Kukulas in his Toyota MR2 Roadster. And it's the Allen family on row 9, Helen in her Ford Fiesta and Brian in his Ford Puma, repaired after he blew the engine at the previous meeting here at Oulton Park. Number 98 is next, that's Matthew Jones. He's in a Ford Focus. 25, Bob Claxton, we hope is there. He had some problems in qualifying. It was his car stopping on circuit that brought out the red flag in qualifying. He's in a Mark III Golf. And Rick Wood at the back of the grid. Now, the reason he is at the back of the grid is he qualified in his Nissan Skyline, the Calsonic car. Sadly, the Gran Turismo favourite has had a problem. He won't be racing the Skyline, unfortunately. He has switched into his Holden Commodore from the Classic Thunder events, and therefore, with the change of car, he has to start from the back. But he won't stay at the back very long. Hopefully we have the full grid other than Andy Southcott's car. John Wolfett on pole. Regular racer up at Croft in North Yorkshire, as well as local circuit, with the Spire GTR, so named because it is built in Chesterfield, famous for its crooked spire, of course, on the church there. Spire Sports Cars based in Chesterfield. It's one of their sports racers that's on pole here. 1600cc engine. Last time we were here at Oulton, John put it on pole then as well, but the engine developed a problem and he couldn't start the race, so hoping for more success this time. Today, competitors also competing for the Dave Simpson Memorial Trophy. Dave Simpson was instrumental, along with the likes of John Leck and Ken Mitchell, in setting up this championship almost 40 years ago. And the trophy is decided by the driver who wins his or her class and has the greatest speed differential to the driver coming second, the most dominant driver in their class. We'll have to wait for the timekeepers to work out who that is. Last year it was Paul Rose in the Seika sports car who won the Dave Simpson Memorial Trophy. He's not out this year, so there will be a new name on the trophy. They head round on their green flag lap. There's Paul Rotherow, the West Midlands-based driver in that Citroen Zara. It takes all sorts in this championship. You can use pretty much anything you like to any degree of modification. There will be a class for it. A little red Ginetta there. Number 1, Jamie Cryer, the Lancastrian. He's the championship pace setter, looking for his 3rd consecutive title. Just behind him is another Ginetta, the G40, number 7, Conor Modrow. That car's got the engine out of his old Ford Focus in it. The blue and white Fiesta there is Helen Allen. She does a lot of work behind the scenes for the British Women Racing Drivers Club, including hosting their awards night that I was privileged to attend over the winter. There's the low-cost 7 with the big rear wing. That's Paul Dobson, has won this championship several times in his RX-7. The engine out of that car is now in the low-cost. There's Pat Smythe, the bewinged Lotus Elan Mod Sports car, number 81. Behind him is the BMW, that's Ben Roberts from Merseyside in the E30 BMW. Peter Kukulas with the MR2. Oh dear. For the 2nd time this season at Oulton Park, Brian Allen's Ford Puma's gone up in smoke, and this time it's done it before the race has even started. It went up in smoke in the previous race here, and he's out already. Not even going to make the start this time. What a shame for Brian Allen. So a couple of cars in problems already. As you mentioned, Andy Southcott in his Mod Sports MG Midget, problems after qualifying. He's unable to take the start. rest of the pack will head to the start of the race. This will be a 20-minute race, the only race for these cars today. It's 20 minutes plus 1 lap, so instead of the checkered flag going out when the clock is counted down to 0, then the last lap board goes out, making it a bit different. Must say hello to Mike Luck, the former Pre-83 touring car champion who's watching on. Sadly retired from racing due to ill health last year. Good to see you watching on, Mike, the ex-Clubman star. There is Rick Wood in the Commodore. Watch for that coming through the field. There's Helen Allen in her Fiesta, been with this series for many years. You don't have to be based in the Northwest to race in the Northwest Sports and Saloon Cars. The Allen family, they're from Wolverhampton in the West Midlands. Paul Rotheroe is also a West Midlander. Andy Southcott comes all the way from Southampton. Conor Modrow, he's based in Newbury. Marshall Groves in the Vectra Challenge car, he's in Cambridgeshire. So the last few cars up to the grid then. How long before Rick Wood is challenging for the lead? In some of his touring cars in this series, he used to like to start from the pit lane and come through from there to give it more of a challenge. Green flag waves at the back of the grid. Then time to go racing with the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship. John Wolfett and Paul Dobson on the front row of the grid. The red lights are on and we're underway. Watch for the grunt of that TVR Tuscan as well from Guy Carter. It's Paul Dobson in the lightweight low cost that has gone into the lead. Second place is John Wolfett, side by side for third. Good start by the Europa of Mark Primet up on the outside, the white car. Everybody away cleanly through that first corner. Peter Kukulas running a bit wide onto the curb there in the MR2. It's Paul Dobson and John Wolfett already clear of the rest of the field, the two lightweight sports cars. Look at the pace of that Mazda RX-7 engined low cost. Well, the low cost only weighs about the same as about 20 bags of sugar, so expect to see that pull away at the front of the field. Well, Rick Wood's already monstered his way past half of the field already. Oh, and the Banks Europa has lost it. The 72 car spins out. That's taken Guy Carter onto the grass. Oh dear, Mark Primet in a spin there. He's been tagged by Guy Carter's TVR. Pat Smythe, I think, went off there as well in the Lotus Elan. So both of the classic Lotuses involved there. Primet gets it going again. Charges back up on Peter Kukulas. They filter their way through Britain's chicane for the first time. There's Pat Smythe, Conor Modrow, Ben Roberts in the BMW. Rick Wood is already past Jamie Cryer, leader in Class E and the overall championship leader, so he's well into the top 10 already. Coming around to complete the opening lap, then it will be Paul Dobson and John Wolfett fighting the lead. All problems there for one of the Caterhams. That's number 86 of Bod Buckby in Bluey the Caterham, as he's known. His three daughters were told. Christened the car Bluey. Lola, Holly and Lucy, Bod Buckby's three daughters, cheering him on today, but he's had a problem there coming out of Knickerbrook. There goes the third of the Ginettas even, number 56 Ian Bamber from Preston. Wolfett and Dobson fighting it out for the lead. It was Wolfett who led at the line by 0.8 of a second. Good scrap going on between the two lightweight sports cars. Rick Wood is already up into third place from the back of the grid. Said he wouldn't stay too far down the field very long as Guy Carter gets back ahead of Jamie Cryer. Battle of the Saloons, Paul Rotheroe and Marshall Groves. Marshall, the ex-Alfa Romeo racer. That's sale of Paul Rotheroe in the Zara, more famous as a rally and rallycross car, the Citroen Zara over the years. Guy Carter, beautiful TVR Tuscan. One of the lariest one-make championships of all, the Tuscan Challenge. Took a special driver to tame those machines. We saw Jerry Marshall race in them. So the likes of Ian Flux, Bobby Verdenbrough and so on. Chris Hodgins as well. Conor Modrow, number 7. Chasing down Ben Roberts in the BMW. The little Ginetta, certainly a popular choice in this series. Plenty of time to go in this one. The only race of the day for these three cars. Up and over hilltop they come. Wolfett who leads overall from Dobson, Wood third. This is the battle for fourth place. Jamie Cryer running extremely well in the Ginetta that leads the championship overall. Raced in this series since 2010. The man from Ramsbottom near Bury in Lancashire. Guy Carter trying to out-drag him up Clay Hill in the TVR Tuscan. And he's done so. Covers the line for Druids and up into 4th place. Of course, the midfield was shaken up a little when Mark Primett's Lotus Banks Europa went spinning at Island Bend on the opening lap. Well, there's our race. Well, here are our race leaders. That's the 2nd place man, Paul Dobson. It's John Wolfett out in front in the Spire GTR. It's just in a 1:43.9. There is the leader. His brother Paul Wolfett races in various events as well with a car that looks like a Lotus Exige. It's actually a Radical chassis underneath with an Exige body on top. Very much a special GT car. Paul not out today. Rick Wood is still in 3rd place. Can he catch these two? What's going to prevail? The 2 lightweight sports cars or the big grunty V8 supercar from Australia? Guy Carter now in 4th place. 5th it is Jamie Cryer. Paul Rotherow 6th in the Zara. Marshall Grove 7th in the Vectra. Then Pat Smythe in the Elan mod sports car. Ben Roberts BMW 9th and Richard Hall's Caterham is 10th. Bod Buckley, after his problems earlier on the opening lap, is still going. Here comes John Wolfett. Through the right-hander at Druids. He's keeping it smooth through there. Very much looks like a mini Le Mans racer, that car, doesn't it? This looks like a mini British touring car racer, the E30 BMW of Ben Roberts. Marshall Groves holding off Pat Smythe ahead of him. Behind this group we've got Richard Hall and Conor Modrow. And another Ginetta coming over hilltop there, 56 Ian Bamber. Through Knickerbrook they go. About 1/4 of the race gone by. Smythe moving up on Marshall Groves as they come through into Lodge Corner. It's famous mod sports Lotus Elan. Not sure if that's the car that used to be known as the Black Bullet in days gone by. There were 2 Elans very similar to that. The Black Bullet may be the car that's now owned by Paul Sibley, who's also got a mod sports MG Midget. We need Marcus Pye, the authority on mod sports and special saloon cars, to tell us more on that one, or maybe Dave Smith as well, who runs the Special Saloons website. There's Paul Rotherow in the Zara, garage owner from Walsall. Still plenty of time to go in this single race of the day for the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship. Now in its 39th season. Explanation of the classes. Classes A, B and C are the special type of cars. You've got the Caterhams, the mod sports cars, the TVR Tuscan in there, the Spire as well. Classes D, E and F are modified, which are slightly more production type of cars. There's Rick Wood. He's rather on his own in 3rd place. Let's see what the gap is to Paul Dobson as he comes through his time. 11.5 seconds. So proof that a lightweight sports car is the car to have in this series, not a big brutal Aussie V8. That said, he's still leading Class D. 2 leaders are in Class B. No starters in... No, there was a starter in Class A, I apologise. Guy Carter's TVR is a Class A car. Jamie Cryer leading Class E. Now, of course, Rick Wood has changed class, hasn't he? He was down to being Class D in the Skyline. He is in Class A as well. Sorry about that. He's got notification of the class change through there. He's leading Class A then ahead of Carter. Class E is led by Cryer. Class D by Marshall Groves in the Vectra. Class C by Bod Buckley in his Caterham. Class F further back is led by Graham Smith in the Mazda MX-5. So sorry for the bit of confusion there. Pat Smythe chasing down Marshall Groves. This is for 7th place overall. There's Bod Buckley in Bluey the Caterham. Caterham 310 RX Caterham Graduate Series car, that one. Through the shell hairpin, coming up towards halfway. Of course, it's 20 minutes plus 1 lap. Closest battle at the moment is the fight for ninth between Ben Roberts, Richard Hall and Conor Modrow. They're covered by about 1 second. And there's Mark Primet's Europa. This is the battle we just mentioned. So Primet's still going. He's down in 13th place after that spin earlier on. Richard Hall's Caterham number 23, chased by Conor Modrow, the little Ginetta G40. Very versatile cars, the Ginetta G40. You see them in a number of series. He's closed right up on Richard Hall there. He's going to maybe have a go towards the end of this lap. The only retirement so far was Brian Allen, although he never made the start of the race, sadly, pulling off on the green flag lap with engine trouble. Another spectacular car we are sadly missing this weekend is Tim Foxlow with his Space Frame Mark I Escort. Meanwhile, Conor Modrow, I said he might have a go towards the end of this lap. He's pulling out, has a look, and goes through past the number 23 of Richard Hall. They are in the same class, those two cars, as well. This is for 5th in Class B. Still your leader is John Wolfett by 6.3 seconds now ahead of Paul Dobson. There he is. Coming through Druids, going up to lap Graham Smith in the MX-5. Graham Smith, a multiple Caterham Graduate Series champion. He's raced in historic Formula Junior as well. Graham also races a pre-war Morgan, shared in historic events with Charlie Goddard. He was most recently racing with her at the Donington Historic Festival. They've done the Le Mans Classic in that car as well. So there goes the race leader, John Wolfett from Beverley in Yorkshire. Races regularly with the Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship organised by the Darlington and District Motor Club running up at Croft. 6 seconds is the gap back to Paul Dobson. 12.3 seconds further back is Rick Wood in the Holden Commodore. Pat Smythe has now got clear of Marshall Groves. There is the Vectra. A survivor from the one-make Vectra Challenge run back in the 1990s. One year the prize was a season in the independence class of the BTCC. Mark Blair won that. Another name to be successful in that series was Mark Lemmer, if I remember rightly, now the boss of Barwell Motorsports. Flavio Figueiredo, the Brazilian, as well. It was a fairly chaotic series, from what I remember rightly, the Vectra Challenge. Marshall Groves' car, one of the few survivors. Here's Guy Carter in the TVR Tuscan Challenge, another survivor from a classic one-make series, lapping Helen Allen, the NHS worker from the West Midlands in her Fiesta. And there's Jamie Cryer. He's in 5th place. He's been caught by Paul Rotheroe. Where else in the world of motorsport can you see a Ginetta G20, a Citroen Zara, and an ex-Mod Sports Lotus Elan racing together? Part of the appeal of this series, the variety. Of course, keeping an eye on the Dave Simpson Memorial Trophy as well. Don't forget that goes to the driver who is most dominant in their class, but it has to be a class with at least 3 starters. Now, we only had 2 starters in Class A, so it won't be Rick Wood that wins it. Only 1 starter in Class C, so it's not going to be Bod Buckby. But the other classes all had at least 3 starters. Or did they? No, Class D didn't. Only 2 in there. That's being led by Marshall Groves. There's Bod Buckby, just getting past Graham Smith. He still leads Class F. So the only classes eligible are classes B, E and F for the Dave Simpson Memorial Trophy for one of the founders of this championship. His wife Margaret is here today to present the trophy. We'll have to try and work out who is leading it. Well, I don't think it's going to be Class E because they're less than a second between Jamie Cryer and Paul Rotheroe. What about Class B? Wolfett and Dobson are separated by 8.6 seconds. Class F, Graham Smith ahead of Helen Allen, but will Class F count? Because technically Brian Allen, the third entry in Class F, didn't start the race because he pulled off on the green flag lap, so we're going to have to wait to see what the timekeepers say for that one. I think the trophy is going to go to the winner of Class B, which is John Wolfett, the overall leader by my reckoning at the moment, because with Brian Allen not starting the race, I reckon that makes 4 of the classes ineligible, because there was only one car in Class, 2 cars rather in Class A, 2 in Class D, and 1 in Class C, possibly only 2 in Class F as well. But anyway, there goes our leader, carving through the back markers. He's got just under 6 minutes plus 1 lap to go, John Wolfett. The closing stages then. This is the battle for the lead in Class E. Paul Rotheroe in the Zara, not letting Jamie Cryer get away. Pat Smythe in behind them. They're coming up on the Ford Focus. That's the car of Matthew Jones from Crewe. He's a Class E car as well. Pat Smythe behind these two. He's in Class B, so he doesn't need to overtake these two. Lead gap is now up to over 10 seconds for John Wolfett over Paul Dobson. John Wolfett is looking good here to take the Dave Simpson Memorial Trophy as well as the spoils of victory. Meeting sponsored today by Car Service Packs. Thanks to Graham Laslett, who regularly competes in this series, for his support. Car Service Packs, performance oils for road, race or track, brake fluids, coolants, additives, air filters and so on. Everything you need to give your car its annual service. Conor Modro's Ginetta might need a service after this. Certainly need some grass pulling out of the radiator as he goes grass tracking and spins out. And Richard Hall's Caterham only just avoided it. Thankfully he gathered it up again after a quick 360, and the number 7 Ginetta, despite picking up a bit of grass there, is able to keep racing. Paul Dobson just coming up to lap them as well. Fight intensifying now in Class E. Is the unbeaten run of Jamie Cryer about to come to an end? Is Paul Rotheroe going to be able to get through in the Zara? The best battle on track at the moment. Jamie Cryer going for his 3rd consecutive championship. Nobody's ever done that before. Paul Dobson has won it at least 3 times, but not consecutively. In the closing stages now, 3 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Here comes John Wolfett. He's about to come up to lap this dice between Cryer and Rotheroe. He's got to get past Pat Smythe, who waves him through on Clay Hill. Smythe 7th overall. Is Rotheroe going to be able to make a move here? Championship based mainly here at Oulton Park. They've had an away round at Cadwell Park already this year. At the inside goes Wolfett, and Jamie Cryer just moved back in to cover the line in time there. Rotheroe had a sniff of the class lead. Fighting for 5th overall, this pair. So under 2.5 minutes left on the clock, so I think we'll get 2 more laps out of this. Oh, and that's Pat Smythe in the background there I saw pulling into the pits. Problems with the Lotus Elan. So Smythe is into pit lane. Here's Conor Modroe, recovered from his bit of lawn mowing in his Ginetta. He's in 11th place, chased by the 56 of Ian Bamber. Peter Kukulas lets the leader through in his MR2. Further back, Graham Smith is still leading Class F. Well clear of Helen Allen. But the conundrum is, will Brian Allen be classed as starting the race to give Class F the minimum 3 starters needed for the Dave Simpson Trophy? If not, it's going to go to John Wolfett. Bit of a mistake there through the chicane, bit of a lock-up for Paul Rotherow. That's dropped him back a few car lengths. Well, there is Rick Wood. Not seen much of the Holden in this race. He's 17 seconds down on Paul Dobson. Where is he in relation to Guy Carter in 4th place in the TVR Tuscan? Wait to see when the Tuscan crosses the timing line. Oh, Paul Rotherow, I saw him run wide at Britain's. He has got a problem, he's out. Oh, what a shame. He was challenging Jamie Cryer for the class lead there. The Citroen's pulled up. So who's going to take second in Class E now then? It's going to be Ian Bamber, number 56. Now, that could swing things in the Dave Simpson Trophy because it's to the most dominant driver in their class. There's 11 seconds between the top two in Class B, the first and second overall. We'll have to see what the gap is between Jamie Cryer and Ian Bamber now. There's the number 72 Lotus of Mark Primet, a bit smoky as it heads up Clay Hill, the Banks Europa. Rick Wood is currently 18.5 seconds down in 3rd place on Paul Dobson. There is Dobson. And there's Jamie Cryer. They're a full lap apart, those two. Remarkable little machine, the low-cost 7, built out of the components of Paul Dobson's all-conquering Mazda RX-7 that he won this title with a few times. Used to be liveried as Lightning McQueen at one stage. There's Rick Wood. There is John Wolfett. He's just lapped Guy Carter, the 4th place man. Clock has counted down to 0, so it'll be last lap this time for John Wolfett. Don't know why he's got the indicator going there. That car, with its lights and indicators, you can see it's technically road legal, that Spire GTR. A mini Le Mans racer, but I'm not sure you'd want to drive it to Le Mans. He's dominated this race here today. Started from pole position, has led since he took the lead towards the end of lap 1 from Paul Dobson. Ian Bamber on the tail of Conor Modrow. This is the battle for 9th overall, but they are in different classes. Only 3 cars on the lead lap now. As Guy Carter, you can see there, has been lapped by the flying John Wolfett, who is on his last lap now. It's going to be a win for the Spire GTR. Ian Bamber determined to get past Conor Modrow in the battle of the Ginettas. They're closing up on the Ford Focus of Matt Jones as well. Shame we lost Paul Rotherow because he was looking to challenge Jamie Cryer. He's going to keep up his unbeaten run in Class E. Possibly take the Dave Simpson Memorial Trophy as well. We'll have to wait for confirmation down in Parc Ferme of that one. Modrow gets past the Focus of Jones. Here's the leader, lapping Bod Buckley and Helen Allen's Fiesta. Good performance from Bluey the Caterham today. Will please Bod's daughters. Well, from Cheshire's going to take the Class C win. Where is he overall? He's 11th. It's going to be a clear win for John Wolfett. He comes through Druids for the final time. Paul Dobson in second. It's going to be Rick Wood who will win Class A and complete the podium. Through the final corner comes John Wolfett's stunning Spire GTR. The Spire has certainly stood tall above everyone else in this race. John Wolfett comes in to take the victory in the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship here at Oulton Park. We wait for Paul Dobson. Here he comes through the back markers, takes second place. Further back it will be Rick Wood in third, Guy Carter fourth in the TVR. Here's Rick Wood from the back of the grid to third place in 1 lap, but he couldn't progress any higher than that. Holden comes in to take third, and he wins Class A. Guy Carter a lap down in fourth. Jamie Cryer takes Class E in fifth place and continues his charge at the top of the championship. And still Ian Bamber is trying to get the other Ginetta past Conor Modrow. G20 against G40. He's got a run on him there, coming out of Knickerbrook. No, Modrow using the power of his Ford engine. Swings through the right-hander at Druids. I think Conor Modrow has just about done enough, unless Ian Bamber tries something desperate on the run through Lodge Corner. This is the fight for 9th overall. Bamber goes to the outside. Is he going to move across? No, he's not. Try and get him on the exit, I think. Going to try and slipstream him on the run up through Deer Leap. Is it going to work? I don't think so. Conor Modrow hangs on to take 9th place. Good race between those two. Ian Bamber's certainly pleased with his efforts in that race. The last card across the line is Matt Jones in the Focus. We'll confirm the provisional result in a second. John Wolfitt takes the win, 13 laps completed in that CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship, supported by CNC Heads Car Service Packs and Himoinsa. Paul Dobson in second, just over 10 seconds back. Then third, the only other car on the lead lap, Rick Wood, he wins Class A in the Holden. Guy Carter a lap down in fourth in the TVR Tuscan. Jamie Cryer wins Class E in fifth overall and continues his run at the top of the championship. Marshall Groves a good 6th place in the Vectra. He wins his class, that's Class D. Ben Roberts BMW 7th, ahead of Richard Hall in the Caterham. Conor Modrow just holding off Ian Bamber for 9th place. Then Bod Buckby in 11th wins Class C. 12th for Graham Smith, he takes Class F. And 13th behind him is Peter Kukulis in the Toyota. Matt Jones 14th. Helen Allen completes the top 15 in her Fiesta. They were the final finishers. We lost Paul Rotherow. Pat Smythe pulled the Elan into the pits. Mark Primet dropped out as well. We saw him spin early on. And Brian Allen sadly never made it to the starts. Hopefully we'll be able to confirm the winner of the Dave Simpson Memorial Trophy as well when we head down to Ian. I think we can head down to Ian shortly in Parc Ferme.
Well, everybody, welcome down to Parc Ferme. Another great race, wasn't it? It is this man over here, Mr. Wolfitt, who gets the job done. John Wolfitt, let's go have a chat with him. He's got to be a happy man indeed, isn't he? Look at his car, the Spire Sports Cars. Oh, my word. It is something incredible. Well, John, what can I say? What can I say about that? You made it look easy, but it never is it?
Well, the first lap certainly wasn't. With me and Paul Dobson had a good couple of overtakes. He did me off the start. I got him into Shell Oils, he did me again, then I got him into the next hairpin. So the first half of lap was interesting, and I was just managing the gap. You know, I had a little bit more left, but it was definitely out on the first lap, but thoroughly enjoyed it.
It looks so much fun for you guys out there. It really is. What is it like racing in this championship?
Yeah, it's brilliant. You know, it's like a family championship. Everyone helps everyone else. You know, there's not a bad word said against anybody in the whole paddock. Yeah, it's good. I enjoy it.
Now you get to go home with a nice big old trophy as well. There's a space for it over there, is there?
I'll make space if there isn't.
Well done, mate.
Cheers,
congratulations. Good stuff. Let's go for a little walk, shall we, and grab a chat with Mr. Dobson over here too. Let's have a quick chat, and then we've got Rick Wood here too. Actually, let's just quickly grab him again. Let me get out. See if we can get out of the car quicker this time, shall we? You're on the clock again, Rick. There you go. That was a little bit quicker that time.
Was it? I don't know.
How was it out there?
It was very warm, but yeah, I just couldn't. There was always traffic, and I just couldn't get a really good lap together. But it wasn't for the lack of trying.
No, I mean sometimes those races are the most fun, though, aren't they?
From the back, yes, but you know, she's 1,350 kilos, and I'm racing against some really light things.
Yeah,
and I just, you know. They're just so nimble. They're nimble. Whereas this is like, you know, it's taking you like your house round Oulton with a trailer on the back.
Yeah, I like to take your house round. I do like that.
Yeah, so, but yeah, you know, it's the only. It's one of my favourite cars to drive.
well, it's been a pretty solid day for you so far, hasn't it? So,
Yeah, absolutely.
So
Thank
good
you.
man. Congratulations. Well done. Anyway, right, I think I'm not sure where Mr. Dobson is, so I think we might have to head back. Still a lot of racing action to happen here at Oulton Park. The sun is shining, the conditions are perfect. Wow, we've got so much still to bring. So I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to take you through the action.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Ian. We've reached pretty much the halfway point of the programme here at Oulton Park today. 5 races to come. They're all from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. The second race coming up for the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. Next, the grid will be based on the results of the first race, and Ian caught up with some of the drivers a little earlier.
Hello everybody, welcome to Ian's Amazing Spaces. Now, as you can see, I've just come out of one of the Marshall huts here at Oulton Park here in Park Ferme. Just have a little nose around, see what's in there. A couple of shovels, we've got green flags, we've got yellow flags, we've got the fire extinguishers. Now, talking of amazing spaces, the Jaguars, let's go have a little look, because I think the boots on these cars are probably bigger than that hut there. Race 1 has finished. Of course, we're going to have a little look ahead to race 2 as well. We're going to chat to some of the drivers. In fact, we've got Mr. Seaborn over here as well. Let's go have a quick chat with him and just take in the sights of these cars. It's always good to see Mike Seaborn, isn't it? Mike, we need to have a quick chat if that's okay with you. Come around here. It's great to see you. Race 1, how was it for you?
Terrifying. No, I've been struggling all morning with the brakes on my car.
Yeah.
This is yours. Yeah. It's kept me busy recently. So yeah, I had no brakes in qualifying, changed a few bits and thought I had it sorted for the race. I was all right for the start, and I started building my confidence and chasing Holty down, and then the pedal just went whoa. And so it became bring it home towards the end of the race. But I've never been here before. What a brilliant track.
Superb, isn't it? I mean, I've often likened these to boats before, but I'm a big fan of them. I imagine they're quite difficult to get around here, aren't they?
They are, yeah. The things these really hate is mid-corner elevation change, and you've got that every corner here. It will cock the rear wheel and just spin them up, and they really need wrestling. It's good fun.
What's the expectation for race 2 then?
If I can get my brakes back, I want to try and challenge Holty and Colin in front. If it's as it sits now, survival, finish, hopefully. We'll see.
Mike's best of that. I think you guys need to listen. Let's go over here and chat to another couple of drivers. Let's have a quick word here. How was it out there?
It was brilliant. Yeah, the car was just fantastic. Loved it. Tried to hold on to Colin, but team principle, so I had to let him go.
But you're not going to be so kind in race 2,
No, I'm going to have him in race 2. Yeah, you watch his space. Yeah, we're going to. If I can get my start sorted out, I think I can hang on to him a little bit better. But yeah, I didn't get best of starts, but the car was fantastic. Thanks to Swallows for some new suspension.
Fantastic, yeah.
Yeah, it's really good. So yeah, again, hello to my mum in France still. Watches every time.
Yes.
And my mum back in Sandwich. So hi, babes. And my wife. So yeah, it's been a really good day, and hope to see you out there soon, mate. Come on.
All right, now, done. Deal. I will get out. Definitely. Right, it is time for race 2, so it's time to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard. But I'll probably be back for another edition of Ian's Amazing Spaces later. Enjoy.
Well, Ian's off to find another amazing space to hide. Thanks very much, Ian. Mentioning France there, we did have a comment from France earlier. Wanda McKercher on YouTube. Bonjour from France, ready for the second Jags race. I think that's who was being referred to there, so hello to you, Wanda, if you're still watching. Getting ready for race 2 for the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge, and it's based on the result, as we say, this grid of race 1. In pole position will be number 4 of Tom Robinson. He is there, so he's repaired whatever the problem was towards the end of race number 1. Alongside him, 99 of James Ram. Second row, 67 Colin Philpott and number 11 Michael Holt, the two Class C cars. Row 3, the first of the Class B cars, Mike Seaborn, the reigning champion, and number 77 Tom Lenthal. Row 4, 54 of Rick Walker and 62 the first Class A car of Tim Morant. On the 5th row, Andrew Harper in the silk cut liveried diesel-powered car, and Jack Robinson in the number 14, 10th on the grid. Row 6, Guy Connew, number 44, a Jag veteran, alongside Simon Lewis, number 31, in the ex-Ian Drage car. Row 7, Lawrence Coppock and Stephen Dowell. 8th row, Damien Gray in his XJ40, Michael Atkinson's X300. Row 9, Derek Pearce and Dean Sewell, both suffered spins in the opening race. The 10th row, number 63, Andrew Maynard, alongside 45, David Ringham, who dropped out of race 1. On the 11th row is Matthew Davis, and alongside him Chris Boone. They both retired from race 1 as well, while Tom Barkley, driving Tom Butterfield's XJS, sadly didn't make the start of race 1. Had to pull in at the end of the green flag lap with a problem. He'll start from the back, hopefully, in this one. I'll just make sure if he's there in a moment. Yes, Tom Barkley is there, as is Chris Boone, as is Matt Davis. Though David Ringham, I can't see the number 45, so I don't think he's there. So it looks like just one car we're missing. Tom Robinson on pole then, and that's awesome. Swallows Racing Jaguar XJR6, the man from Somerset. Looking for yet another win to extend his championship lead, leading Class D and the overall standings. Mike Seaborn on top in Class B so far, looking to retain his title. He's only a point clear of Derek Pearce coming into this weekend, but that margin will have increased because Derek had a spin in race 1, finished towards the back. Class C is led by Michael Holt, number 11 in the points, ahead of Colin Philpott, because Colin missed a couple of races earlier this year. Still second in the points, ahead of Tom Butterfield, but Tom Barkley racing the Butterfield car this weekend. Second in Class D, some 16 points down going into race 1, was James Ram. That margin will have increased just a little. Joint third in Class D on 14 points, Stephen Dowell and Lawrence Coppock, as the cars move away for the green flag lap. Class A, meanwhile, is led by Tim Morant, 10 points ahead of Simone Dunford. She's not out this weekend. Simon Lewis, therefore, likely to move into second in the Class A points. Warmer conditions than in race 1 for the Jags. It's quite cool earlier on. Any classic Jaguars parked up at trackside looking on for this one, I wonder? Wouldn't surprise me. Robinson and Ram ran away at the front of race 1. Will they do so again in their Class D machines? I thought earlier on that Mike Seaborn had got his arm out of the window on the number 24 car. Looks like he's got some sort of air scoop on the side of the car, possibly to keep the cockpit cool. One thing you don't realise is how warm it gets in the cockpits of a race car. I was taken for a couple of laps of the Croft circuits last year, and even after 3 laps it was really hot inside the car, and I wasn't wearing the full 3-layer overalls. So goodness knows what it must be like for these drivers in their full overalls and helmets and so on. Motor racing can certainly be a sport of endurance. Tim Morant, the Castrol car. 156 Andrew Harper. Newcomer to the championship this year, runs a Jaguar spares company in Derby. Told his young son wants to follow him into Jag racing as well. Already starting out his karting career. There's Michael Atkinson, number 92, with the very brightly coloured X300. Seen Simon Lewis race that car as well in the past. There's Matthew Davis. The other cars that failed to finish race 1. The only car missing is David Ringham. Sadly his problem from race 1 proving terminal. This will be a 15-minute race once again, or the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. There's Guy Connew, number 44. He's raced various cars in this series over the years. Course car in position to follow the field round on the opening lap. Car that used to follow the field round at Silverstone for many years was referred to as Silverstone Sid. What would we call the one here? Oulton Park Oliver or something like that? Oulton Park Orlando, says our director. We'll see. Okay, almost ready for a start then. The second race of the weekend for the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. The red lights are on. Tom Robinson and James Ram on the front row. The lights are out and we get underway. Good start by James Ram in the number 99 XJS, and a great start by Michael Holt down the outside in the number 11. They're going to be 3 wide on the road in the first corner. A poor start for Tom Robinson. It's Ram that leads. Holt up into second place around the outside, and Tom Robinson goes down to third place from pole position. A bit of dust kicked up there from Michael Atkinson and Chris Boone towards the back of the pack. But now Tom Robinson has some work to do. He's got Colin Philpott on his tail as they head through Cascades for the first time. Trying to get some heat into their tyres over the opening lap of this race. These big, at times unwieldy machines, the drivers having to work hard to handle them. James Ram knows how to handle an XJS. He's got the lead. Colin Philpott challenging for third place there on the back of Tom Robinson as they charge down towards the Shell Oils hairpin for the first time. Clear in the lead at the moment. It is James Ram, the number 99. Second place is Michael Holt, and dropping a wheel onto the grass there, Tom Robinson. Kept it on the straight and narrow though. Through Britons for the first time. Robinson third, Philpott fourth. Oh, and we've got an incident there. That's Rick Walker. Rick Walker has crashed the number 54 car. And the lean green racing machine certainly doesn't look so lean now. That'll be a safety car, I think. Has he had some contact in there, I wonder? We didn't see. Yeah, the safety car is coming out. Let's hope Rick Walker's okay. Colin Philpott sideways there as he wrestles the XJS through Knickerbrook, but yes, the yellow flags are out, the safety car is coming out. Oh dear, Rick Walker, the man from Barton Leclerc, we hope he's all right. Looks like he's taken quite a wallop there. We'll try and get a replay of that if we can. As the leaders slow the field heading up through the top of the circuit through Druids. And in fact, I think the red flag is coming out. Yes, I think we're going to have red flags. 13 minutes still on the clock. The red flag has come out. Race stopped in the interests of safety here at Oulton Park. There's confirmation the red flags are out. We hope Rick Walker's all right. That's a great shame because Rick, competitive driver in Class B, he's third in the Class B points at the moment. Finished in 7th place in race 1, so the pack brought to a halt on the pit straight. I'll wait to see what's going to happen here. A restart over a slightly reduced distance, I would imagine, will be the case, same as with the Super Tourers earlier on. So we await to see what's going to happen then. Michael Holt getting plenty of support on YouTube. His wife Philippa watching on. Hello to you. Thanks for your comments on YouTube. Steve Williams says, would love to see Austin Powers in this race. I think it's a Jaguar E-Type that Austin Powers drove. That'll be seen in some other historic events. So the reason for the red flag is the damage to the tyre wall. You can see there, Rick Walker appears to be okay. He's out of the car. Tough old car, the XJS. That's coming up towards the Shell hairpin. So presumably he's got onto the grass coming out of Cascades and has spun it into the tyre wall there. It's a good job that barrier is there, because you can see the lake is just the other side of it. A couple of BMWs, I remember several years ago from the British Touring Car Championship, nearly went in there once. Medical car in attendance just as a precaution. Possibly take Rick Walker back to the medical rooms for a checkup. Right, the clock has reset to 15 minutes, so it looks like we are going to get a full restart for our Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge race. Back on the grid, there's Tom Robinson. And if it's going to be a full restart, they will start in the original grid order. So Tom Robinson struck lucky. He made a slightly poor start in that one and dropped to third behind James Ram and Michael Holtz. Yep, that is confirmed. They will start from the original grid. It will be over the full 15-minute distance. So a full restart. The only driver that might be a bit frustrated there, other than James Ram, will be Michael Holtz. He'd made a flying start there down the outside up into second place. And there is the unfortunate remains of the 54 XJS. That's taken quite a wallop into that tyre wall. Going to need quite a few Berkshire Jag components to put that right. Main thing is its pilot, Rick Walker, appears to be okay. He will be taken, I believe, to the medical centre just for a checkup. So the cars pull into line on the grid. There's Chris Boone at the back, the former champion in the Cov Cats run. Blue and yellow XK8s. Coventry, of course, the home of Jaguar. And now JCB required to help reposition the tyre wall. Looks like the marshals have by and large done the job there, though. Well done to them. Nice quick repair job. Fair play to the volunteer marshals once again. I don't think the JCB is going to be needed. So a quick chance to look at the quick rebuilding job, and it was a very quick rebuilding job on the tyre wall. Is the JCB going to be needed or not there? I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe just to make sure the tyres are shored up properly. Not sure if JCB racing has ever been tried here at Oulton Park. Although the Bamford family who own JCB have got quite a collection of classic cars. Some of them go racing sometimes. Reminder of the start grid then. Tom Robinson and James Ram on the front row. Colin Philpott and Michael Holt on row 2. Third row, Mike Seaborn and Tom Lenthal. Then Rick Walker won't be restarting, of course, after that incident. Tim Morantz will start there alone on row 4. Andrew Harper and Jack Robinson on the 5th row. Then Guy Connew and Simon Lewis. Lawrence Coppock and Stephen Dowell in the XKR. Damien Gray and Michael Atkinson. Derek Pearce and Dean Sewell on row 9. 10th row, Andrew Maynard. No David Ringham after problems in race 1. Matthew Davis and Chris Boone are there. And Tom Barkley restarts from the back. Sad remains of the lean green racing machine, as we call it, taken back to the paddock. Quite a sad sight. Last bit of rebuilding of the tyre wall. You can see there the rear lift on the JCB being used. So just a short pause here before we get back underway while the marshals do their job there, ahead of this restart of the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge Race 2. There you can see once again what a beautiful setting this circuit is. Plenty of water birds on the lake, but there's plenty of fish in there as well. No chance to stop for a spot of fishing for the marshals though. Oulton Park is now offering accommodation up at Lodge Corner as well. That's at their events. A wonderful place that would be to spend a race weekend. A couple more of you getting in touch for our comment threads. Hi to Adam Preble, says good luck Gary. All the Preble family regular racers over the years. Hi to John Moss as well, says I went many times to Oulton Park starting back in 1954. Fair play to you, John. Don't forget we're in action again next weekend from Silverstone over the Jubilee weekend on the national circuits. Brick Car Trophy and the Praga Cup headlining the action on that occasion. Got plenty more besides. Got the Junior Saloon Cars, the Hyundai Coupe Cup, and much more coming up next weekend here on BARC TV. Just a one-day event here. this weekend. It is a big motorsport weekend all round, of course, internationally. The Indianapolis 500 taking place tomorrow. Formula One and NASCAR as well, among many other things. Those asking what time does the Praga Cup start, that's next week. Thank you for all your comments. It's been great to hear from so many of you today. Apologies for the enforced delay here while the barrier is rebuilt. Quick hello to Lynn Bates as well, who's down in the paddock working alongside the Jaguar Challenge this weekend. Long-time race marshal is Lynn, member of the Orange family. I wish all the best to Rick Walker after he took quite a wallop into the tyre wall there, coming out along the lakeside, coming out of Cascades. Once the clerk of the course is satisfied, we will be back underway. So thank you for your patience during the enforced delay here, following that incident involving Rick Walker's XJS. He did appear to be okay when he was out of the car, just as a precaution, being checked by the medics. Course car heading back into pit lane. Looks like the repairs are complete here at Lakeside. Well done to the marshals and the medical team. They're getting that incident cleared up very quickly indeed. The time of the restart has been reduced. You can see at the top of your screen there, it will be a 10-minute restart. Will be a completely fresh race though, ignoring what has gone already over those first couple of laps. Tom Robinson on pole, James Ram alongside, Somerset against Essex on the front row of the grid. Colin Philpott on row 2. You can see it's a staggered grid here at Oulton Park. Philpott from Berkshire. Michael Holt from Sandwich down in Kent. More famous as a venue for golf, of course, Royal St George's Golf Club, based in Sandwich. Slightly more adrenaline-fueled sports here today. As we get back underway, will be a fresh green flag lap to get some heat back into those tyres. Thanks to Toyo Tyres, supporters of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club that administers this series. So a 10-minute race, a slightly reduced run for the Big Cats before they head back into their lair head off their next round, which is in July at Thruxton down in Hampshire. It's Tom Lenthal, number 77. He's had a steady day so far, running to 6th in race 1. Also looks after Derek Pearce's car. One of the newer machines in the championship, the XK8. Conversely, Derek, for many years, ran the oldest car in the championship. Used to run a Jaguar Mark II for many years. She shared with Tom Lenthal. Many of these drivers stay with the championship for many years. It's good to see newcomers coming in, including Mike Seaborn. His first full season in the championship, I believe, last year, and he took the title. Andrew Harper, one of our newcomers. Jack Robinson as well, joining his brother. Steve Dowell in the XKR. There is the Auto Reserve Parts XJ TD V6, the turbo diesel car. You want to call it an XJR9 in those colours. A special moment when I did get to finally see an XJR9, along with a couple of other silk cut Jaguars lapping Donington in the Group C revival races a few weeks ago. Also got the famous Castrol livery. That was the livery used on the cars when they raced stateside, the IMSA GTP Jaguars. Well, which Jaguar is going to take the win here? Will it be Robinson? Will it be Ram? Will it be Michael Holt? Will it be Colin Philpott? Or will we see a new winner in the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge? Up to the grid they come then. It will be a 10-minute race. Last few cars up to the grid then. It's waiting for Tom Barclay at the back. There he is, in Tom Butterfield's car. Let's see if Michael Holt can get a flyer down the outside. Will Tom Robinson make a better start? The green flag waves at the back of the grid. 10 minutes of racing for the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. The revs are up, the red lights are on, away they go. Another good start by James Ram. Yellow flags waving there, somebody struggling to get away. Ram moves to the inside, and even worse start this time for Tom Robinson. He's down to about 5th place. Ram leads it, Holt up into 2nd, Colin Philpott this time in 3rd. Robinson has managed to hold 4th position. I noticed one car restarting from the pits as well. It was the number 88 of Damien Gray. Well, Tom Robinson trying to get a better start, but he's made a worse one. Sadly, he's down into 4th place. Oh, Mike Seaborn going off. He runs wide, battling with Tom Lenthal. He'll go over the grass there. That's spoil tip for the reigning champion in the 24. He'll rejoin towards the back of the field. James Ram leads it from Michael Holt. 3rd is Colin Philpott, then Tom Robinson, Tom Lenthal. Tim Morant's got a good start up into 6th place in the number 62. There's Damien Gray, number 88, having joined him from the back. I think it was Andrew Harper, unfortunately, who struggled off the line. Saw the yellow flags flying alongside the grid from the marshals. 31 Simon Lewis under fire from Jack Robinson in the number 14, the XJ40. One of a number of Swallows Racing prepared cars in this field. As they head round on the opening lap of this restarted race for the Big Cats. Michael Atkinson under fire from Lawrence Coppock in the pack there. Side by side into Britain's, that rarely works. It's worked for Mike Seaborn, though he's got ahead of Matt Davis in the number 50 car. It's another of the Swallows Racing cars. He's got Tom Barclay behind him in the number 17. They file their way down the midfield into Hislops and then Knickerbrook. The 3 XKs running together there. Seaborn trying to move back up. He's alongside Dean Sewell in the Series 1 XJ6. Squeezes him to the outside through Knickerbrook, but no problem on the exit. The XJS powers through. Wait to see who's going to be leading the way as they come through to complete the opening lap of this restart. Matt Davis under fire from Barclay. They're closing up on Sewell as well. Behind them is Andrew Harper, so yes, sadly it was him who stalled on leaving the grid. Made up a couple of places though. James Ram with the lead as they come up to complete the opening lap. He leads over the line. We watch the midfield battle head through Lodge Corner. There is Ram. Second place is still Michael Holt, and Tom Robinson trying to move up to attack Colin Philpott, who in turn is closing up on Holt for second place. Colin Philpott's got the lights on there to try and intimidate Michael Holt. This could be, I think, his best ever result overall if he can hold on in second. Robinson sliding about there in fourth place at Cascades, the left-hander. They thunder their way along the leg side. James Ram is pulling away in the number 99 XJS. Second place, the X300 of Michael Holt. Then another XJS, that of Colin Philpott. Tom Lenthall's well up there in fifth position. Behind him is Tim Morant, the leader of Class A. All the class leaders except Class B bunched together here at the front of the field. Michael Atkinson is leading Class B in the number 92 car after that incident for Mike Seaborn on the opening lap when he ran wide over the grass at Cascades. Ram leads Class D. Holt leads Class C. It's Morant leading Class A. Here's a battle, and Andrew Harper, a bit late on the brakes there, Andrew, getting wheels up onto the grass, but he slides past Matthew Davis, chasing after Tom Barclay there in the number 17. A bit much diesel smoke coming from that car, I think. At least I hope it's just diesel smoke from the number 156. Matthew Davis now got Damien Gray, who started from the pit lane on his tail. Head up over the top and down towards Hislops. 6.5 minutes of the race still to go. It's a relatively short sprint for the big cats here. Here's the battle for second place, heading into Druids. Tom Robinson hasn't got long to attack here if he's going to get through. He's throwing the big XJR6 around there. Colin Philpott making a move to the inside as they head into Lodge. As he got through on the exit there, we'll wait and see. There's Tim Morant, the leader of Class A. Simon Lewis going well. He's up in 7th place, the best overall I've seen him run for some time in the number 17. Michael Holt still ahead at the line, but here comes Philpott down the inside as they go into Old Hall. He goes through, up into second place, and more importantly, takes the lead of the class. Had to change the lead in Class C. Now here comes Robinson. This is his chance to try and move up onto their tails down into Cascades. Inside line, Colin Philpott in second place, Holt still in third. Here's a battle further back, Lawrence Coppock, Michael Atkinson, and that's Mike Seaborn recovering after his off earlier on. Main focus is this battle for second place though, and Robinson's got through ahead of Michael Holt as they headed along Lakeside there. Clear at the front is James Ram, nearly 4 seconds to the good in this race, so coming up to halfway, there'll be 5 minutes to go. Michael Holt on the tail of Tom Robinson. He'll now use the supercharged XJR6 to close up onto the tail of that stunning looking XJS of Colin Philpott. Oh, bit of smoke there, that's Stephen Dowell. Fast but fragile again, the XKR sadly. Looking absolutely beautiful in its new Martini livery, but I fear it's not going to last much longer in this race. Look at the smoke. XKR in trouble again. It's a new car for this year, so understandably some teething problems with it. So when Tom Barclay nearly clips the back of Dean Sewell there as they go into Britain's chicane. Yes, that car isn't going to be allowed to keep going, surely, with that amount of smoke. He's pulling it over. If he tried to keep going, he probably would have been flagged in by the officials. Barclay up the inside, meanwhile, takes Dean Sewell into the right-hander at Hislops. Damien Gray's XJ40 behind them. Excellent race for the big cats. 3 laps completed by James Ram. He's gone over the line nearly 6 seconds clear of Colin Philpott, so Ram in the XJS pretty dominant in this one. Robinson in third place is only just 0.3 of a second behind Colin Philpott now as Mike Seaborn continues his recovery drive, chasing down Lawrence Coppock in the number 97. That's a Class D, full race modified car. There are your class leaders. Philpott leads Class C. Ram obviously leads Class D and overall. Tim Morant leads Class A. That's Mike Seaborn now back into the lead of Class B. He's got ahead of Michael Atkinson there, so that's a change to the lead in Class B as well. No problem for Mike Seaborn here. He's done what he needs to do. He's back in the lead of his class, but he wants more. He wants to move up the order into the top 10. It's a learning exercise for him this year, having bought the X-Gale Hill XJS. Won the title in the XJ40, now campaigned by Andrew Maynard. Up over the little rise there towards Island Bend. Coming into the closing stage now. I don't think James Ram is going to be caught. And Stephen Dowell comes into the pits, not surprisingly, to retire. Seaborn has another go at Lawrence Coppock, Jaguar veteran, and behind Derek Pearce having a go at Michael Atkinson. With an unorthodox line taken there up over the curves and sideways, very sideways. Mike Seaborn, look at that. Wrestling the XJS, that's how you drive an XJS, just how Tom Walkinshaw would have driven one, or Wyn Percy. He's now got Michael Atkinson and Derek Pearce closing up. I wonder if that's because Stephen Dowell's dropped some oil there. Yeah, Derek Pearce has gone wide. I think the 69 car may have dropped a bit of oil on its way back to the pits. Michael Atkinson lost out to Pearce there on the run through Knickerbrook. Threatened to go off the 58 car for the second race in a row, but he held it together, the Jaguar veteran. Ram leads by 6.2 seconds meanwhile, only half a second in it for second place. Michael Holt's further behind them by 2.4 seconds in fourth place. Here's the lead up. I think now we'll be into his final lap. Wait and see, it's going to be touch and go when they get round to the line next time through as to whether the checkered flag will go out. James Ram in the clear. Now can Tom Robinson take second place away from Colin Philpott? They were just coming into sight there. Oh, Mike Seaborn's off again. What is going on with the 24? Tough day for Mike Seaborn. He had a good run to fifth and a class win in race one. Now, is he still leading the class? Yes, but only just. Michael Atkinson, second in Class B, is now right behind him. Most he can hope for here now, Mike Seaborn, is a class win. Don't get any decent overall result with a couple of offs. He's got to hold Michael Atkinson off now. Whether there's something amiss with that car, we said he's been working on the brakes on it recently, so whether the brakes are proving problematic again, I'm not sure. Just easing it through Shell Oil's hairpin there. It's 30 seconds left on the clock, so he hasn't got long to go. Wait to see if the leaders are going to come through and start another lap. Whether it will be checkered flag at this time. Depends where James Ram is on the circuit. Well, there he is. He's coming up towards the bridge. I think it is going to be checkered flag this time. Further back, Colin Philpott is still holding off Tom Robinson for second place. But it is going to be a win for James Ram in the number 99, the man from Dunmow in Essex. Had to settle for second place in the first race. No problem for him this time, leading all the way. There is the checkered flag. James Ram comes in to win. Number one, he signals as he crosses the line. Colin Philpott, well done to him, holding on for second. He wins Class C. Tom Robinson is third. Michael Holt takes fourth. Here's Seaborn. This is the battle for honours in Class B. I'll tell you, Tim Morant is going to win Class A. Here's Mike Seaborn. He's just got to get round Lodge and Deer Leap for the final time. It's been a problematic race for the XJS. He's held it together through the final lap, just ahead of the number 92 of Michael Atkinson. Out of Deer Leap. To settle for, I think it's going to be 9th overall, 10th overall I should say, over the line ahead of Michael Atkinson. Derek Pearce just behind. We'll confirm the full results in a moment. Simon Lewis, number 31, I can tell you has been given a 10-second penalty. We've not been given the reason why, whether it's for a false start or an out of position start. It could be. So we've not been notified of the reason for that yet. James Ram got the fastest lap, 1:59.67, the only lap under 2 minutes in the whole race. He takes the win by 5.5 seconds ahead of Colin Philpott. He wins his class, that's Class C. Tom Robinson has to settle for third this time, and Michael Holt in fourth place. Tom Lenthal rounds out the top five. Tim Morant, an excellent win in Class A in 6th overall, And well done, Jack Robinson, a fine 7th ahead of Lawrence Coppock. Simon Lewis, with that 10-second penalty, drops to 9th place. Mike Seaborn fighting back to 10th, a fraught race for him. 11th place going to Michael Atkinson, just behind Mike Seaborn in the Class B standings. Derek Pearce behind them, and Chris Boone 13th from the back of the grid, along with Tom Barkley and Damien Gray, who started from the pits, completing the top 15. Dean Sewell was next home, ahead of Matt Davis and Andy Maynard, and Andrew Harper, I think, was the final finisher. We lost Stephen Dowell as we saw into the pits in the XKR. 5 laps completed in that restarted race for the Jaguars. They now go back into the Big Cat's lair ahead of their next round at Thruxton in July. Certainly a spectacular championship, to say the least. A great day all round, although sadly not for Rick Walker. We wish him all the best. We hope he's all right. Hopefully we'll see that car back out later in the season. We'll confirm the results for you then. We'll shortly be able to hand down to Parc Fermé. Next up on track today, it's the Super Tourers back out, along with the Pre-03 touring cars, sponsored by Laser Tools and Bertie Haulage. The Jaguars heading into Parc Fermé, and we await Ian to meet them down there and have a chat to the drivers in just a few moments' time. So down to Ian Waterhouse as the Big Cats head into Parc Fermé.
Welcome down to Parc Fermé, everybody, and it's this man, James Ram-boed his way to victory there. See what I did there? Let's go have a quick chat with him. He's got to be delighted. I'll let you get that off, James, because I know there's a big smile underneath that helmet. What a cracking race. Of course, we had the red flag. It's been a lengthy time. You've been sat in this car for a long time now, haven't you? How relieved are you to get the win and to get out?
Don't I normally speak to you second?
Normally. Yeah. I thought we'd shake things up this afternoon.
Yeah. So did I.
How was it out there? I know obviously the red flag, you know, it kind of difficult to get a rhythm, but when you got out there, you're just lightning quick.
Yeah, I felt really comfortable in the car, and I really like this place. And
it shows.
Yeah, I was just felt on it. I thought if I could get in front of Tom, there was half a chance of staying in front of him. And he got balked at the start, and I think Colin probably held him up a bit. So yeah, absolutely thrilled to bits.
Great weekend for you, hey?
Yeah, superb, mate. Thank you very much.
James, congratulations. Let's go have a word with Colin Philpott as well. He finished in second. Colin, there we go. Another one. We just need a third race now so you can get first, don't we?
Going up the ladder, yeah.
It was a great race. I mean, you know, going toe to toe with Tom over there and Michael too.
Yeah,
action.
Yeah, I had to box clever a little bit there. You know, stick on the line, then come back for the chicanes and stuff. So it worked. Yeah, kept him at bay, didn't it?
You certainly did.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. It was a good race. And Michael as well, like my teammate. Yeah, getting by him as well. It's a bit of a do, isn't it? Eh?
Yeah, that's who you really wanted to beat, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well done, Colin. Great weekend, buddy.
Thank you.
Good to see you again as well. Let's grab Tom Robinson as well, finished third place. Of course, the winner of race 1, third in this race. Tom, not to be this time.
No.
Was it at the start? Just got stuck behind Michael and Colin, and just that was it.
That's it. Yeah, we obviously had the oil leak earlier on, so we've taken the power steering off, and it's just a completely different car to drive. So my arms are like.
I was going to say you like that.
I just feel absolutely knackered. So fair play to. I mean, I was nowhere near getting near James, but I thought it was on with Colin, but we just ran out of laps. But it's good fun, really good fun.
Good weekend, though, and nonetheless,
yeah,
congratulations,
really happy,
a first and a third for Tom Robinson there. Right, so there's still more action to bring you today here at Oulton Park. So I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to tell you what's coming up next.
Well, what's coming up next on their way to the grid are the Laser Tools Super Touring cars, accompanied by the Bertie Haulage pre-2003 touring cars. Checking the results of race 1, no amendments to the result of the first race, so the grid for race 2 lines up as follows. Anthony Reid in pole position in the Nissan Primera, starting alongside Mark Jones in the Renault Laguna. John Cleland on the second row alongside Tony Absalom in the Cavalier. Richard Wheeler and Jim Pocklington on row 3, then it will be Rob Salisbury. Andrew Strachan in the Mondeo should have been there, but that's damage not repairable from race 1, so it looks like the Mondeo is not there. Then there's a gap and we've got the Pre-03 touring cars. Gary Preble will head them in his Honda alongside Don Hughes at the Peugeot. Ross Craig and Andy Abrams in their Hondas on the second row. And the final row of the grid, Simon Mann in the BMW. And hopefully Steve Barber will be there in his Honda Civic. Cars already heading up to the grid then. It will be a rolling start for these cars. They'll form up on the grid first of all. Yes, Steve Barber's back out after his problems in race 1 in the black Lego Star Wars Honda Civic. Mostly Hondas, as we've seen for a number of years in the Pre-03 touring cars. Sun still shining here at Oulton Park while the cars head round ready for the rolling starts. Ian caught up with a couple of the drivers down in the paddock earlier.
Right, everybody, welcome down to the garages here. Quite a dramatic race, wasn't it, for the Super Tourers Pre-03s? We're going to chat to this man here. Gary, it's good to see you. We didn't really get a chance to see you or say congratulations. But race 1, quite hard to get into a rhythm, I imagine.
Yeah, it was. Very stop-start. It's so frustrating that we've got to hang back 10 seconds. It's fully understandable, but it's so frustrating we've got to hang 10 seconds back from the Super Tourers because, in the early laps when they're trying to get their tyres in, we're all, I can see us, we're pulling in on them, and I understand they're expensive machinery and they don't want us near them, so, fair play to them. But, yeah, race 1, thankfully, we just hope we've got an end to these gremlins. It didn't do it then, it did it this morning in qualifying.
We've got to bonnet up now, which is not usually a good sign, is it?
No, well, we're just checking a few things over. And hopefully, fingers crossed for race 2, we're going to get a clean race. So they've been chasing us ever since Silverstone, these gremlins, and we just want to put an end to them. I've spent hundreds in sensors and God knows what trying to change just to get rid of it, and it's something silly, but it's just finding it. Yeah. We found a little terminal that's just back a little bit from one of the plugs earlier. We've reseated it, and we hope that that's done the trick. So time will tell in race 2 and give it a good try.
I think we come down here at a good time because I think you're about to get a little trophy over here, aren't we, Luke? So let's see if we can get the trophy in, shall we, for you, Gary? Come on, Sonia. You've got to hand the trophy over. There we go, look. And the sparkling water.
Oh, look at that. Thank you very much. Lovely. Thank you.
There you go. There you go. Look, show it for the camera.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
But
Cheers,
another one later today, though, yeah?
Let's hope so. Fingers crossed.
Good luck. Cheers. Right, there we go.
Good to catch up with Gary Preble there, looking for a double win in the Pre-03 touring cars today. Looking at the points in the Pre-03 Touring Car Championship, it is Don Hughes that currently leads the championship, a point ahead of John Hillier, who races the unusual BMW E36 Touring. He's not out this weekend. As Gary Preble had a few problems with his car at Brands Hatch in the second round, had some engine issues, and Don Hughes took a double win on that occasion, so he's at the top of the championship, a point ahead of Hillier. Then Cavan Granger a point behind them, another BMW racer. He's not here this weekend. Gary Preble is 7 points back in Class D behind Don Hughes. So those two are very much the favourites. Ross Craig is behind them, 46 points for Hughes, 39 for Preble, 34 for Craig. Andy Abrams has only picked up 11 points so far. He's further back. Simon Mann has 8 points. So that was in Class C, running in Class A this weekend. It'll be a rolling start. Super Tourers will lead them off. Anthony Reid on pole. 7 Super Tourers out there, just the Mondeo that we're missing. Sadly, Andrew Strachan's damage not repairable. See him back out at the next round for the Super Tourers, I'm sure. They're not back out until Thruxton in July. It's the next meeting for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. I believe that's alongside the trucks again of the Convoy on the Plains event. Ready to party like it's 1999 once again. Anthony Reid and Jason Plato, aka Mark Jones, on the front row of the grid. Second row, John Cleland. In in his Vectra from 1998. The pace car is in pit lane. The red lights are on. 15 minutes of racing to come. Lights go out and we are underway. Super Tourers lead the charge. Listen to the roar as they head down into Old Hall for the first time. Anthony Reid takes the lead on the inside. John Cleland trying to follow him. Tony Absalom side by side with Richard Wheeler in the ex-David Leslie Nissan. Jim Pocklington in behind them. A slightly slower start for Rob Salisbury. Spun out of race one at Knickerbrook in the Honda Accord. He's got Gary Preble on his tail. He wants to move up and play with the Super Tourers as well. Don Hughes and Ross Craig in behind them. Then Abrams, Mann, and I think we've lost Steve Barber again. More problems for the black Honda Civic. With Jim Pocklington at the back of the leading group. But it's Anthony Reid who leads the way in the ex-German Super Tourenwagen Cup Nissan, owned by Richard Wheeler. Mark Jones in second place, chased by John Cleland. They come into Britain's for the first time, over the curbs. Such a wonderfully evocative sight, these cars. There's Richard Wheeler in the number 8, aka David Leslie, chasing down John Cleland. He's got past Tony Absalom in the Mint Motorsport Cavalier. Now trying to challenge our three leaders, Reid, Jones, Cleland. Running a bit wide there, the Renault of Mark Jones. There's Tony Absalom. So the 4 works cars up front, then we've got the independent runner. So it would be at least in period. Of course, the first independent to win outright in the British Touring Car Championship at the Donington season opener in 1999 was, of course, Matt Neal. One of the BTCC's all-time greats. Had that fierce rivalry over the years with Jason Plato. Here's a battle at the back, Andy Abrams and Simon Mann in the Cadbury's BMW. Cadbury's used to sponsor British Superbike racing. One of the teams sponsored by Cadbury's Boost at one time. Have you ever seen a Dairy Milk liveried car? St Rob Salisbury's Honda there slowing up a little. Is he coming into the pits? No, he's not. There go the pre-03 pace setters, and yep, Gary Preble is definitely playing with the Super Tourers here. He's got ahead of Jim Pocklington's Cavalier now. There's Don Hughes in the Peugeot in second place, Ross Craig in third. John Cleland on the tail of Mark Jones in the Renault. He's battled with that car many times before when it was driven by Jason Plato. It's alongside the likes of Jean-Christophe Bouillon, JCB in that Renault team, the Nescafe sponsored cars. We'll be stopping for a coffee here, chasing down Anthony Reid in the Nissan Primera. Mark Jones, he's closed up on him there through Knickerbrook. He's going to have a look here. No, he's not. Reid has the line through the right-hander. John Cleland just keeping a watching brief in third place. His racing career goes back to the 1980s. He's got Richard Wheeler on his tail in the Primera though. It's splitting into 2 pairs here at the front of the field. Cleland having to defend from Wheeler in the ex-David Leslie Primera. We could be watching BTCC from 1999 here, couldn't we, here at Oulton Park? Hopefully we'll see more and more classic Super Tourers come out and join this series. I think Jim Pocklington may have a problem. I saw a flash of flame from the side exit exhaust there. Don Hughes chasing him in the Peugeot. Down into Old Hall. No repeat of Richard Wheeler's earlier problems with the back trying to follow to lead the front into Old Hall. Don Hughes leads Ross Craig in the dazzle painted Honda. It's Pocklington definitely off the pace here in the Cavalier. He's got the production class cars chasing after him. Simon Harrison and Roger Moen, who were the leading runners in production in Peugeot 306s in the early 2000s. Plenty of Hondas in there as well. I believe Paul O'Neill raced a Peugeot at one time as well, of course now a BTCC commentator. There go the leaders. Number 8 of David Leslie, aka Richard Wheeler, closes up on John Cleland. Mark Jones is going to try and have a go at Anthony Reid for the lead into Knickerbrook. He won't get through there. He's keeping it steady through there. They know the value of these cars these days. Especially that's the possibly the oldest Super Tourer still in existence, owned by Jim Pocklington. He's got Don Hughes in the 306 on his tail. Here come your leaders, and Richard Wheeler having a look inside John Cleland. He goes through at Druids. Through goes the Nissan, so Nissan's now first and third. Good move there by Wheeler. Now he's going to try and make it a Nissan 1-2. Chasing down the Jason Plato Renault of Mark Jones. Let's hope John Cleland's Vectra isn't developing a problem here. He's dropped back quite rapidly there from the rear bumper of the Nissan. 9 minutes of the race still to go. Well, Gary Preble proving the pace of his Honda. He's caught Tony Absalom now. Wheeler's got the fastest lap of the race. He's done a 151.395 in the number 8 Nissan. Anthony Reid's car out in front. It's had various owners in the UK over the years. As Don Hughes goes through in the Peugeot, passes Pocklington. Ross Craig will try to follow him. Don Hughes saying, I can race the Super Tourers too. Very potent little car, that Peugeot. Looking to try and take the 303 Touring Car title this year and break the Honda monopoly. Reid led by 0.3 of a second last time through. Mark Jones certainly in attacking mode, and so is Gary Preble, running away with the Pre-03 Touring Cars and taking on the Super Tourers. Starting to bottle up again for the lead here behind Anthony Reid and the gang of 4 at the front. Towards Druids they come, and now Richard Wheeler's having a look. Is he going to squeeze his way past Mark Jones? No, you don't, says Jones. Defends with the Renault. He might get through on the run into Lodge here. Oh, and Jones moves across there. He's giving Richard Wheeler room. The Nissan seems to be quicker in a straight line. He's got the line for Lodge Corner, and he goes through up into second place. Nissan's 1 and 2. And here comes John Cleland now. That loss of momentum for Mark Jones could leave him prey to Cleland. This is allowing Anthony Reid to escape into the lead. He's going to make it 2 wins out of 2 for the Primera today. Mark Jones defending from Cleland now. The lead battle just beginning to break apart as the Nissans pull away. John Cleland weaving about on the tail of Mark Jones. Through the left-hander at Cascades. Here's the battle for 5th position. Tony Absalom trying to hold off Gary Preble, the Pre-03 leader. Have a look at the different lap pace between the two of them. Yeah, Preble lapping about 5 seconds a lap off Anthony Reid at the moment. Losing a second or so a lap, being stuck behind Absalom at the moment to get past that Cavalier. Could Gary Preble catch these 4? It's doubtful, I'd say. Cleland has just done the fastest lap of the race, a 151.365. Preble's last lap was a 156. Six and a half minutes still to go. Preble harrying Tony Absalom, ex-classic VW Cup race winner with his modified Mark II Golf. Just a variety of other saloon cars over the years, Tony Absalom. He's appeared in Ginettas as well. Mint Motorsports Cavalier, raced by various drivers, including Richard Kay, Jamie Wall, Tim Sugden's appeared in it as well. Ex-Toyota BTCC racer. Frank Rathall has raced it in revival events as well. And now in the hands of Tony Absalom as Gary Preble has a look there coming out of Knickerbrook. The hill towards the right-hander at Druids, and the power of the Super Tourer telling in a straight line. 12 cars still going. Behind Hughes and Pocklington, there's Ross Craig. Then a gap back to Rob Salisbury, who's still going in the Honda Accord. Andy Abrams and Simon Mann still together at the back of the field. Of course, Andrew Strachan didn't take the start, and Steve Barber dropped out as the race began. I think he pulled off on the green flag lap. Gary Preble up the inside into Old Hall. He's going for it, and he's going through. Oh, superb from Gary Preble. Charges his way past Tony Absalom, and he's pulling away in the Honda. Meantime, here are the Nissans battling for the lead now. Are there any team orders, I wonder, between Richard Wheeler and Anthony Reid? He owns both of these cars, after all, Richard Wheeler. I don't think there will be somehow. Over hilltop they go. Wheeler's in the fastest lap, 149.978. He's having a look up the inside into Nicker Brook on the brakes, the right-hander, he's through. Wheeler goes into the lead. Superb move there, that came out of nowhere. And now Mark Jones is going to try and attack Anthony Reid for second place, and Wheeler's pulling away. Suddenly, it's all coming good for the number 8 of Richard Wheeler after his problems in race 1 when he had a spin at Old Hall, then almost went off again later on in the safety car interrupted race. John Cleland in 4th place, keeping an eye on things as well. Reid's going to attack back again. He's having a look on the inside at Lodge Corner. No, you don't, says Richard Wheeler. They certainly are making a race of it, the two Nissans, but Wheeler, I said about those problems, that car seemed to snap sideways there, coming out of Deer Leap. Let's hope he's not having problems once again. Through Old Hall they go. 3.5 minutes to go. Mark Jones now trying to work up to catch Anthony Reid for second place. John Cleland in 4th position. Nissan, Renault, Vauxhall. It's a Honda in 5th position, but not a Super Touring Honda, because Gary Preble, the pre-03 leader, is up to 5th overall now, but he's about 25 seconds down on this lot. There is the Cavalier of Tony Absalom. The Nissan's nose to tail now. To come into the closing stages, 3 minutes to go, and Cleland's got through meanwhile into 3rd place past the Renault. So John Cleland could be ready to attack his old rival Anthony Reid here. Meantime, Jim Pocklington's under fire from Ross Craig. This is the fight for 8th overall. He wants to overtake a Super Touring car as well. Ross Craig's only a young gun in the Honda Civic, battling with the original Vauxhall Super Tourer, the car that was originally built with rear-wheel drive and campaigned by Chris Hodgins in 1990. That was the last year before the BTCC went single class. The 2 litres were Class B that year, Super Touring cars. Class A was still the Sierra Cosworths. Rob Gravitt was champion that year. And for 91 it went to the formula we now know as Super Touring. That lasted up until the year 2000 in the UK. John Cleland having a go at Anthony Reid there for second place. Didn't get the exit he wanted from Lodge Corner. Just under 2 minutes of the race to go. We may well get 2 more laps out of this. They lap Simon Mann in the BMW. Here comes John Cleland. He's having a go at Anthony Reid. He pulls alongside down the avenue towards Cascades. Into the left-hander. Trying to pressure Reid into a mistake here. They pull clear of Mark Jones in 4th place in the Laguna. Coming up to lap Andy Abrams here, the race leader in the Honda Civic. There's Jones further back in 4th. Has the Renault got a problem, I wonder? He seems to be dropping away. A little bit of a lock-up there for the number 8 of Richard Wheeler. So he gets on the brakes for the hairpin. Anthony Reid is under intense pressure. John Cleland's going to have a go here into the Britain's chicane. It's called Fulstons when these cars last raced here. Through the chicane they go. Cleland tries again. Is he going to try and pull the same move that Richard Wheeler did on Anthony Reid down into Nicker Brook? They're lapping Rob Salisbury's Accord. Reid holds that second place. Reid against Cleland, just like they would have raced back in the late 90s. Look out, Rob Salisbury. That was close. Meant them at the worst possible place there. That's where he spun off in race 1, Rob Salisbury, and brought out the safety car. Cleland is in attacking mode. He's lost none of his racecraft over the years, John Cleland. This is wonderful to watch. Reid holds that second place. Wait to see if we're going to get another lap out of this, because they're coming through towards Lodge Corner now. 20 seconds on the clock. I think we might get one more lap. Bit of a lock up there from Anthony Reid through Lodge. Meanwhile, Ross Craig dives to the inside, passes Pocklington. No problem. Certainly enjoying his race here, Ross Craig. Yes, just a few seconds left as they cross the line, so we're into the final lap now for the Laser Tools Super Touring cars and the Bertie Haulage pre-2003 touring cars. Oh, problems there, that's Anthony Reid. Spinning off, he's into the gravel. Oh, disaster for Reid. Can he keep going? Can he keep it going? He hasn't bogged down in the gravel, he's going to recover. Well done, Anthony Reid, keeps it going. Now that was a very similar incident to the one involving Richard Wheeler in race 1. The back just seemed to snap round on him. Is it a problem with the rear brakes on the Nissans, I wonder? He's lost second place to John Cleland, he's lost third to Mark Jones. So the stars of the past bragging rights are going to go to John Cleland in this one. It's Richard Wheeler out in front though, in the ex-David Leslie Primera. He's heading for victory. Make up for his problems in race 1. Cleland in second place. Now, can Anthony Reid catch and pass Mark Jones and retake third? It's unlikely. We'll wait and see, though. Up the hill they go towards Druids for the final time. Into the right-hander. It's going to be a double for Nissan here at Oulton Park in the latest round of the 1999 British Touring Car Championship. Sorry, got carried away there. It's going to be a double for Nissan here at Oulton Park in the Laser Tools Super Touring Revival Series. Up towards the checkered flag, Richard Wheeler takes the win. John Cleland comes over in second in the Vectra, and they're well clear of their opposition. Mark Jones comes over for third for Renault, 3 different manufacturers in the top 3 places. And well done, Anthony Reid, recovering for 4th place after that spin. In 5th position, Gary Preble has steamrolled his opposition in the Bertie Haulage Pre-03 touring cars. He's been taking on the Super Tourers. He's well clear even of Tony Absalom in the Cavalier. Here he comes. He may be the king of Castle Combe, he's the king of Pre-03 touring cars now. What a dominant drive by Gary Preble. Flashes his lights, crosses the line for 5th. Tony Absalom, he'll win the Privateers class, we can say, in 6th place. Should be Don Hughes through next in the Peugeot. We await the rest of the finishers to come in then. We lost Rob Salisbury incidentally into the pits. Here's what happened to Anthony Reid a couple of laps from home. The rear brakes just locked up coming into Cascades. Off he went, and I thought that was going to be the end of his race. But fair play to Anthony, using his years of skill, kept the Nissan running, didn't bog down in the gravel, and was able to rejoin for 4th place. Well done though to his teammates, Richard Wheeler. Takes the win, just over 2 seconds clear of John Cleland. Waiting for the last couple of cars to come home. There's Jim Pocklington, he'll be the last man to take the checkered flag in the early 90s Vauxhall. Wonderful to look at, that car, isn't it? Crosses the line, celebrates with his pit crew. I'll give you the provisional results in just a moment. Richard Wheeler taking the win, just over 2 seconds clear of John Cleland, with Mark Jones in third. Anthony Reid recovering after that spin to take 4th place. Gary Preble dominating the Pre-03 category in 5th position overall, ahead of Tony Absalom's Cavalier. 7th overall for Don Hughes and 8th for Ross Craig. Jim Pocklington crossing the line 9th. 10th place going to Andy Abrams in his Honda, and Simon Mann winning Class A of the Pre-03s in 11th place overall. We lost Rob Salisbury into the pits in the Honda, and of course Andrew Strachan and Steve Barber didn't take the starts. We can hand down to the crew in Parc Ferme then. Ian Waterhouse and crew are down there to talk to our leading runners, following a wonderful day of Super Touring Revival racing here at Oulton Park.
Well, I don't really know what to say. I mean, it kind of speaks for itself, doesn't it? That was the race we wanted earlier, didn't we? We got it in the end. Let's go have a chat. I actually think we might have lost Richard Wheeler actually went to go down into the pit lane, but he's going to come back down here. Let's go have a chat with John Cleland whilst we can. Second place in the end. What a magnificent drive that was. He was really, really going for that at the end. Maybe just a little bit longer. We'll let them get out. Let me get his door for him. There's Anthony Reid as well. Let's have a quick word with John. I'll let him get his helmet off as well. I imagine he's roasty, toasty hot in there as well. There's Anthony, a great race. I think, unfortunately, Richard Wheeler is going to disappear down the pit lane. What a drive that was for him. We did chat to him a little bit earlier as well. Pinch me moment, isn't it? He's pretty much done what we all kind of dreamt of doing, haven't we? Overtaking Anthony Reid, going toe-to-toe with John Cleland and getting the win in a Super Tourer. Oh, my word. This is quite incredible. John, you were certainly going for that, weren't you?
Yeah, it was a bit of a challenge. Yeah, I mean, Richard made a dive going up into Druids, which removed the door mirror, which I will send him a bill for.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but yeah, it was close, and the cars were starting to get a bit lively, and I knew that eventually I could grab the Renault, but Anthony just made a mistake going down through Cascades, locked the rears, and it jumped in the gravel.
Just like the good old days, eh, John?
I gathered there was something going on.
What happened, Anthony?
Yeah, it was all going fine. Richard was too quick for me, so he got past me later in the race, and I was planning on a 1-2. And but coming into Cascades, very high-speed part of the circuit, the brake pedal went to the floor. There was no front brakes at all. The rears just locked up and spat me through the gravel. But it was all going very nicely up until then.
It was. We got the race we wanted, didn't we? There in the end, it made up for race one, didn't it?
Congratulations to Richard Wheeler.
He's disappeared down the pit lane. He didn't want to talk to me, I think.
He's been a revelation.
Yes,
somebody who's come out of club racing and can run with the best.
Yeah.
At the front in super touring, that's no mean feat.
I see you've got a big smile on your face, Anthony. That's what it's about, isn't it?
Yeah, I had so much fun this weekend.
Yeah.
Short weekend, and the fun's going to carry on at Thruxton in a month or so's time. So can't wait for that.
We'll see you there. Thanks so much for talking to us. We really appreciate it. Congratulations as well. I wanted to see if Mark Jones is about. If not, where is he? Oh, there he is. Let's have a chat with him. Mark, a little word, if we may. That was just absolutely incredible to watch. I mean, what was it like from your seat?
It was good, yeah. I think we started running out of rear tyres towards the end, sort of midway through the race. I just couldn't carry the speed through Cascades anymore, so that's how John nipped past. But it was a good race up till then, yeah.
It was sensational. Thanks so much. It's been wonderful. Congratulations. Right, action comes thick and fast. Got to hand straight back to your commentator, Dave Goddard. Enjoy.
Yep, cheers, Ian. Thanks very much. Classic Thunder and Blue Oval Saloon Series are out next then for race number 2. It'll be a rolling start. Cars on their way to the grid. It'll be based on the results, this grid of race 1. Rick Wood will start in pole position with the Holden Commodore alongside Jason Davies in his Sapphire Cosworth. Hopefully he's rectified the problem that slowed him on the last lap of race 1. Kevin Clark's BMW and Nick Vaughan in the Audi A3 on row 2. Third row, Fraser Huntley in the Nissan Primera and Bradley Gelman in the Sierra Cosworth. They had a great scrap in race 1. Fourth row, Piers Grange in his Blue Oval Saloon Series dominating Escorts, and Neil Philpotts in the Mitsubishi Starion, or Starion, whichever way you want to say it. We still haven't agreed on that yet. Row 5 is Ian Craig's BMW, AJ Owens Honda. He got a penalty for exceeding track limits in race 1. Sixth row, Mike Manning's beautiful Cosworth RS500, Simon Collier in the Tigra Silhouettes. Row 7, a pair of Fords, Martin Reynolds in his Escort, Sam Daffin's Fiesta. 2 more Fiestas next, James Dunkley and Will Hunt. And another couple of Fiestas on row 9, Michael Rudge and Tim Mizzen. Then we've got the cars that didn't make it home in race 1. Colin Claxton in his Escort RS 1800. James Janicki in the Skyline hopefully is there. And Colin Voice, a rare retirement for his Mark 1 Escort in race 1, running in the historic classes of the Thunder Saloons. Let's have a look towards the back of the grid. Colin Claxton's there, James Janicki's there, that's good to see. No Colin Voice though, unfortunately. Looks like his Escort hasn't made it out. So there's Tim Mizzen, his Fiesta at the back of the field. He might feel a little bit intimidated in this one because he's got James Janicki and that big Skyline right behind him. Now, we'll see if there's any gaps further up the grid. I hope Jason Davies is there with the Sapphire Cosworth, because he was chasing Rick Wood in race 1. Yes, he's there. That's great. Hopefully there won't be any further gaps on the grid. Nick Vaughan is there with his Audi, I can see on the outside line. Not sure if Fraser Huntley's there with the Nissan Primera. Can't see from my angle at the moment. Does seem to be a gap on the inside behind Rick Wood somewhere. Well, we'll see as the cars roll away. 30-second board is held aloft. Lights come on atop the pace car, and he leads them away. This will be another 15-minute race. Right, it looks like we're missing a couple of cars, actually. Kevin Clark is not there with the BMW. Fraser Huntley's not there. And I'm not sure if Piers Grange is there. That's going to throw the Blue Oval Saloon Series wide open, because he dominated that in race 1. I think we're actually missing the 3 cars that should be lined up directly behind Rick Wood. Cars in 3rd, 5th and 7th on the grid. None of those 3 are there. That could give Ian Craig a run down the inside, as he starts 9th. Watch for fireworks from the back of the grid. James Janicki in the skyline. We want flames. Only from the exhaust, of course. You understand, we don't want to see the car catch fire. There's Mike Manning in the Texaco car. Martin Reynolds in the Escort, the reigning Blue Oval Saloon champion. James Dunkley, the current points leader in the red Fiesta. Let's see how many places James Janicki, the man from Essex, can make up from the back in the skyline. There's already a couple of quicker cars missing from the front, unfortunately. But can anyone stop the Oulton Park specialist that is Rick Wood? Jason Davies alongside. He was giving chase in the early stages of race 1, but the Sierra let him down the last lap. He had to crawl over the line for 2nd place. Start to form up now 2 by 2. Our 2nd race of the day for the Edmondson Electrical Classic Thunder Saloons and the Burton Power Boss Championship Blue Oval Saloon Series. There you can see the gap ahead of Ian Craig. Oh, the Mitsubishi's not there either. I've just noticed Neil Philpotts is not out. So there's quite a few cars missing from the front of the grid. Chance for some of the lesser lights to shine here then. Concentrating on the inside row of the grid. I didn't notice we were missing the Mitsubishi from the outside, but Rick Wood and Jason Davies, the front row, are certainly there. Let's see if they can pull away in the early stages. It's a 15-minute race. Classic Thunder and Blue Oval Saloon Series combined grid. Bit of smoke there from Bradley Gelman's car. He's a bit over-eager on the route to the lights. The lights go out and we're underway. They charge their way down to Old Hall. Wood on the inside, Davies on the outside. Nick Vaughan's got a good start in the Audi A3. He's up there with them. Bradley Gelman in 4th place in the Sierra Cosworth as they thunder their way down towards Cascades for the first time. Jason Davies has got the inside line in the Sierra, and he's going to go through on the inside, takes the lead from Rick Wood. Great move by Jason Davies. Nick Vaughan up there in 3rd place, then Bradley Gelman. Ian Craig is 5th in the BMW. Maybe a slightly reduced grid here, but certainly no less spectacular. It's Jason Davies looking for win number 3 this season. He had a double win at Silverstone at the opening meeting of the year, but Rick Wood, an Oulton Park specialist, sliding his way out of the hairpin there on his tail in the big Aussie Holden. Ford against Holden at the front of the field. Could almost be at Bathurst, couldn't we? Nick Vaughan up there in third in the Audi, that's going well. Bradley Gelman fourth, it's Mike Manning, Ian Craig and AJ Owen. Seen his dad Craig Owen race his Sierra Cosworth in the series this year. That's on the sidelines with a bit of damage from Silverstone, I think, at the moment. It'd be wonderful if Nick Vaughan the Prawn, as his supporters call him, could get a podium for the first time here. There goes AJ Owen, multiple Pre-03 champion, has upgraded the spec of that Honda to Thunder spec. Behind him, Simon Collier running well in the Tigra. Who's going to take the Blue Oval Saloon Series battle then? Have a look at that a little further back. And look at James Janicki, he's already up there with Collier, so into the top 10. Blue Oval Saloons are being led by Martin Reynolds, the reigning champion. He's got some supporters in our YouTube chat at the moment. He's got James Dunkley on his tail as well in the Fiesta, and third is Sam Daffin of the Blue Oval Saloon Series. Completing the first lap, 1.3 seconds in it between Jason Davies and Rick Wood. Ford in third, then Gelman, Manning, Craig and AJ Owen. There's the third place fight, Nick Vaughan in the Audi. James Janicki up to 8th place from the back of the field in the early stages of this one. Only 16 cars taking the start in the end. Shame we lost some of the quicker runners from earlier on, but here's a battle at the back. Colin Claxton making his way through past Tim Mizard, the wheel of his Ford Fiesta. Blue Oval Saloons are led, in fact, by Mike Manning. Apologies there, that car's a Boss entry. There he is, the Texaco Sierra. And Martin Reynolds is second in that division. I'd missed that Manning was up there in 5th place, sorry about that. Shades of Steve Soper and the likes of Gianfranco Brancatelli, who raced those cars in period, the Texaco Eggenberger Sierras. Ian Craig's BMW behind him. There's Janicki in the Skyline, trying to close on AJ Owen. Little flash of flame from the Sierra there. No flames from the Skyline yet, though. Out of Knickerbrook. Up Clay Hill, AJ Owen chasing Ian Craig in the BMW here. It's a good effort by the little Honda, but they're about to be monstered, I think, by the Nissan Skyline. Known as Godzilla in Japan, the Skyline GTR. He's coming up to have a look here at AJ Owen. James Janicki used to race in the Nippon Challenge for Japanese cars of all shapes and sizes. Some very quick Nissan 200 SXs and Mitsubishi GTOs I remember in that series a few years ago. He breezes past AJ Owen, no problem down the straights. Davies leads by just over a second up ahead of this group though. Rick Wood has just done the fastest lap of the race, and Ian Craig under fire. The Skyline goes past him up into 6th position. Rick Wood has just done a 1:45.789 in the Holden. Now can Janicki catch the lead? He's going after Mike Manning now in the Sierra Cosworth, the Sierra RS500. The other Sierra Cosworths up in 1st and 4th. Davies the booted Sapphire version, Bradley Gelman in the black Cosworth in 4th place. Good to have Brad back out this weekend. Now catching Mike Manning. That's a Blue Oval Saloon Series car. The battle for second in the Boss Series is still between Martin Reynolds and James Dunkley, further back for 10th position overall, behind Simon Collier in the Tigra Silhouette. Here's Mike Manning. Here's James Janicki, straight round the outside, down the straight, up into 5th position. A puff of smoke there from the Skyline, and here are the leaders. Davies being chased down by Rick Wood in the ex-Garth Tander Holden Commodore. Ford versus Holden around Oulton Park. Up over the line to complete lap number 3, and another fastest lap by Rick Wood, 1:45.358. He's got the gap down to less than a second now. Great first lap by the Ford pilot Jason Davies, the Welsh Sports and Saloon regular. Down into Cascades they go. 16 seconds clear, near enough, of everybody else. Nick Vaughan in third. There's the Audi. There is Bradley Gelman behind him in the Sierra. It's James Janicki through in 5th position. Manning and Craig next through. Then it's AJ Owen, Simon Collier and Martin Reynolds. Beyond that, we've got James Dunkley. Behind them, the rest of the Boss runners, Sam Daffin, Will Hunt, Michael Rudge in their Fiestas. The other Fiesta of Tim Mizzen is at the tail of the field behind Colin Claxton's Escort. Over Hilltop come the leaders. Davies from Wood. It's getting closer, slowly but surely, to the back of that rather outrageous, bewinged Sapphire Cosworth. Wings on like that. Oh, he's run wide there, puts a wheel onto the grass, nearly spun it. This could be Rick Wood's opportunity. Just saying, the Sierra with all those wings on it looks a bit more like a time attack car than a race car. To the end of another lap, and yes, Jason Davies, I think he's struggling with the handling of the Sierra. It's sliding about, exiting the turns as he puts the power down. Through towards Deer Leap. Yes, that's Sierra looking a little unstable here. Wood is easing up onto the back of the Ford. He's right behind him now as they head into Old Hall Corner. I think it's going to be a matter of not if, but when Rick Wood is going to get through to take the lead of this Edmondson Electrical Classic Thunder Saloon race. Here they come down towards Cascades. We're coming up to halfway, 7.5 minutes to go. Round the left-hander. Jason Davies gets his foot down, pulls away a little bit as they head along the lakeside, up over the rise towards Island Bend. Through the left-hander up to Shell Oil's hairpin. Wood can't quite get onto level terms with the Sierra. Seems stronger in that early part of the lap, Jason Davies. To Britons. Is the Holden going to close up here? Doesn't look like it. Meantime, here's a battle further back. This is for 7th place. Soon to be 6th because Ian Craig has caught Mike Manning. AJ Owen behind them in the Honda. They don't need to get ahead of Mike Manning because he's in a different championship to them. He's sitting pretty at the top of the standings in the Blue Oval Saloon Series at the moment, at the top of the standings in this race at least. Wait to see what's going to happen in the championship. No Piers Grange this time. Flash of flame from the BMW of Ian Craig. So Ross having a good day in the pre-03 touring cars with his Honda. It's one of Ross's old rivals behind them here, AJ Owen. His Honda in the colours of the early 2000s Hondas in BTCC, raced by the likes of Matt Neal, Alan Morrison and so on, Andy Prio as well. He's become World Touring Car Champion. Trying to move to the inside there, the BMW holds him off. They've got the lovely Sierra RS500 of Mike Manning ahead of them. Veteran of over 40 years of racing, the Welshman. And everything from motocross to auto tests, rallycross he's done for many years as well down at Pembrey. Leaders lapping Colin Claxton's Escorts as they come into the Shell Oil's hairpin, and now Rick Wood is much closer behind Jason Davies. The battle of wills between these two. Towards Britons. See, Jason Davies has put his headlights on. That's to warn the back markers that he's coming through. Over the top they go. Down the other side. It's a Bathurst style battle that's really a mini Bathurst there. Not exactly Skyline at Bathurst, Hilltop, but it's close, probably the closest thing we have in the UK. Cadwell Park might contest that though. That's the mountain circuit in England. Here they come up towards Druids. They've got Michael Rudge in his Fiesta next to lap. Through the right-hander they go. Hopefully Rudge is going to see them. Yes, he's pulling aside into Lodge. Now they come into the right-hander once again. 4.5 minutes of this race to go. Davies from Wood. Here's AJ Owen, still chasing Ian Craig. And Wood's going to go to the outside as they come down into Old Hall. He's going to have to be very late on the brakes to make this work. They're still side by side. He's going to try and out-drag him as they come off the corner. He must have got the slipstream there coming out of Deer Leap, and he's done it. Good driving by Rick Wood. He's taken the lead from Jason Davies. He must have got into the slipstream as they came out of Lodge Corner there along the straights and was able to get the car stopped and get round the outside to out-drag the Ford down the avenue. But Jason Davies is not finished yet. Less than 4 minutes to go now. He's got time to fight back. He just needs to keep a cool head here, Jason Davies. Try and pull off the same move that Rick Wood has just pulled off on him, but Wood is fairly pulling away now. He's got his boot down. Starts to pull the big Holden clear. It's not until you stand next to an Aussie V8 supercar you realise just how big they are. Here's Mike Manning, Ian Craig and AJ Owen, and Mike Manning's in trouble. He pulls to the side there. Is that a problem with the Sierra? I think it is. I thought he'd maybe just taken a half spin off the curb there coming out of Old Hall, but yes, Mike Manning's in trouble. Now, who's this going to give the lead in the Blue Oval Saloons to? I think it's going to be Martin Reynolds' Escort. He was second in class behind Mike Manning. Yes, Martin Reynolds in the Ford Escort Mark II is going to take the lead of the Blue Oval Saloon Series with if Mike Manning has dropped out, and I think he has. Suddenly slowed there coming out of Old Hall. Yep, there is the Sierra. Brilliant looking car, fast but fragile sadly. Mike Manning is out of the race. So Martin Reynolds and James Dunkley separated by about 5 seconds. That's now for the lead in the Blue Oval Saloon Series. Here's Bradley Gelman coming through to lap Colin Claxton. He's in 4th place behind Nick Vaughan in the Audi A3. Rick Wood on that last lap has already pulled 8 seconds clear of Jason Davies. The cork is out of the bottle. There goes Nick Vaughan. Here's a battle of the Fiestas. Will Hunt up the inside, locking up there, getting wheels onto the grass as he tries to pass Sam Daffin. Doesn't need to pass Sam Daffin really, they're in different classes, but you try telling that to 2 racing drivers in the heat of battle. Sam Daffin's car liveried like the Gulf Mirage sports cars that used to race at Le Mans with the darker Gulf blue. Will Hunt in the Fiesta ST behind him. 90 seconds on the clock. Rick Wood is heading for a double, but a great effort by Jason Davies. He's lifting a wheel there, Will Hunt. This is the fight for 12th overall. Daffin is leading his class, Class C of the Blue Oval Saloons. Will Hunt is second to James Dunkley in his class. Rick Wood is heading for victory. He'll get one more lap out of this. You can see Jason Davies not even in sight. Is Jason Davies still going? He's dropped back extremely rapidly from Rick Wood. We saw him have problems in race 1. They come up to lap James Dunkley. Let's have a look in the background. I've got a feeling we've lost Jason Davies. Let's see if he comes through over the timing line this time. There's James Dunkley. He'll be leading the championship in the Blue Oval Saloon Series. Yes, Davies has come through. He's over 15 seconds down. There he is, just behind Will Hunt in the Fiesta. Yeah, his pace has dropped off quite considerably. I think Davies might be in trouble again. He's going to try and keep going for 2nd place. He's clear of Nick Vaughan to the tune of 19 seconds. Davies lapping the Fiestas. And here's our Blue Oval Saloon Series leader. He's just been lapped by Rick Wood. Martin Reynolds in the Escort. And on the last lap now, Rick Wood is heading for his double, but a good fight put up by Jason Davies. We saw him slow on the last lap of race 1, and I think he's slowing again now. He isn't running out of petrol, is he? I don't know what the size of the fuel tank is in Sapphire Cosworth. Ian Craig still staying ahead of AJ Owen. They've been together all race long. James Janicki in the skyline is somewhere up ahead of them. He's pulled away. Didn't manage to catch Bradley Gelman though. Simon Collier goes a lap down in the Tigra. Well, the king of Oulton Park, you could call him. No matter what he races here, he's always there or thereabouts. Jason Davies put up a good fight, but nobody can stop the man behind, CNC Heads, the man with the amazing touring car collection in his Holden Commodore V8 supercar. Rick Wood scores a double in the Classic Thunder Saloons here at Oulton Park this afternoon. Martin Reynolds, meanwhile, a lap down, wins the Blue Oval Saloon Series ahead of James Dunkley. And here comes Jason Davies. He's going to make it home this time in one piece. Slowed on the last lap of the earlier race. He's going to make it in for second overall, 21 seconds down this time. His pace did drop off. His last lap was a pretty slow one. Sam Daffin wins the Battle of the Fiestas and wins his class. Here's Bradley Gelman. He has been caught by James Janicki. We didn't see much of the skyline in the second half of that race, and he's drifting his way through the final corner there. Always got to have a bit of showmanship in a skyline. Well done, Nick Vaughan in the Audi A3. He's taken his first podium in third place. Gelman fourth ahead of Janicki, and this is the fight for sixth place. Here comes Ian Craig in the BMW CSL. AJ Owen chasing. Power of the BMW tells, and Ian Craig takes the place. Owen comes over in 8th position, and a class win for him as well. We'll confirm the results and the class winners in a few moments' time as the last couple of finishers make it home. Just the one retirement from that race, sadly. Rick Wood, the winner, ahead of Jason Davies by 21 seconds, and well done, Nick Vaughan, a fine third place in the Audi. Bradley Gelman in fourth, just ahead of James Janicki. The skyline nearly catching him there on the final lap. There was only half a second between them at the line. Jason Davies, the winner of Class B. Rick Wood taking Class A. Sixth place went to Ian Craig. AJ Owen won Class C in 7th place. And Martin Reynolds takes out the Blue Oval Saloon Series overall and wins his class, Class S, in 8th place, a lap down. James Dunkley, a class winner, in 9th place behind him. And there were class wins also for Simon Collier in the Classic Thunder Class S, and Sam Daffin in his Fiesta. The other finishers, the Fiestas of Will Hunt and Michael Rudge, Colin Claxton's Escort, and Tim Mizzen, the final finisher in his Fiesta, because unfortunately Mike Manning was the only retirement. Well, we'll head down to Parc Fermé then and see who Ian Waterhouse has found to talk to from our Classic Thunder and Boss second race.
Well, welcome down to Parc Fermé. That was actually a thrilling race, wasn't it? Rick Wood again. We are going to have a chat with him for about the 38 millionth time today as well. And we'll see if we can catch up with Jason Davies. Trophy's just over there as well. Look, there they are. There's Sonia. She hates being on the camera, but we'll put her on the camera anyway. So we've got the trophies. We've got a little trophy as well in the middle. Let's just have a little look at that.
From the dinner and dance.
That's left over from... Oh, OK, so it's for Rick Wood, that one as well. Look, that was left over from the dinner, dance, award ceremony earlier in the year. So that was from 2021, Class A third. So there you go. He's going to get... I don't know if he's going to have enough space for all of his trophies today. See, car's coming in now, as you can see. There is Rick Wood, just come along in that absolutely whopping great Holden. Here he comes now. We'll grab a word with him. Of course, we'll let him get out. Maybe we'll time him again to see how quick he can get out of that car. He's getting quicker and quicker and quicker, isn't he, as the day goes on. Here he is. Right, here we go. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Only joking, Rick. You take your time, mate. Don't you worry about that. Reynolds here as well from the boss. Let's have a chat with him whilst we're waiting. We've got Jason Davies over there as well. It'd be great to have a chat with him. We've just got to get helmets off, haven't we? Because it's quite difficult to chat to them, isn't it? What a day we've had. The sun is shining. It's a glorious day. We are almost ready to have a little chat here as well. I can tell you Rick Wood is out. Let's grab Rick very quickly. Rick, that was the quickest time to get out of the car today. I feel like we've done this. You've just been hogging the airtime all day, haven't you?
It's these clips on the side of my helmet. The safety. Yeah, that was a good race.
How are you going to get home with all these pots to take home with you?
It's a nice problem, isn't it? So, yeah, I wonder about that after.
It was a good battle for a bit with Jason, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really made the race for me. I thought No, he's a good driver, and he was absolutely on the limit. Well done, mate. And no, I thought I actually had a battle on my hand.
Yeah.
But them Cozzies, when they get a bit too hot day, this is a fast at the end.
Yeah.
Them Cozzies, the turbo, the temperatures go up, the turbos fall off them.
Roasty toasties, yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent, well done. Congratulations, fantastic stuff as well. In fact, everything's going on. I know we've got a little clip to play for you as well, so I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, before the next race.
2 races to go here today at Oulton Park with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. The next race is the Pultec Pre 66 Classic and Historic Touring Cars. They had a great race earlier on, won by Alan Greenall in his Ford Falcon, and we caught up with some of the drivers a little earlier in the paddock.
Oh, hello everybody and welcome back to Ian's Amazing Spaces Part 2 at a racetrack. As you can see, I'm in the ambulance here now. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we won't actually get to see these guys at all because we certainly don't want that, but what a wonderful job everybody does. Now, talking of an ambulance and hospitalisation and things like that, my heartbeat really races when I see these cars. Let's go have a little look over here. We're going to catch up with some of the Pre-66 cars and chat with some of the drivers. Of course, race 1 has finished. We do have race 2 still to come though. In fact, a couple of cars just coming back through, so just bear with us one moment because we just don't want to get run over, do we? So let's keep going along and we'll grab a word with some of the cars, some of the drivers before race 2 gets underway. We're not going to be able to hurdle over here, but there we go. Let's keep going. We'll go round and have a quick chat, see how everybody's feeling now. Of course, the sun is shining now, conditions are absolutely perfect. We had a very entertaining race 1. What are we going to expect from race 2? Let's go have a chat over here. Sorry to jump in. Tell me, race 1, how was it?
Yeah, it was good fun, Car went well, had a little clutch slipping issue in qualifying, but that seems to be all sorted now, so yeah, it's going really well.
So, of course, we've got to do it all again. Race 2, car's in good condition. You're obviously looking ready. I can see that yourself. What's the plan?
Just go out there, see what I can do. Hopefully I'm in a good grid position now, so I'm in front of the other people that I should be competitive with. So if I can just maintain that lead and hopefully stick out in front, no issues with the clutch, I'm good to go.
Top man, thanks so much for talking to us. Lovely stuff. Stick with us a little bit longer and let's just have a quick chat. Let's have a quick chat over here as well. Race 1, how was it for you?
Brilliant. Yeah, really good.
And race 2, action plan for it. Final race, of course, for you guys a little bit later. So.
I'm not sure where I've finished, but yeah, can't wait.
It's been great to watch so far. These Pre-66s, what's it like to be in the field?
Brilliant in the minis, and all the drivers are fair. Yeah. So,
excellent. Yeah. Thanks so much for talking to us. Best of luck out there. Right, I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to take you through the action.
Okay, cars on their way to the grid. Cheers, Ian, for our second race of the day for the Pultec Classic and Historic Touring Cars. Let's have a look at the grid then, based on the results of race 1. Alan Greenall in the Ford Falcon with Barry Syme in the Mini alongside him, just as they were on the grid for race 1. A pair of V8s on row number 2. Piers Grange in the Ford Mustang, Tim Scott Andrews in his Ford Falcon. Row 3, the first of the Lotus Cortinas, Nigel Cox alongside Roger Stanford. He got a penalty for jumping the start in race 1, ducked him back a place to 6th. Row 4, Robin Slater, Anglia, John McGurk, Lotus Cortina. On the 5th row, Pat Keneally, another Lotus Cortina, and the reigning champion James Ibbotson with his Hillman Imp. Row 6, Kevin Swan, Anglia, Nathan Williams, Mini. Row 7, Eric Walker with another Ford Anglia, Nathan Beresford in his BMW. Row 8, Andy Mesham in his Mini, championship leader Luke Wilson in the Austin A40. Row 9, Patrick Harris, Morris Minor, Freddie Brown, Hillman Imp. And on row 10, we have Paul Cooper in the Cortina GT and Michael Foley in his Lotus Cortina. Row 11, Stuart Radford with the Triumph Vitesse and Tim Dodwell in his Mini. 12th row, Keith Wright, Morris Minor, Anthony Warnes, Austin A40. Michael Loveland and Douglas Heel are next in their Hillman Imps. They failed to finish in race 1. And then we've got the cars that have changed drivers, because we've got 3 cars that swap drivers between races. Number 21, the Mini, is now handled by John Davies, twin brother of Mike. It's not Steve Evans in the 26 car, that is now Brian Bedford. And in the number 24 car, it is John Truslove taking over from Ben. So that's your lineup. Of course, with them having to swap drivers, they have to start from the rear of the grid, although the Davies Mini was down there anyway because that failed to finish the first race. And moving off on the green flag lap then. Contrast of little and large at the front of the grid once more, the big V8s, the Mini of Barry Syme in there as well. There's the BMW, the blue car there, number 118. Nathan Beresford. Used to be a rally car, that machine. Here's Grange in the Mustang. Maybe that's why he didn't appear in the Blue Oval race. Maybe he was concentrating on getting the Mustang ready. There's an interesting vantage point. Not many circuits in the UK where you can watch the race from your boat. Bit different to your yacht at Monaco in the harbour. I suppose there's one other circuit where you can do that. That's Mallory Park. That's got a lake in the middle. Just looking to see if there's anybody missing. No, the two imps that broke down in race one are both there. Cars that have changed drivers, all three of them are there. I think we've got a full grid for this race. That's great news. There's Luke Wilson, the maroon A40, the championship leader. Roger Stanford, that distinctive green and yellow Lotus Cortina. There's Walker in the maroon Anglia. Consistent run for him today. Andy Mesham's Mini just ahead of the championship leader. That looks like they're all present and correct. That's excellent. Another 15-minute race for the Pultec Pre-66 touring cars. Will we see a giant killing for one of the smaller cars here? There's Freddie Brown, that lovely Fraser imp. He's got a couple of road-going Hillman imps in his car collection as well, the man from Surrey. First time we've seen him out this year. He's had a few problems with that Fraser imp. He had a problem at, I think it was the Brands Hatch round, where he forgot to send his entry form in. What a mistake at a maker. But he's here today, that's the main thing. Former Class E champion. There's the Triumph Vitesse, Triumph specialist Stuart Radford. Coupe version of the Herald. Tim Dodwell behind him in his Mini. So they make their way up to the grid for a standing start. One race to go after this, the Pre-93 and Pre-83 touring cars. Started off as a fairly cool day here at Oulton Park, but it's beautiful early summer sunny weather. There's the brightly painted Lotus Cortina of John Truslove at the back of the grid. But it's Alan Greenall at the front, looking for another victory for the Ford Falcon. His arch rival is Piers Grange in the Mustang there on the second row. In between the two of them is that giant killing Mini of Barry Syme. What can the Scotsman do here? James Ibbotson will start as favourite in Class E, the navy blue Shrigley Engineering tuned number 1 imp. Watch for the Lotus Cortinas as well. Last couple of cars into line at the back. Waiting the all clear to get this one underway. 15 minutes of racing for the Pultec Pre-66 Classic and Historic Touring cars. We're underway. V8 rumble of the Falcons and the Mustang. A great start by Tim Scott Andrews. Look at that up the outside, and he's going to take the lead on the run into the first corner. A super start by Tim, and Barry Syme swings the Mini round the outside. He slides out of Old Hall. Piers Grange goes wide over the curb, so does Nathan Beresford. And Alan Greenall is demoted to third place, side by side with the Mini. Look at this, down into Cascades. Syme's going for the inside. Late on the brakes, he sends it up the inside, and he's taken the lead. Brilliant from Barry Syme. Tim Scott Andrews can't believe what just happened, I don't think. That is how you corner a Mini through Cascades, and Barry Syme has the lead. Look at the size difference. Look at the size of those Ford Falcons charging up behind him, and Grange in the Mustang as well. Now, can Barry Syme, he's pulling away as they come up into the hairpin, can he hold these three massive Yank tanks off? 25, look at him up on the edge of the top of the banking on the hairpin. This is brilliant from Barry Syme. It's an absolute joy to watch in the Mini as he pulls away from Alan Greenall, Tim Scott Andrews, then Piers Grange, and then behind them Roger Stanford in the first of the Cortinas. Okay, can he hold on for the full 15 minutes then? That was an amazing first couple of corners by Barry Syme. A super start by Tim Scott Andrews down the outside to briefly lead in his Falcon. But then the Mini just blasted down the inside at Cascades from nowhere. He's sideways again. This is how Nick Swift would drive a Mini. Those who've seen footage from Goodwood over the years will know how Nick Swift races Minis. The only way he knows how to drive them is sideways, and I think Barry Syme has been taking lessons from him. It's an amazing first lap from Barry. Up towards Druids, he's got Alan Greenall going after him. Scott Andrews in third, then Piers Grange in the Mustang, then Roger Stanford. Those five have broken away slightly as they charge their way up towards the bridge and then towards Lodge Corner for the first time. It's Barry Syme who leads the way in the family Mini. They've owned that car for many decades. Piers Grange having a look up the inside on Tim Scott Andrews, trying to make a move on the Falcon. They're side by side. It's a struggle to fit those two big V8s side by side through Lodge Corner. Pat Keneally has made a good start. He's in the first of the Cortinas. Scott Andrews has held third place ahead of Grange in the Mustang. Greenall has a look as they come down into Old Hall. They're absolutely on the limit of adhesion through there. You can hear the tyres squeal as they slide through. There's a battle further back. That's Paul Cooper in the Cortina GT chasing Freddie Brown. A couple more Lotus Cortinas up behind them. John Truslove is in one of them. Brian Bedford's Austin A40 is behind. Just ahead of them is Michael Loveland. It's good scraps down the order anywhere you look in the 366 Touring Car Championship. There's Douglas Hill in his Hillman Imp. Repaired his problems from race one. He had to be towed back to the paddock. Meanwhile, towing up onto the back of Tim Scott Andrews is Piers Grange, the multiple Blue Oval Saloon Series champion in the PRG Trailers Mustang. He's being hunted down by Roger Stanford, the vastly experienced saloon car racer. Had this Lotus Cortina for many years. He's chasing down the 65 Mustang of Piers Grange against the tail, hung out a little bit there through Britain's. Still Barry Syme in the Mini, I think, that has got the lead. We come down into Knickerbrook, and yes, the Mini's still ahead of the Falcon, the Mustang, the second Falcon, and the Lotus Cortina. The battle is joined for sixth position. Pat Keneally ahead of James Ibbotson. Here comes Robin Slater in the Ford Anglia as well. And another Cortina behind them, which I think is John McGurk, number 13. A bit hard to tell the Lotus Cortinas apart, with the exception of Roger Stanford. They're all in the same livery. Yes, it is McGurk next in the order. Then it's the 63 of Kevin Swan, the Ford Anglia. This is the midfield battle. Robin Slater attacking James Ibbotson, the Anglia, the slightly more powerful of the two machines. He goes through. James Ibbotson fighting back, though. He can drive like the wind blows in that Hillman Imp. Here are the leaders, and still Barry Syme leads the way in the Mini that he shares with his father Jimmy. But here comes Alan Greenall. He's monstering up on the back of the Mini. He's going to go for the outside into. Oh, they touch. They're rubbing on each other into Old Hall. Goodness me! They just about hold it together there. Oh no, you don't, says Barry Syme. He waved to Alan Greenall there. That's damaged the passenger door on the Mini. You can see there, just pushed it in slightly, and the Mini continues to lead the way. I thought they were both going to go plunging off onto the grass there on the outside. That was a very dicey moment. That really was little and large through Old Hall Corner. That's allowed Grange to close up in third place. He's got ahead of Tim Scott Andrews. Roger Stanford a little further back in fifth in the Cortina. This is amazing from Barry Syme. Absolutely spectacular. He's raced single-seaters in the past. He's raced in the Clio Cup as well. He said he beat Lewis Hamilton once in Formula Renault single-seaters. And he's driving superbly here in that Mini. Alan Greenall in second place, sliding the Falcon. Mustang starting to charge up onto the back of him now as Piers Grange. Saw them have an absorbing fight for the win at Brands Hatch a few weeks ago. They've closed right up on Barry Syme once again. The Mini's quicker in the twisty bits, but the V8s have got the advantage on the straights. Tim Scott Andrews in 4th place, trying to get involved as well. His Falcon seems to be a bit more loose handling than the two ahead of him. See the slide there coming out of the right-hander at Knickerbrook. Roger Stanford trying to hang on to their coattails in 5th place in the Cortina. Now they close up again. 2 straights, one under the bridge and then the pit straight. This is where the V8 power counts. Greenall sideways coming out of Druids. This much the best race we've had today so far, but Greenall's got to be mindful that Piers Grange is trying to come through as well in the Mustang. Tim Scott Andrews in 4th position. Very different to the BMW Compact he raced a few years ago. Massive Falcon. Here they come then. What's going to happen into Old Hall this time? They're not close enough to attack Barry Syme. Slings the Mini through the right-hander. Look at that, the edge of adhesion once again. Big V8s run wide over the curves, and now Piers Grange is on the attack. He's going to have a look as they come down into Cascades this time. He's going for the inside on the big Falcon, who moves across to defend. Greenall still second. Along the lakeside, here's a battle further back with James Ibbotson once again taking on more powerful cars at the wheel of his imp. He's on the tail of one of the Cortinas, that's Pat Keneally in the Lotus Cortina. There's Nigel Cox just behind them, and John McGurk as well. Little shrigly tuned imp in there, just how Bill McGovern would drive them. He won titles in imps back in the late 60s, early 70s, the George Bevan tuned imps. Here they come then through the Britain chicane. We're only halfway through this race as well, still 7.5 minutes to go. Freddie Brown's got Cortinas on his tail as well. He's got Paul Cooper's Cortina GT chasing him down. This is further back in the order for about 21st place. Michael Foley's in there as well, the number 6, and Brian Bedford in the Austin A40. Goes to tail there into Cascades. What a marvellous race this is. There's one of the Minis, that's John Davies coming through from the back in the 21. He's got Nathan Williams' Mini ahead of him. There's action everywhere you look. Looking at the class leaders, Class C is being led by Barry Syme. Class A by Alan Greenall, the battle of the V8s. Class F by Roger Stanford. Class E by Ibbotson. Class B by Nathan Beresford. And Class D is by Patrick Harris. He's the head of Luke Wilson. So championship leader could be in for his first defeat of the season. Look at the way the Austin A40's going there of Brian Bedford. He's got round the Cortinas there at the hairpin. Such a nimble little car, Brian Bedford's Austin A40, but meantime, we'll check in with the leaders, and still Barry Syme hanging on. Tim Scott Andrews is in the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 6.277. He's got a bit more clear air to work in there from that 4th place, a little further back you can see. Piers Grange still in attacking mode on the back of Alan Greenall. But the harder they scrap, the more Barry Syme can get away. Are we going to see a giant slaying act here? We're going to see some battling Minis. Nathan Williams and John Davies. They've got Douglas Heels, Hillman Imp closing up on them as well. It's the Hillman Imp Super model, similar to that of James Ibbotson. Michael Loveland's is a Hillman Imp Deluxe, according to the entry list. They're going to slide their way out of the hairpin up towards Britain's. You can see, we've had a change for 2nd place there while we were away. Piers Grange has got the Mustang through into 2nd position. Now, is this going to change tactics for the 2nd place fight? Is Piers Grange going to try and get away here and go after that Mini of Barry Syme? He may not get the chance because Alan Greenall's attacking back again. Swing their way through Knickerbrook. Right up on the curb there. Tim Scott Andrews nearly got the Falcon onto 2 wheels. It's nearly a flying Falcon there. Michael Loveland gets past Patrick Harris. Now, 2nd and 3rd cars in this group. This is the battle for the lead in Class D. And Luke Wilson wants to make it 6 class wins out of 6 so far this year in the Austin A40. He's chasing Patrick Harris, the former champion in his Morris Minor. There they go, towards Island Bend. Here are the leaders. They're into back marker traffic now. They're coming up to lap Tim Dodwell. He moves out of the way. Be careful, of course, he has to drive his car home again. Piers Grange is after that Mini. Barry Syme's going to have to be careful. You can see the gaps come down. They come up to lap 1 of the A40s. Anthony Warnes, and Grange pulls out across the home straight. Surely he's going to go through. Yes, he's got him. Now Barry Syme straight back to the inside. No, you don't, he says. Again into Old Hall. He's back in the lead at the inside. Terrific from Barry Syme. He's loving this. Piers Grange in second. Alan Greenhall. Can't believe what he's seeing ahead of him here. Barry Syme, despite that dent in the door from earlier on, is somehow keeping that Mini ahead of the big American beasts, second, third and fourth. Just under 4 minutes this race to go. This is magnificent. Classic saloon car racing at its very, very best, and he's up with him again here as they lap Keith Wright in the Morris Minor. What's going to happen at the hairpin this time? Don't miss your braking points, guys. Here they come up into the right-hander. The Mini slings in almost rally style. Magnificent. Staying ahead of Piers Grange. He's increased his lead there as well, Barry Syme. This is the best race we've had so far today. I've not even looked at the timing screen all race long. I can't tear my eyes away from this. Grange led at the line last time through, but Barry Syme just simply threw it back up the inside at Old Hall. Here comes Grange. Back up onto the tail of me. You can see it sliding about under braking there. Oh, somebody's off. That's Nigel Cox. He's run wide at the hairpin in the 47 car. Is he pulling over there? I think he is. Grange, I think, got a little bit crossed up through... yeah, he's very crossed up there coming out of Knickerbrook. That's going to allow Alan Greenhall to come through, I think. No, he's not. Hoops across, closes the door. So Grange made a mistake there coming through Knickerbrook. They lap Stuart Radford's triumph. 2.5 minutes to go. Can Barry Syme hang on? The V8s have got to use their power, and they're stuck behind Stuart Radford here. Oh, they're leaning on each other. Look out, Alan Greenhall. Piers Grange didn't check his mirror there. They moved across to take Stuart Radford. This is going to allow Greenhall to attack up the inside into Lodge. He's run wide again there, Piers Grange. He's struggling with that Mustang, and Greenhall's going to go through into second place. I wonder if he's shot his tyres or his brakes trying to attack for the lead there, Piers Grange. 2 minutes, or just over 2 minutes to go. He may get one more lap after this one, and look at the way Greenhall is surfing along there. Meanwhile, Paul Cooper charges up the inside, makes 2 places into the hairpin. Freddie Brown and Michael Foley. This is a fantastic race. Certainly the best race we have had today here at Oulton Park. One car pulling into the pits. Oh, that's Tim Scott Andrews has come in, I can tell you. That's a shame. We've lost the second of the Falcons into the pit lane. Possibly these cars being affected by the heat here at Oulton Park. They do tend to have their tyres and brakes wear out. As we said earlier, you can see the Mini has pulled away from the 2 V8s now at the front. We'll see if it's going to be a checkered flag this time, or it's going to be the last lap board that goes out. They lap one of the Minis there. This is amazing. One of the drives of the season from Barry Syme. Throwing the Mini around Oulton Park. Greenhall and Grange still there in second and third, but he's pulled away from them now. Now this is where the V8 power counts. Closing back up on him, down into Knickerbrook. Meanwhile, Cortina's continue to battle it out further back. John McGurk giving chase to, who's that getting sideways? Pat Keneally, I think. In the closing stages now. Robin Slater ahead of them in the Anglia. This is the battle for 6th place. There's fights going on all the way down the order. You just don't know where to look in this race. Here are the leaders. I think Barry Syme is just about done enough. Wait to see whether it's checkered flag or 1 lap to go this time. Barry Syme will probably be desperate to see the checkered flag by now. Of course, his 2 pursuers will want it to go on for 1 more lap so they can catch him. 10 seconds on the clock. This is going to be close at the line. Grange has gone wide again. I think he's running out of brakes. Up towards the line. Is it going to be checkered flag this time or last lap? It's the last lap board. That's not what Barry Syme wanted to see, because here comes Alan Greenhall up the outside. Barry Syme will just do what he's done every lap so far. On the limits. Stays ahead of the Ford Falcon. Grange is dropping back. I think it's just between these two now. Here they come. Down towards Cascades. He won't get through there. Gonna have to rely on his power coming out of the final corner. Barry Syme has got to drive a perfect lap here to stay ahead in the Mini. Up towards Island Bend. For the final time. Here comes Greenhall. He's having a look as they come towards the hairpin. Oh, the Mini's a bit offline there around the outside. He gathers it up there, Barry Syme. Gets his braking right, throws it into the hairpin. He's got it absolutely right there. What a magnificent drive this has been. We haven't had a chance to really look at the class leaders or anything like that because there's so much going on at the front of the field. We'll round that up after the race because here come the leaders through Britons for the final time. Over Hilltop. The only hope that Alan Greenall has got is that he can out-drag the Mini either along the straight towards Lodge or coming out of Lodge over Deer Leap. Syme defends through Knickerbrook. Got to defend for his life here. The Falcon is right there. Grange sideways all over the place there. He's really struggling to handle that Mustang. Oh, he's lost a wheel, goodness me. Wheel comes straight off there. That's the end of Piers Grange's race. My goodness. Oh, and Greenall's off as well. Greenall onto the grass. He's going to spin out. Oh, what a shame. What a sad way for that race to end. A cracking race.